I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man's Uncle Freezy. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's start this thing off right. Blue tears, orange tears, orange tears. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Yo, in the immortal words of the great American poet, prodigy of Mobb Deep, there is a war going on outside no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walk around with your head down, scared to look. You shook, because ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Let's go. I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to rock the mic this morning. It's your man, Uncle Freezy. How about you throw them hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care? And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. Let's go. I see y'all in here this morning. I see y'all. Y'all came to rock. Let's go. Let's get it. Hewlett Samuel in the building. Fabian Williams in the building. Lily Phillips in the building. What's good? Drip more. What's good? Yo, my brother Josh, a.k.a. Uncle Fulio, is in the building. What's good? Eli M. What's good? Pierre Moise. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Top Notch T is in the building. What's good? Tone Boo, I see you. What's good? What's happening, baby? What's good? It's a lot of stuff to talk about this morning. A lot of stuff. And I know I say that every morning, but this is Knicks Universe. And there's always something to talk about this morning. What's good? What is good? Let me start by, where's our animation at? Who's producing this morning? Who's the producer this morning? Is it me? I'm producing this morning? Okay, let's tip off. So we had an animation, no music. I sure wish we had some music. Sure wish I had some music to go with this. I'm kidding. I'm joking there. I do need to get some music to go with that, but y'all know how it is, man. Hey, when you do productions, bro, you always feel like you're missing something. Always feel like you're missing something. Crazy Eyes was good. Rod Tucker. Yo, y'all better not ever have a pickup game, because if I'm the person doing the scoring thing, 3-point basket by Tone Wolf. Y'all better not never have a pickup game. Y'all better not have, all future media is in the building. Y'all better not never let me be the announcer for y'all pickup game. 3-point basket by Rod Tucker. Let's go. What's good? So anyway, let's tip this thing off, man. No man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever. You notice I say stuff like that. I say stuff like that because in the midst of another bad season by the New York Knicks, there's rumors there is a war going on outside no man is safe from. It's eloquent for the situation that we're in right now, right? Rumors going around that, yo, Stephadon is in the building. Stephadon was good. What's good? But there are rumors swirling that veterans are available via trade. From on our team, we don't know what veterans for sure, but the gossip mill, the rumor mill is swirling. Evergreen G's in the building. So there are rumors, and there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on. And I want to get to the bottom of all of it. I want to get to all of it, right? So there's a rumor that Julius Randle may be available via trade, right? By some source, from a source, a guy from a newspaper says that Julius Randle may be available via source by the team, and also the other veterans may be available also. And I should probably do a better job of chasing down these sources and all that stuff. But listen, that ain't what I do here. That ain't what I do here. I don't really promote that type of stuff, like the chasing of whispers and rumors. I don't do that. I never liked it. You know, I'm just not a rumor type person. I don't spread rumors and all of that stuff. It's not my bag. I know some people like that. That's their thing. Let me do my fake impression of them. Let me do my fake impression of them. Such and such from such and such sports network said a source inside of such and such organization that can't give away his identity said that such and such might happen if such and such happen, right? I don't get into that. I did that ain't really my thing. That just ain't my thing. Mr. DJ, what's good? Crazy Eye says, maybe speculation, but the front office signaling JR that he is being shot be the reason he looks so checked out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So the thing is crazy guys. This is one of the things that I want to address. Right? So here's my thing with the front office. Either you're buttoned up or you're not. Man, it's dark in here. Is that better? Yeah, that's better. Here's the thing. Either you're one way or you're not. Either you're buttoned up or you're not. Either you don't release gossip, either you do release gossip or you don't. Right? If you're buttoned up and you release gossip, guess what? You're not buttoned up. You're a gossip releaser. Leon Rose, if your front office is buttoned up, then stay buttoned up. But don't start releasing gossip saying that you're buttoned up, because I would rather for you to be a man. I would rather for you to be a man and be like, yo, I would rather for you to be a man, call a press conference and walk to a podium and say, this is what we are thinking about doing. And if you don't want to get into the particulars, don't. But don't say we're buttoned up and then have secret sauces. Because when you start playing that game, you look soft. Either you're buttoned up or you're not. I personally don't respect that. You only talk when you feel like it? Come on. What about your obligation to your people? Clearly, you said you don't have an obligation to your people, so you don't speak to the media like that, right? But then to have gossip and rumors come out, little leaks, that makes me think you are soft with a capital T. That's my opinion on it. Be consistent. Be consistent. In the streets, we like to call it rock steady. Be rock steady, man. Don't be wavering every time something happens. You falling way. Nah, man. Be rock steady. Be rock steady, man. Don't when stuff get when things get hot, all of a sudden when things get crazy, you know what I'm saying? You start telling JoJo to start spreading rumors to keep the heat off you. Nah, no, that's not how this works. Right? That's how I'm tipping off today. Of course, we got a lot more stuff to talk about, but that's how we're going to tip off. Be rock steady. And when pressure get to you, all of a sudden, everybody knees start shaking. Nah, no. And if you can't tell, for all the Uncle Freezy fans out there, I know it's a lot of y'all, and I appreciate y'all, and I love y'all. And y'all know how I get when I'm about to get on one. I start to get on one when people start being inconsistent. My main thing has always been be yourself. Always be yourself. Right? Let me open things up here. Chuck, this is one of them transition points that I'm talking about, Chuck Allen, if you're watching. When I go from tip off to open it up for the chat for everybody else. All right, I'm throwing the link in the chat, y'all, for my people to come in and jump in and rock with me. I hope the crew is available to come in and rock with me so that we can break down and decipher what it is that we're seeing. Because what we want to do is make sure that we be here for our peoples. Right? Evergreen G. Now, Evergreen, I got you. I already got one. Evergreen. We good. Evergreen, I got trust. Let me see if I got Evergreen G backstage. Let me see if I have I think I got one for Evergreen G. And I got D is Ballin' backstage. Let me play D is Ballin' while I find Evergreen G. All right, Evergreen G, good man. You golly, man, you gonna play? Cats already be on me already. They be like, yo, why you be playing some people intros longer than other people? I'm like, bro, I can't please everybody, bro. I just can't. I just can't please everybody, bro. No matter what you do, it be something.
You produce that beat, Evergreen?
I'm appreciative. What's going on? What's going on? D's Ball was good, baby.
Yeah, that's him. That's him. Bro.
He produced that beat?
Yes,
nice.
That's him.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, man. How you doing this morning, man?
I'm good. I'm chilling, man. I'm ready to get into this topic you want to get into because it's a good topic.
Nah, man. Nah, bro. I need for you to sit on the sidelines and break up fights this morning, bro, because I know there are gonna be fights this morning. I know you want to get into it. It's one of those. It's one of those. You know, I don't know everybody like I feel like I want to know everybody, right? But the thing is my intuition, my spidey sense is tingling. That this topic right here is gonna be one that's gonna have people wanting to fist fight this morning.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing too that we try to stick to the topic as much as possible because it's a very good topic to dive into and to hear different people's perspectives and breakdowns into how they think this should go or how it's going. Absolutely.
Well, that's what you and I think. You know what I mean? But we'll see when others jump in. You know how
we'll try our best, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So Evergreen, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Now I was just gonna say, you gotta bring up one question at a time. It's so hard. Like we are the most passionate fans on the planet. It's so hard because people convolute issues all the time. They don't answer the question that you ask.
Right.
Right. So.
Or if we talk about the front office, it becomes about Julius Randle, and it's like, no, bro, we're talking about the front office, bro. Like.
All right. So what I'll do is I'll be like, listen, bro. All right, I get that you're trying to bring that up, but we're not talking about that right now. But it's all connected, right? You're like, oh, here we go, like rabbit hole. But yeah, what you got, Freezy? Let's get into it. What you got?
So I feel disrespected by this leak from the front office.
Why is that?
because this front office has a reputation of being buttoned up.
Mhm.
Like whatever move it is, they don't leak any of that stuff. But when the fire starts to get at their feet,
Yeah, they fold.
all of a sudden there are leaks out of the front office.
So my
Leon Rose is supposed to be the Don, bro. Remember that mafioso? Remember that button up, Worldwide West, all these connections. Remember all of that?
Yeah. Yeah. People got on the hype train.
So is it actually a leak from? Let's be clear. Let's be very, very clear with this. Is it actually a leak from the front office, or is it a beat writer saying that it's a leak from the front office? Because those are two totally different things.
I'm with you.
In my world, one of those things could really get you killed.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So did somebody from the front office legitimately go to one of these beat writers and say, hey, we're trading Julius Randle? Or did one of the beat writers look at the same exact thing that we've been looking at over the past 2.5 months and say, I think Julius Randle is possibly on the chopping block. Look, because he's not engaged here, he's not engaged there, they kept his lips tight here, right? Did someone say it? And if so, who?
So here's the question, Evergreen. You got to ask yourself to your question, right? Has the organization denied the report?
Well, denying the report, no, they haven't denied the report, but that still doesn't mean it happened.
I understand what
you're
saying.
The burden of proof, right? The burden of proof is on the reporter. If you say that I'm a doodoo head, right? I don't have to come out and dispute your claim. In reality, I don't have to say a damn thing about it. You can think whatever the hell you want to think. Right?
Well,
what gives these reporters even the credibility?
Well, let's think about these two scenarios, right? When Dame Lillard was talked about being traded for Ben Simmons and that whole hype train was going on, what did Portland do? They shot down the allegation.
Yeah.
Right? When James Harden was speculated for a couple of days on him and Ben Simmons being traded for XYZ reasons, they denied it. Did they not?
Well, none of those guys none of those organizations have a mob boss running it. When have you ever seen a mob boss come out to the public and clarify anything?
That's not the point. First of all, he's not a mob boss. He's an agent. Second of all,
he's an agent. I got you. We good. That was just analogy through hyperbole, right? My point is,
no problem.
Is everybody's doing things. My point is, I don't have enough plausible deniability. There's not enough plausible deniability out there to say that he did or didn't. And just because somebody else made the claim and other people are doing the same thing, other people are coming out and refuting said claims, doesn't mean that Leon Rose and his organization, his front office does it. The only way that I'm going to take anything that happened as a front office leak is if the front office leaks it. And nobody from the actual front office has came out and said, we're open to trading Julius Randle. That's my whole point.
But okay.
Oh, we don't know though. So
all right. Hey, so before we get into that, we got Kev backstage. Let me do Kev Blow.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing?
All good. How are you?
Yeah, trying.
I'm mad as hell. What kind of question is that? You talking about? Yeah, I'm just messing around. Okay.
I got two things going on at once, so that's the reason why you'll see a mild Mr. Cornerstone Kev today. So that's what's going on. So anyway,
all right,
so how's everybody doing? All right.
Good, man. Good. So there are three questions on the table right now. When you jumped in, like I have one, and then Evergreen G posed two, and D Poetic was about to answer one of Evergreen's questions.
Okay.
We were just talking about the front office, and that is the legitimacy of the Julius Randle league legitimate for the front office, or is it just, as Evergreen tried to propose, just a beat writer just like us, just trying to throw smoke in the air and see if there's fire?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. And so Kev, so basically where just like what Poetic said, here's the thing, though. I don't care about the rumor personally.
Right.
I don't care about the rumor or some secret source or any of that. I am frustrated that a front office that was supposed to be rock steady. This is their approach for 2 years. Because here's the thing. People constantly get on me. They're like, Uncle Freeze, you said it's year 3 and blah, blah, blah. Nah, man, listen. The worst kept secret in January, mid to late January of 2020 was Leon Rose was the new team president of the New York Knicks. When did he officially take the job? I can't remember. I don't even care. All I knew is in late 2020, January of late 2020, Leon Rose got the job.
Yeah, it was in the middle of when Mike Miller was here. It was in the middle that he took over.
I mean, I don't care when the official date was. What I'm saying is when, and I don't mean that as no disrespect. I'm just saying that is from
I get you.
So what I'm saying is he took the job around the 18th of January of 2020, right? For some certain thing, for official business antitrust reasons, he couldn't take the job until he divested himself of things that would be conflict of interest between an NBA organization and his personal business. So he had to go through the process of divesting himself first, and I think that process took about 3 or 4 weeks, right? And then he became officially the team president or whatever.
Right.
And it was a smart move.
1 second.
It was a smart move by him because he would not divest himself of his personal businesses until he was assured that he had the job with the Knicks, which is smart, protecting yourself, right? Because if the Knicks backed out and he was divested, now he's short of everything, right? During that time, it was established that Leon Rose was not the type of person that spoke to the press and leaked stuff to the press. That was established in January of 2020, right? Mm-hmm. Now here we are in January of 2022. While the first year honeymoon period is over, the second year ride of making the playoffs, the miracle ride run is over. Now the heat is on the organization, and all of a sudden, we have leaks to the media.
Right.
And
I don't believe in coincidence.
Right. So clear. It seems as if D Poetic and myself may be on the same page. Yeah, because I don't believe you have a plan. I don't believe that you go from being rock steady and not talking to the media, either highs and lows. When the Knicks win the playoffs, he didn't talk to the media, right? He didn't talk to the media when the Knicks were riding high, right? And when the Knicks were last year, when the Knicks were on their low point during the season, when we couldn't figure it out with Elfrid Payton, he didn't talk to the media.
Right.
But now, when there is no honeymoon period, now where the the dust of the fairy dust of the playoff run has worn off. Now, when people are starting to coach your star player and your head coach, I can't believe that he's in a situation where he is going to become something that he's not and start leaking to the media.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because if that is the case, then I need somebody with a little bit more fortitude. Somebody that's not going to be, and I don't want to call him soft, but this right here does feel to me like a soft move.
Passive aggressive?
Yes, or something. Something. What do you think, Kat?
I can't disagree with anything that you're saying. And me and you have always, we've always, what's the word for it? We've disagreed a lot. I can't disagree with what you're saying. Where's and as they say, the proof is in the pudding. We are, take away of last year, what have we done? What have we done? And I agree with both of y'all, what y'all were saying in the beginning about we got him, we got Worldwide West. When I hear that we have a Worldwide West on our management staff, that means players like a DeMar DeRozan, and the list goes down of these guys will actually sign with us. And what do we have to show for it? Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker. That's not what I for the cachet that these guys proclaim that they have. You're supposed to do better than those two.
Hey, define better.
Talent-wise. A DeMar DeRozan, I believe, is 10 times better than the Evan Fournier and the Kemba Walker. And when I say Kemba Walker, I was going with the notion that we was going to get the Kemba Walker of like either 3 or 4 years ago. Not this one that has a bad knee. So again, a DeMar DeRozan is 10 times better than both of those guys. So, but I'm talking about talent like that. With the Worldwide West and the Leon Rose, who's supposed to be the agent that's supposed to know everyone, is supposed to have all these back channel connections. Where have we seen it? The only legitimate move that they have done was getting a Cam Reddish. But how can we call it legit if the coach doesn't put him in? But we're going about the front office. Aside from Cam Reddish, what has these guys done?
Well, that's why I said yesterday, Kev, we've been scammed, shammed, and bamboozled once again.
Once again. Because
this is a hijacking.
All the way back. Yeah. I don't know what. And the other thing also, D-Ballin, is Dolan took an advisor to help hire these other people in here, and Steve Stout. So again, I feel bad for Dolan because it seems like everything is really, he'll hire these people and they'll go south. They'll go south with what they're doing. And we're scratching our heads like, you did this, you did this, you did this. So now, and I apologize. I got to go with this. I don't know why Sherman M is, trying to come at me.
Hey, Kev, hold on, Kev. Anthony D, what's good?
Good morning, Anthony.
It is I, host of the realest morning show, Old School Knicks, with my man Uncle Freezy. 11 a.m. Sundays. Come take a ride with us this Sunday. We in 94. You know what it is. Salute, panel. What's going on, gentlemen?
How you feeling, bro?
Hey, what's good, boss?
What's good,
I'm feeling like I'm always feeling this time of the year when it's trading deadline time, and you know we get to hurt and cry and do all the things that we do every year.
Every year around the same time,
Every
right?
year this time around the same time. Let me say this, and I don't know if anyone pointed this out the other night or the other day, but there was a gentleman on Miami that I was squawking for, that I've been squawking for the last 4 or 5 years, named PJ Tucker. We go out and give Evan Fournier the bag, who couldn't guard me in my latter days now. But PJ Tucker got like a 1-year deal, right? He got like a 1 year, 10 million, something like that. I'm not even looking at the stats. And you gave PJ Tucker, who just came off of a world championship team and been in playoff runs over the last 4, 5, 6 years. So he knows what it takes for a team to go to the playoffs and to make a serious run. But you go out and get an Evan Fournier who's only been on one successful team, and that team didn't even offer him a bucket of chicken wings to come back.
Well, let me bring in Soulfinger right quick.
Soulfinger, I love that bass line. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's all you.
Yes, Chuck Allen.
Yeah, I just like the way it comes in, and I gotta steal that.
Good morning. Just want to say top of the morning there, fellas. Top of the morning to the chat.
What's good, man?
Another day, man. Another day. Just taking in what you, just listening to what you cats were talking about, with regard to the front office and everything, moves made, moves not made, the direction we're in right now. I'll go on record again. I was, like I said, I was I'm holding off total everything until February 10th. The Cam move, I was, happy about that. But you're talking about what we made in free agency as my man Anthony D, so smooth, he needs no chaser. Brought up, those moves could have made. And then along with Cornerstone was, you're talking about people you brought in, and the World Wide West have all these connections, was this, that, and the third, and we're not making those connections. You're seeing players that we had shot that we didn't even take a whiff at that are performing well on other teams when we had that opportunity. That's not a good look. And then and Frieza, as you stated before, now we got leaks. We haven't had a leak the whole time they first started. Now, with everything is when you start getting a little water in the boat, now you got people, all of a sudden all things are coming out. Things are oozing out, sneaking through to the media. So it's not a good look right now, but they had free agency they missed on. I get that. We did moves with the draft, like the pick we got. So I can't. They haven't been totally all bad, but they haven't been totally all good right now either. But we got to see what's going to happen about it. Something needs to give by the 10th.
Nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen, Soulfinger. And you know what, Freezy? You my man, 50 grand live on C, dead on land. But we're gonna throw the smoke your way. Okay, because I'm a slightly pivot because I told you that Julius Randle was a bum. I kept trying to tell you that last year in the off season that this guy he had a great year in an empty house, and he's confused in an empty house, and he's confused. Go ahead, fam.
But AD, the point though.
What does this have to do with the front office, bro?
The front office.
They gave him $110 million. That's what it has to do with the front office. They gave him $110 million.
A lot of money, though, bro. But that's not a lot of money.
No. Hold on. They did not have to re-up him.
But
they did not have to give him nothing. He was under contract.
AD. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Saying you rock steady and then all of a sudden having leaks in the organization has nothing to do with Julius Randle's contract extension.
Hold on. Was that not a management move? Did he sign himself?
Okay. All right. So, okay. So the thing is we've already had Julius Randle conversations. This one ain't it. This conversation here is about an organization that said they were rock steady, right? They said they were rock steady, right? And as soon as the heat comes to the organization, no pun intended, because we lost to the Heat the other night. So no pun intended. But as soon as the fire comes to the organization, can you put it right? So as soon as the heat comes to the organization, now you get leaks. Right?
And who was the first person that wilted under the heat?
Organization wise, I don't know. There was a rumor.
It's Julius Randle.
Julius Randle don't work at AD. Julius Randle don't work in the front office. What are you
Julius Randle got cut the biggest check. He got cut the biggest check since Melo. He got cut the biggest check since Melo.
And so what?
Hold on. They built the team around. They supposedly built the team around him. He cannot go blameless when you're going after management, fam. You cannot go after management and not dice all of its moves. Its first big move was to hold on to and re-up a guy that never did it. He was never the big guy anywhere.
Bro, AD, I'm gonna break your heart right here, bro. I'm gonna say this is
my heart's already broken. My heart's already broken, fam. You can't break it any further.
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm gonna stomp on the pieces. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Leon Rose does not shoot a jump shot. Now I understand that you thought he did, but but Leon Rose does not dribble a basketball. Worldwide West does not inbound a basketball. They are in the front office. And this topic today that we mentioned from rumor and innuendo yesterday is about the front office wilting under the pressure. And that has nothing to do with Julius Randle. The front office told you, we don't talk. We don't open up the mics like that. We don't do a Cornerstone Kev. We don't do a Steve Mills. We don't just keep running to the microphone.
Well, Freezy, I mean, Randle does have something to do with it, but he's not priority though. Like he's not at the top of the pecking order of the responsibility list.
Right.
Well, could you say it's more of a symptom? He's more of a symptom of the problem being at the front office.
Nope.
What hear me out on that. I'm saying what to go on the line, because but going on with the front office gave him, Steve Mills brought him in, granted, but this front office gave him that money. Right. And all the issues that's going on with it are coming from the front office because they gave the money too soon.
Right.
So I was saying that's a symptom of the problem of the front office.
Nah, I think y'all wrong, bro. Because none of y'all mentioned Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose got a contract.
Well, no,
Alec Burks got a contract.
Nerlens Noel.
We didn't go in. Look, the thing is we was going back in and came back to the Randle thing. That's what I'm saying. Before we can even keep unpeeling this onion. That is the front office, because you brought back like you said, you brought back the Nerlens Noels. We brought back D Rose. D Rose had a good year. You rolling wrong with him. Well, basically, you brought back all the older vets that he had, and then instead of upgrading, well, you considered an upgrade by bringing in Evan Fournier because he said you needed shooting, and then you didn't get a point guard, but Kemba Walker he got bought out. Then you brought him in. to bring in. Those supposed to be the upgrades. So you got to look at the moves that they made didn't make the team better, it hurt the team. So instead of letting certain people go like Nerlens, because there was other players out there that a lot of seen it in the chat many times throughout Knicks Nation, they were asking for people putting out other names, anywhere from Kelly Olynyk to
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
from Kelly Olynyk all the way down to Drummond. You could have gone all kinds of ways.
Heck,
They
even
missed out
Cousins.
the wing, even in the wing. We could have made moves to get Cam Reddish earlier, or you could have got a Kelly Oubre when he was out of free agents. Anybody else? I'm just throwing out names, other names. DeMar DeRozan. There was no even connection to DeMar. I mean, you didn't even make an attempt to go after DeMar DeRozan. Didn't make an attempt to go after Lonzo Ball. So I'm just saying, the front office, when it came to that, they didn't drop the ball. They didn't pick the Joker up.
But that's not what I'm getting at, Soulfinger. The moves. So if they would have made with the moves that they made, whether the moves are successful or not, has nothing to do with the Heat being on the front office and them wilting under the pressure.
Okay, so basically you saying that the now that they got heat on them, now they rolling over. They singing like they singing.
Now they showing their belly.
Okay, gotcha. Now I'm tracking. I'm tracking with you.
Yeah. Because Julius Randle contract. What if Julius Randle would have just become an average player under the contract? Has nothing to do with now that the Heat is on the organization. The organization is starting rolling over, showing their belly.
The Heat was on
Soulfinger, let me ask you this: when's the last time Leon Rose voluntarily had a press conference?
First of February.
Right.
I can't. Never. First of everywhere. I can't remember.
Right.
Maybe when he didn't even do the press conference when they were signing anybody. He was just there.
Right.
I can't remember the last time he spoke to the press.
Right.
Or to the public.
Right. But all of a sudden, your teams are a few games under 500.
Mm-hmm.
You headed into this rough stretch. The two of the dudes that you signed to big contracts during the summer are hurt. Well, three of them are hurt. Right? The organization is looking for answers. Your best player is wilting under the pressure. And now you are leaking stuff to the press.
Yeah.
Going outside of yourself.
It's a cycle. It's a cycle.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a cycle.
Right.
So what you're getting at, Freezy, is that this is what I understand from everything. Like I'm putting everything in totality. Front office is on the hot seat, just like Tom Thibodeau, just like Julius Randle, and they have February 10th to show us what they're made of.
Yeah, or something. Something. Did they have till February 10th to show us that they are alive? Right? That they're back actually not huddled up in a break room choosing coffees, that they're actually working. Right?
Yeah.
And so from us, our fan base is divided into three parts. There is a part of us that want clarity and accountability. I'm in that group. There is a group that's on the other side of that say they don't have to show us nothing. I would rather for them to work in silence, and then we'll see the results of what they've done at the end of the day. And then there is a group that is like, I want accountability, but I don't want you in the microphone all the time. They want the best of both worlds. It's always that group in the middle that's willing to compromise, right? Let me bring CWC.
Don't forget the group that said they were playing chess, not checkers.
Yeah, the Free Keith group, the group that said work in silence. Yeah. CWC was good.
Man. All he speaks is facts.
What's going on, fellas?
Was good. Was good.
Charlie Ward, cousin.
Good to see you, Charlie. How you feeling, bro?
All right, how y'all doing?
What's up? How are you?
Need answers.
I know when I talk, I speak fact.
Need answers, bro. Need answers.
Charlie, where you at? Deep Space Nine? What the hell? I'm expecting you to start floating upside down. Where the hell you at, man?
Anthony, you ain't right. You are Anthony D. You are not a right man.
I'm in my cave. I'm in my cave. I'm in the Maz cave.
Okay.
Your secret lair where you plan on world domination.
Yeah.
Hey, D-Ball, I don't dunk on you.
Come on, man. You can't even jump the dunk. You crazy?
I know. I can't jump no more. I see some threes in your eyes, though. I can see some threes.
All right.
Uncle Freezy, I agree with you, though, man. The front office, man. Yeah, I agree with you 100% with the front office. Like, if you're going to leak something out, say something. Have a conference or something like, hey, we trading Randle and things like that. So when Randle hears that trading thing, he's going to be like, oh, y'all trading me? Then that's when he might go off or he might don't care no more. Right. He might just want to skip town. You know what I'm saying? You just don't do that, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Oh, you know who did it, though? You know who did it? Van Gundy. What he said when he was when they were playing against Miami and then went to the front office. Because why you ain't saying when they were playing against Cleveland, when y'all lost against Cleveland Cavaliers, nothing was said about Randle getting traded. Now, Van Gundy pointed out about it wasn't balling. The starting lineup wasn't balling. So Van Gundy brought that out and then went to the front office.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind, too, that there's been rumblings for the past couple of weeks concerning the status of Julius Randle and the team, and then you go on national television, put up a despicable performance, and you got the lead announcer, Jeff Van Gundy, just slamming the team throughout the whole game.
Right.
Yeah.
Slamming their rotation, slamming how they're coached, slamming the front office. He slammed the whole thing. And he give credit to the bench. He loved their energy. He even slammed Cam Reddish a little bit.
And know what? Van Gundy was speaking facts too.
Hey, but the thing that people don't understand too, though, is Jeff Van Gundy and Tom Thibodeau are very close friends. Very close.
Right.
Very close friends. And it's not just Van Gundy. It's the Thibodeau coaching circle. It's Dice, Yashimoto, the Greer brothers. All of these dudes are great friends.
And also from the same coaching tree as well.
Right.
Yeah. And they ain't win jack.
Right. No, they ain't won. No, they ain't won nothing. But the thing is don't overlook the fact that Thibodeau may have used Van Gundy as a mouthpiece to get a certain message out that he can't otherwise get out on his own.
That's what
don't overlook that fact. That's the reason why.
Hold on, Uncle Freezy.
Anthony, I gotta hold you to the fire on what you just said, real quick.
That's a good idea too, Uncle Freezy.
You didn't say. I gotta hold him to the fire real quick because he said that he's. Never mind.
Go ahead, Phil.
What happened? I thought you were about to put his feet to the fire.
No, the president said something, so I apologize. The president said something. And you know who?
What? Are you drinking prune juice over there, my guy? What's going on?
I thought the style child outweighs the president. What happened?
Nah, man. Nah, that doesn't happen, unfortunately. No, real quick, what I was going to say was, they didn't win anything, Anthony, but they did put some respectability to us playing. And I'm talking about Van Gundy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So you can't really say that they didn't win anything. Yeah,
okay, you're feeling nostalgic. Okay.
All right. Yeah, but this.
Van Gundy did his thing. No,
that's what I'm saying.
That's that.
I mean, it's good to feel, and I'm with you on that cornerstone. I don't mean to cut nobody out, but I feel you on that cornerstone. But we in my Luther Vandross voice, here and now is what we're talking about.
Right.
The here and now. And
Here
you know,
now.
So Freezy, right? So you opened up the show with your thoughts about the front office. I think you should nail that home because I sense we are going in different directions. So just nail that home so at least we
Yeah.
can, have that final thought in our head as we move
Yeah,
forward.
yeah. So that was I knew that was one of. So my point is we have been sold a bill of goods of one thing, right? We're not gonna be like other front offices, right? We're gonna stick to who we are as an organization. We're gonna build from in. We're gonna trust the talent inside these walls, right? And in the first year, during the honeymoon period, of course, things always go according to plan.
Yeah.
Because there's no pressure, because everybody is in wait and see. Like, is this thing too good to be true?
Mm.
Right? And then you have the miraculous run to the playoffs out of nowhere. And the ride and the playoffs itself wasn't as good as the end of the season. And remember the last year, at the end of the season, the last 20 games, the New York Knicks were the hottest team in basketball. They finished the season 16-4 in the last 20 games of the season. Mm-hmm. Every night we came out, regardless what the name on the jersey was, we felt like we could beat any team in the NBA. And we did, for the most part. For the most part, we beat just about any team in the league. We went 16-4. And then we went to the playoffs and tasted something we hadn't tasted in a long time. Right? And now here we are. Right? Our front office said they were rock steady. They're not going to talk to the media every 10 seconds like the previous regime. The David Fisdale used car salesman thing wore thin on us. We didn't want that. So we went out and got the complete opposite. But today, as it stands, we have leaks to the media. Right?
So that's your presumption, correct?
Yeah. That's the presumption because we don't know if it, because with rumors and innuendo. Because the thing is, we none of us know what's true and what's not true, right? So today we are trying to answer questions about if this front office has a crack in it. Now, is the pressure building up too much for this organization to handle, right? And if that is indeed true, when did this thing start?
It started in the off season, Freezy. Started in the off season. If you're gonna keep it a buck, once you know what, we were happy to go to the playoffs. I was totally skeptical. I was riding Randle rough, pause after that performance in Atlanta, but we were the fourth seed. If we're gonna be truthful, we expected to do big things coming into this year. We watched Chicago make moves. We watched Phoenix go out and re-sign CP3. If we're gonna be true for the fan base, we can't say we thought we were just gonna stay still. Once they started giving out early Christmas gifts in August, yes. I knew from right there we were in trouble.
Yep.
The best move they did was to give they made no good moves. What am I saying? Their best move in their eyes was to go out and get the Frenchman. That was their best move, and to re-sign Randle. That was their best move. How was that going to leapfrog you? How is that going to leapfrog you in a position of trying to contend? They weren't trying to contend.
Hey man, so
Randle's gonna repeat his season. That's what it was.
Yep.
Even if he did that, is that good enough? Was that good enough to compete with Brooklyn? Is that good enough to outdo Milwaukee? Was that good enough? No,
but it would have got fans to be happy and excited.
Because the thing is
But
that in
AD,
their eyes, they were addressing the shooting issue by bringing in Fournier. Because last
yeah,
season before the
yeah,
trade deadline, they were trying to go and get him before. But the thing is you got to give it to Orlando. Orlando hit him well. Hit him well defensively and all those other shortcomings he had. And then he was in Boston around the other guy. Up there in Boston, they can hide more of his deficiencies. But it did, like you said, just all in all, it did make us better. But that was addressing the shooting issue that we didn't
yeah.
have, that we lacked. When you had other players that could actually bring more to the game to help improve the team that you didn't look at. So, and I feel what you're going down, but what Freezy was saying with the loose lips, man, now it's not a good look because now national media is all over the place. That this person's available, that person's available. Because before it was solid, it was right, it was solid.
Right.
Wow, you couldn't get nothing out of them, and that was T's and T and everybody else. Man, they don't say anything to the press. We don't know what's going on. Now within 24 hours, you seeing stuff about Randle could possibly be traded, or all the vets, this, that, and the third, and you come in all this. So that's something that we haven't seen. So it's like going back in time to old previous regimes with all the leaks and stuff coming out.
When Cornerstone Kev was giving out all the leaks.
So let's be honest with ourselves, though. We knew before this week, whoever it was from, doesn't matter. We know that these were the moves that had to be made.
Yeah, everyone knew that.
I mean,
So this is not like a revelation. You know, I mean, this was nothing that just sparked inspiration to the minds of Knicks fans across the world. We knew this already.
But when they put Randle name in it, that was good. When they put Randle name in it, I think that's what hit it.
Hit what?
The trade thing. When they put Randle's name in the trade rumors, I think that's what did it too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that picked up a lot of fire for a lot of folks.
I think they was trying to deal Randle before, and then he tried to throw in Dolan's name. Remember that in the post game thing when he threw in Dolan's name, kind of like as like a security blanket thing. I think he had the ear of like the ownership more than Tibbs did.
Right. But
paying another 25 racks for him not being at the press conference again. You had Obi at the press doing the presser, correct?
Yeah.
So the thing with Julius Randle and the owner, I think it's clearly one of those things that the pressure was getting to the star player, and you could see it affecting him personally. And the owner just went to him like, "Hey, big fella, just take a deep breath. Let's just try to go at this thing again, man. You know what I'm saying? This ain't the end of the world. It seems like the weight of the world's on your shoulders, man. Just take a step back, take a deep breath." And for those of us that are around young people, sometimes we have to tell them that, like, "Hey, man, just because they didn't have the J's you didn't want to go with your outfit, don't mean the world is over, bro. Just take a step back, take a deep breath, and regroup. It'll be the sun's gonna come up tomorrow. Trust me. They didn't have the ruby red J's that you wanted. It's not the end of the world. They may have them next week. Can you wait till next week? Nah, I can't wait till next week to get the ruby red J's. Okay. Well, you might not have a choice. And Kev, see, Kev might not understand how important the J analogy is, but for some people it is, you know what I'm saying,
end of the world.
Yeah. And for those of us that have seasoned, that have actually been, for those of us that have actually been through something. See, I've been through stuff in my life. Right? I've been through stuff. I know what stuff is. Right? I know what stuff is. Right? So I understand when some stuff is important and some stuff ain't. You know what I'm saying? Like this thing that Julius Randle going through is, unless it's something, it's nothing. He just need to take a step back. He want to be a superstar. Things ain't going his way.
And he's pouting about it.
Yeah, and he might, and he probably can't handle it. Yeah, he probably can't handle it. Right? And so he just need to take a step back and regroup. And Dolan Dolan, who has been through some stuff in his life too, is like, hey, big fella, just take a step back. You know, calm down, take a deep breath. You know what I'm saying? We'll regroup. The main thing is you being all right. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm getting at with the Randle thing. With the front office thing, Cornerstone Kev front office is starting to acquiesce to the New York media, and it's the one thing they said that they wouldn't do. And now they're doing it. A secret sauce within a secret sauce within is leaking to the media all of a sudden.
Yeah. And you know
what's
crazy?
What are we doing there?
You know,
it had to be somebody in a conference meeting to leak that out. It had to be somebody in a conference meeting to leak that out, source out. So everything is supposed to stay in house inside that room.
Right. That's what they told us they were going to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, you
and
know
that was
crazy?
Important to us. I'm sorry.
Ever since ever since the Van Gundy said what he said, and all of a sudden stuff started really opening up.
Yeah. The day wasn't open a few games ago.
Yeah, I mean when Van Gundy opened, actually, it was people were giving some heat, but all of a sudden it's like he came in, got more kerosene and added a little extra kindling to the fire. Now it's starting to blow up now. Van Gundy started, but I think and maybe I misinterpret you, Freeze. I don't know if you were saying don't use Van Gundy as a mouthpiece to get certain things out. Do it the backdoor way. I don't know if you were saying it that way. Did you mean it? But did you mean it that way? I just want to make sure I was keeping the content of what you were saying.
That's what he was saying though. But
what I'm getting at is you can't directly go to your boss and say certain stuff. Yeah. Even though they friends, when you work with somebody and they're in charge of everything, you can't just go to them and just say certain stuff unless you're ready to walk. Mm-hmm. That's just like how it is, and I think that's what it is with Leon Rose and with Tom Thibodeau. Tibbs is basically saying, "Hey man, listen, this is what it is, but I can't tell Leon that even though Van Gundy, Leon Rose, all these dudes is good friends. Right now, Leon is the boss, and y'all know how it is when you deal with somebody on their own thing." Let me bring Rob the OG in here.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, OG, what's good?
What's good? At the work site.
Yeah, man. Hey, so the you know how it is, bro. This deal, man, with in my opinion, when I was hearing Van Gundy, I was like, clearly this is a shot at the Knicks organization from Jeff Van Gundy from Tibbs. To me, it felt so false and fake when I was hearing it. And we all have different perspectives, right? But clearly, I think Tom Thibodeau felt like the roster needs to be upgraded, and not in slow motion either. He felt like he don't have nothing to work with. Yeah. And by having his boy be his mouthpiece, sent the message to everybody around the league, and now all of a sudden, the front office is scrambling. And I don't fault Tibbs, and I don't fault Van Gundy, even though I was mad at Van Gundy for doing it for his boy. But who don't stick up for their boy? But I just feel like, there's a lot of different ways that you can handle this. Because even after the press conference, after the game, they asked him about Cam Reddish, He's like, yeah, we was down by 30. We wanted to see what he had, but we got to play harder. He already throwing shots at Cam Reddish.
What a crock! What a crock! What a crock!
The team doesn't have energy. We didn't have energy tonight. We have to play harder.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize that every time he says that in a press conference, he's indicting himself.
Right.
Every time.
Right, because he doesn't
You're right
have
about that. Gargamel does the same thing over and over.
Yep, because he does not have strategic answers, schematic answers to a evolving modern NBA. So the answer is always play harder.
Yeah, you're right. It's play harder, and we didn't have energy. And the other one is consistent. He brings up consistency a lot, but the one thing you can say, he's consistently doing the same thing over and over. It's the definition of insanity.
Yeah.
Which his boy even brought up. You can't keep marching out that same starting lineup with two defensive liabilities and expecting a different outcome. You can't march out a player that, he is a Swiss Army knife, and you take him out of position, put him at the point, and expect him to continue a high volume of performance when he's better coming off the bench in certain roles and situations. You can't do that. But you got to make the right moves in the off season. You got to bring in, you got a point guard just sitting on the bench. Why you need to go after a point guard, a veteran point guard can do some grooming to help him out, at least to attempt. You didn't address the wing situation until you got Cam. You bring in Evan Fournier. There's the moves.
And you still didn't address it because he's not playing.
There you go. Thank you, D. Thank you, D.
So, I was going to say, too, that, as a coach, if it's 3/4 of the season, and I still have to tell my players this on a game-to-game basis, I don't have the team.
Thank you, D. I was about to ask you that from that point.
Because you can literally tell, look, it just means my opinion. There's the locker room split, and he lost. He pretty much lost it. You can see from the body language of the team itself how they go out.
Mm-hmm.
The case in point, and bring this up. Everybody, when have you ever seen the second unit better than the first? Have you ever seen that until late? When the first? Any other time you seen that until now? Everybody,
I've never seen that. No, just on the net.
That's an indictment on itself. When your second string, case in point, how often have you seen a starting lineup get benched for the second to come back and win a game?
Yeah.
But you know what, though? You know what? So I think the starters are being judged unfairly. Yes.
Why?
Because here's why. Here's why. When you put your best 5 players out on the floor at once, and they go into every game consistently outmanned, it's not the starting 5, bro. The coaching staff has a poor game plan from game to game. From game to game. Let me bring Jay Boogie in here right quick. Hold on. Let me bring
the teams and the coaching staff.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting.
That's right.
On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. What? You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting. Right. Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting. What? You can see my vision through the podcasting. Yeah. But don't forget Jay Boogie when I'm broadcasting. What? I'm podcasting, he's podcasting. What? I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sales was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them blowing tears. Close
Jay Boogie.
What's up, Jay Boogie?
AM, good morning, G.
How you doing, Jay? How you feeling?
Man, I'm great. I'm great. I'm great. I'm great.
What's going on, Boogie?
Really good.
Been a minute.
Shout out to the chat and everybody on the panel, man. A bunch of superstars, all-stars, AFC champions, NFC champions up here. Hit them like buttons, man. You already woke. You already got your focus in your cup. You know what I'm saying? Now the blowing tears is in your laptop and on your phone. Do what you got to do. Show some support, y'all.
Boom. There we go. There we go.
Jay
Smash
Boogie,
it
I have a
like
question for you since you just came on, right?
Yes, sir.
Freezy just said that we might be treating the starting unit unfairly. Do you concur with that statement?
Might be treating the starting unit unfair.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we are treating the starting unit unfair, but we're not treating the starting players unfair. Let me say that, because we don't have the right starting unit in there. We can make a bunch of different changes about what's happening, you know what I'm saying, with them guys that's on that floor at the tip of the game. We could do that, but man, it's over, man. I ain't shucking and jiving and making no more excuses. February 6th, I want to see us start making moves as far as dealing with Evan. And if something pop up like part tops for Julius, get him up out of here. That's me. I don't care what you got to do, how you got to do it. But February 6th, that's the next deadline move that I want to see us making, man. Stop playing with these jokers. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with y'all. Stop playing with the cats. Stop playing with the podcast. Stop playing with the fan base. Stop playing with the people that come inside that garden. Stop playing with the money we spending on all this right here. Stop playing with us, period, man. Leon, that's on you, Leon. And when I say Leon, I ain't talking about the one that was smoking, that was going to jump off the roof and lean on me. I'm talking about you, man. The one that's in the office making the button moves, doing what he got to do. It's on you, Leon. Get this thing together, man. Push buttons on people. They don't want to act right. Get them up out of here. Stop playing with them, man. Please. You're playing with us. I'm about to have a heart attack. I'm about to wake my daughter up again.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, so Jay Boogie, the reason why I say that though is shout out to Hard Will too, by the way. But the reason why I say that is this. You can't have a team come out underprepared every game and blame the players, right? Like if you use the last game for an example, right? You knew that the Heat, if you put the ball in a point guard's hands or a guard hands, they're gonna trap you up top. We know that. Everybody know that. They've been doing it since LeBron and D Wade was there. If you bring the ball up with a guard, they're gonna trap the guard to get the ball out of his hands, to try to get the ball into a secondary playmaker's hands and get you to force up a shot late in the shot clock. That's what they do defensively. Whatever. We know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Knicks, we have a offensive system that plays directly into that. They don't even have to, they don't have to set the trap. We go lay down in the trap because that's our offense by design. Let Kemba touch it a couple times at the beginning of the game to let him feel like a point guard, and then mostly go Julius Randle set up the offense. Right?
Okay, go ahead.
Is that not what we do? Is that not what we do? That's not what we do, right? Julius Randle, for the most part, is our primary ball handler in the half court.
Right.
That plays directly into the teeth of the Miami Heat, right? They ain't even got to do nothing special. They ain't doing nothing special, right? And so what happened is that we started off the game in a 13-2 deficit, right? 13-2, right? And we blame the starters for coming out flat. We didn't come out flat.
Because they do every game, huh?
Right. But so whose fault is that? The starters or the coach?
They're veterans. They're supposed
It's both.
strong enough to know how to play the game. So
Freezy.
You can't.
I know where you're getting at.
No,
I know what you're saying, and this is what you're saying. You're saying that the product that was put on the court is just not good enough. And that is an indictment on the front office. Mm-hmm. And that is also the indictment on the coaching staff because he's not getting the best out of the talent that we did get.
Because
that's
he's not
adjusting in so many words.
Yeah, because he's not adjusting to a modern NBA game.
Exactly.
He's not.
He's still behind the times.
Tibbs is being out game planned every game, but going into the game and then having to make an adjustment during the game in order to be competitive.
By other coaches,
or just put the young guys in and they perform. I think it's just the young guys. They run the offense better than the veterans on the team.
No. See, y'all be missing the point, bro. So the second unit comes in and plays against other second units.
But they play with the energy and the effort that the first unit should play with.
Listen, man, I'm about to jump out of damn window.
But freeze. He's right.
Yeah, that's
Y'all saying the most elementary stuff. Y'all saying the most elementary stuff. Our bench is playing against other teams' benches. Other teams' benches is not as good as their starters either.
I saw
our bench could be our starters, though. Our bench could be our starters.
In with the starters.
I saw our bench play up against this last game, play up against Roberson, against Hero, against Adebayo, against
Kev, please don't tell me. Kev, please don't sit here with a straight face and say that our second unit can beat the Miami Heat starting five. Because if you say that shit, I swear I'm gonna jump out this damn window.
What was Miami Heat starting five?
That's not what I'm saying. But
you just said you saw and you named the five. You just named a five. Yeah, you just named them.
But they did a better job than what these guys
Miami's
did.
team is mostly G League players right now.
Would you rather say that the second unit plays better than the first?
Yes.
That's what
by
far. You're trying to say that? By far.
But you can't say that because they don't. Okay, all right.
I can say
I just don't. Freezy, hold on a second. Why is it that they can't? Why is it that they can't say that the second unit has played a better brand of basketball than the first unit this season? Why can't they say that?
Okay, all right. So for one, let's look at what this second unit does. Okay. And what the first unit does. So the first unit comes out, starts the game with the game plan that the coaching staff talked to them about doing walkthrough. Like doing walkthrough that day, the coaching staff says, "Hey, listen, this is what we saw on tape. This is what we're gonna try to do to start this game." Right? Right. And so while they do that, guess what the other coaching staff is doing? The same thing. This is what we see that the Knicks do on tape, and this is what we're going to try to take away at the beginning of the game. Right now, what happens is our first unit comes out with a stale take on what they want to do. Hey, well, what we're going to do is try to get Kemba to make it to the basket. We know he can, and if that don't happen, then what we're going to do is we're going to get Julius Randle. We're going to get Julius to ISO over here on this thing. We know that ain't going to work, right? We already heard it. Our second unit, who we all have faith in, right? We all have faith in our second unit. We all like our second unit, right? We all feel like our second unit is a decent unit. They come in and play against other teams' second units who we feel like is not as good as our second unit. Right? We all feel like our second unit is better because if we didn't, we wouldn't even be having this dumbass conversation right now. Right? So the thing is, our second unit, which is better, comes out and plays better against other teams' second unit because our second unit is better.
Okay.
Right? Nobody's faulting it, but to say or insinuate that our second unit can go up against other NBA teams starting five and have the same success is dumb, right? Because if our second unit was better, Tibbs would be taking guys off that second unit and putting them in the starting lineup.
Okay, Freezy. So let me bring this to you. So now, can you say that because of the lack of fortitude and inconsistency of the starting unit throughout the whole season, because I could go over first quarter and third quarter stats with you all day and show you how inefficient the starting unit is, right? Would you say that the second unit has also played against starters as well because they've had to extend their minutes multiple times this season to make up for the crap that the first unit has done?
Exactly.
Yes.
Good.
So with that said, just let me, because you asked me a couple of things there. Let me address.
Oh, I just asked one thing.
No. You pointed out the first and third quarter, and then you just asked me about the efficiency of the.
No, I brought up the first and third quarter to bring to my question.
Example. Okay. All right.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. So What I'm telling you is that our game plan going into starting games and out of halftime is the reason why the starting five starts off awfully. Right? I think it's a Thibodeau thing and not a talent thing. Nobody's going to tell me that Obi Toppin is a better player than Julius Randle. I'm sorry. Emmanuel Quickly is not a better player than RJ Barrett. I'm sorry. You can't convince me on that. Right? Nobody's going to tell me that Taj Gibson is a better player than Mitchell Robinson. I'm sorry. I'm not buying that. Right? But if you're saying the unit as a whole has an issue, I'm telling you the issue with the starting five is not a talent issue or an effort issue. It's a coaching staff poor game plan issue. The second unit plays freely and at a different pace because the game plan for the second unit is not the same game plan as the first unit, is what I'm getting at.
So that's why Tiz made to get fired.
My question to you, Freezy, is that does the second unit even have a game plan, or do they just go out there and play basketball?
No, they go play freely.
Really, Uncle Freezy?
Yes, because you can't have a second unit game plan once the games has started because both coaches have already started to make adjustments.
Let me tell you what the second unit do when they get on the court and when I see it for my eyes. They go on that court, they bring effort, energy, and they play better defense, and they hustle for the ball. They get loose balls and everything.
CWC, is that a game plan? Is that a game plan?
When you combine all that together, they're giving it all. You can't say that for the starters. They're not doing nothing on the court.
But CWC, you missed the whole point. The point was game. I mentioned the word game plan, and you mentioned stuff that's not game plan. I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. But if you say that I'm wrong for saying that the game plan is whack, and then you mention effort, those are two different things. You have to make your argument for the game plan because you said, Uncle Freezy, are you telling me the second unit don't have a game plan? And then you said that they come out there and give more effort. That's not.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, the starters, they've been in the league for 10 or 8 years. That's no excuse. They should have a game plan already. That's Till's fault if they don't have no game plan. That's the coaching staff if they don't have no game plan.
But that's what I just said. So how do you disagree with me?
But you can't blame it all on the coach and the coaching staff. You have to blame on the players too. Their performance is whack.
How many
Everybody
open shots
sees
is Burks and Fournier missing? They're missing open shots. It's not like they're
and Burks go, yeah.
Well, on that, it's a little bit. I see what Freezy's saying, and this is just from just what I'm saying, regardless to the second unit versus the starters. And Freezy, and Freezy did hit the nail on the head with that one because it is a coaching issue because they didn't game plan properly. However, going back, it is dealing with the players. You have players that don't fit the scheme or the game plan that you put in place. You have two players on the starting lineup that just can't perform to what you need. Now, when you name it off the starting lineup, Randle in his head, and I'm not going on the Randle back. Randle's in the head, got all the issues and all that stuff going. RJ has come along, and Mitch, and even when Randle's having somewhat of a bad game, he's still giving you some rebounds and stuff. The effort and all that other stuff, that's only the old emotional thing. But Kemba can't help, when he's up and down. If Kemba gives you a great game, one game, look for it to taper off. About 2 to 3 games later, then he's going to be out of the lineup. Evan Fournier, we already know if it's not dealing with Boston, he's not going to be there. It's going to be hit and miss. He got to play with a rhythm. The second unit. Now, what I mean by you see them come in because the second unit has been the factor when they had to come dig the starters out of a big hole to get the starters back in. But whatever issues the starters got going on, they can't get it because they don't have the continuity. They all have the same game plan. They have a continuity that's supposed to have a game plan that's supposed to follow, but for some reason, like the second unit follows the game plan better than the starters. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it works.
And the second unit makes better free throws than the first unit.
Well, free throws overall, the whole team misses free throws like crazy, man.
This is why I encourage you guys to look at advanced analytics, right? Because you watch the game, you got to look at the advanced stats too. You got to put these worlds together, okay? And you will see that the bench production and almost every facet of this team is way better than the starters.
Way better. They keep us in the game.
The second unit
on and off team, on and off individual, box BPM, defensive BPM, you name it, it's better.
Yeah, the numbers line up, and like I said, the second unit follows the game plan better than the starters. It's a big disconnect because you got the wrong pieces on the starting lineup. You can see that starting lineup doesn't work well together. It don't.
RJ,
you know, when it comes to the game plan and game plays, it's within the same game. You have game plays that you develop during timeouts, and they're inside your game plan. I don't sit here and watch and listen to us at times where we criticize Tom about certain play calls, you know what I'm saying, during timeouts. He need to draw up something better, all right?
Right.
Then I don't see times when the same play he drew up, for example, Evan Fournier hit a buzzer beater. For another example, RJ hit a buzzer beater. And everybody's like, good play, good game play. No, that's not a good game play. It got executed. You have to execute whatever the game plan is as a player. As a starter, once you receive the information off that bulletin board, it's up to you to go out there on that court and perform. You know you get ready playing a primetime game. You know you get ready to play a marquee matchup. You know the eyes is on you, man. Ain't nobody go to that Miami game in that beginning starting lineup but RJ. He knew he had a big boy matchup going against Jimmy Butler. So when they get out there on that floor, that's on them starters, man. It's up to them to get their energy and their effort and their levels up to want to play. After I give you the game plan on the bulletin board, I done done my job. It's up to you. Now, where it becomes the office fault again is when they don't follow the game plan. You need to make the proper adjustments and stop waiting so late when we get down so far. But, man, I know back in the days when Magic knew he had to play against Mike, or Mike knew he had to play against Larry, or Marcus Johnson knew he had to play against Dr. J and all that, them guys was up and ready. So you mean to tell me these guys can't get up and ready and be prepared for primetime games on national TV, not MSG, national worldwide TV, because everybody ain't got MSG. That's on y'all players, man. That's on y'all for not wanting to get up. That's what on y'all not wanting to suit up. And if you don't want to play amongst primetime games, you don't even need to be out there in that starting five when they throw the tip off, man. Point blank.
Point blank. That's the truth. Amen.
Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, our second unit plays harder and smarter, which is why they are considered better.
Yeah.
Effort matters, heart matters. They just play better. Man, I just can't, man, listen. Just to say that certain players play harder than others, man. To me,
it's crazy to think, man. It's
like for instance, I don't think Emmanuel Quickly plays harder than RJ Barrett.
RJ Barrett only come in the second unit.
No. What I just read was a second unit plays harder than a first unit.
They do.
And the first thing you thought of was RJ Barrett.
Right, because RJ Barrett is a starter. Emmanuel Quickly is second unit player.
Absolutely.
But you know we're talking about Evan Fournier, Kemba Walker, Alec Burke. You know we're talking about those vets. And you bring up RJ Barrett.
And throw Julius in there. Throw Julius in there.
Can't. It's certain players. Right, you know what? It's certain players on the starting lineup that don't play as hard.
Yeah, I got you.
You know, you can't.
No, Mitchell Robinson, he plays hard too. I'm
just saying.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying we generalizing the hell out of something that shouldn't be generalized.
You know what it is, Freezy? Go ahead, fellas. You just can't throw it. You know, we putting a big broad blanket over it because it's easier to put it that way instead of breaking it down into what you mean. Name is specifically who plays harder than who, because the whole second unit was in the whole second unit, and I'm guilty of it too. The way I phrased it, and I had to break it down. You know, I'll point out
Kimba and Fournier don't fit well in that starting lineup. That throws off the chemistry.
I agree.
They don't play, they throw off the chemistry.
Especially
Randle has
together.
together. Oh God, yeah, together. Defensively, they're a liability. Randle, whatever's going on with him is Randle. He's been on, but you can't say that Mitch doesn't try to play hard and RG doesn't play hard. But that's just two in the starting lineup as a whole that you look at are always out there playing and competing. Because there's a lot in it. Even Randle, really down hard, 10 toes down Randle fans have to admit that he hasn't played up to speed like he did last season. The whole effort. We've seen him take plays off here and there. People take off here, and I get it, but not all the time. But it's so glaring and blatant with Randle, especially with everything else that follows. Yeah. Then you insert the second unit, and they running all over the place.
Exactly.
They're trying to get up in there. So that's where you want, if you want to get down and start breaking down even more, just to kind of not put it down as a big broad spectrum. Because even Taj 36 years old, he has no business being out there 20 plus minutes a game.
But that's a coaching thing.
Seriously, he shouldn't be out there.
That's
but he gives you what he has left in the tank. But again, when it comes to the coaching and the game plan, not everybody in the front starting lineup is executing it to what's supposed to be done. You see it more effectively with the second unit. Does that make more sense to put it down or break it down a little bit more like that?
Exactly. I understand it. And Soulfinger, you mentioned Kimba and Fournier. That's your starting backcourt. Backcourt.
Yeah. You know, and I'm not saying that it just they don't fit this team on where they were supposed to go. They don't. Let's just call it like it is. They don't fit the team, and that's where we go back around to the front office because you didn't bring in the right pieces to play. You brought in people that could play the position, but the people that play the position don't fit the needs of the team. Yes, Evan Fournier can shoot, but does his defense ability fit in to the team? Is it better than what you had in Reggie Bullock being at small forward? Because you know, if you let Reggie Bullock there as a catch and shoot, he could hit it if he could set his feet there. But you know, Reggie Bullock was going to give you defense. Elfrid Payton wasn't the greatest on offense, but you know what? Elfrid Payton gave you defense. But then his attitude and everything, because Randle is being like Elfrid Payton. So now I'm going away because I don't want to talk about Randle. Just little the head things that are going on. So I don't want to go back to Randle. We talk about Randle, what he's not doing, and this and that, get him up out of here. What else? Excuse me. We've been down that track all around. Freezy was talking about the front office and what needs to be done in the whole thing of the loose lips sink ships type situation and all that. And then we're going around on that.
Sink ships. Thank you, Soulfinger. That was what I was getting at. And as Knicks fans, what we constantly do as Knicks fans, we see an obvious shortcoming, deny that it is a shortcoming, and pick out a scapegoat to blame for everything. That's what we do as Knicks fans. Even last year, our obvious shortcoming was Tom Thibodeau could not make offensive adjustments in close games. He could not. Right?
Yeah.
So our scapegoat for last year, since Tom Thibodeau couldn't make offensive adjustments, we blame Julius Randle and Elfrid Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Instead of taking the ball out of Julius Randle's hands and running a high school based motion offense where everybody can get to touch the ball and everybody would feel involved in the offense. So that guys can knock down basic fundamental shots. Mm-hmm. Tibbs, ISO with Randle when we need it. You heard Tibbs call it from the sideline. ISO with Randle. And when Randle couldn't get a shot, then we blame Randle. And anybody in here that has scouted basketball, that knows a little basketball, knows in order for you to go from one level of basketball to the next, you have to meet a certain baseline of dribble, pass, and shoot. Regardless what your expertise is, you had to meet a certain baseline of dribble, pass, and shoot.
Mm-hmm.
And so we didn't take advantage of any of that last year. So what we did was picked out a scapegoat and blamed them. Last year, a lot of it was Elfrid Payton can't shoot. But didn't even recognize that the Knicks were second in the NBA in 3-point makes 3-point field goal percentage. The Knicks almost shot 40% from three last year.
Can I retort that a little bit? You talk about Alfred Payton. It wasn't his ability or anything like that. What was getting us, and Jay Boogie has always pointed it out, it's his attitude. It's his attitude that soured on many of us.
Thank you for making my point, Cat. You just made my point.
Yeah, you did.
My point was if we can't. Well, my point was we know the offense sucked, so then we pick out a scapegoat, and the first thing you did was said that it wasn't Alfred Payton's, it was Alfred Payton's.
Oh, so he wasn't the problem then. Okay, so he wasn't the problem. Okay, all right.
I want to backtrack.
Okay.
I want to backtrack a bit to the bench starting unit discussion, right? Because I think we're still there. And before we go too far, I do want to just bring this out real quick. So I'm going to go over individual on and off, and then I'm going to go over team. Okay, so you could go to Basketball Reference and Cleaning the Glass to find out the stuff yourself. Emmanuel Quickly, when he's on the basketball court, the team is a plus 8.5 in offensive rating. When he's off the court, I'm sorry, when the defense's offensive rating when he's on the court is a minus 10. Mm-hmm. When Obi Toppin is on the court, he's a plus 8. When the defense has when they're playing defense and the offense has the ball against Obi Toppin, it's a minus 10, which means they're playing defense. If you go to Julius Randle, for example, he is a minus 7.9 offensive rating on the court. And on defense, the defense scores plus 7.7 more.
Wait, say that again, D. Just repeat that the offensively minus what?
Oh, when he offensively when he's on the court, it's minus 7.9. So when he's on the court, it's 107.5, and when he's off court, it's 115.4. So now defensively, the team scores plus 7.7 more when Julius Randle is on the court playing defense. RJ Barrett is negative 5.4 offensive rating when on the court. And the defense is and the offense is a plus 8.5 when he's defending. So I just wanted to bring up those two players just to show you that I understand that in the scheme of things, they might have better skill sets than them and stuff like that. But the numbers do show, and I'll go to Cleaning the Glass too to make an even bigger point. But it shows that the guys do deserve more time.
Oh, okay. All right. So before we move on from there, let's clarify something.
That's
right. You mentioned two bench players, right? You mentioned Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly.
Correct.
And you mentioned their numbers on the court. Did you mention who they are on the court against? Because that's do those.
Of course, you have to put that to consider, and you got to put in minutes and the whole thing. Right, but you also have to keep in mind too, like you did agree earlier, that the bench has played against a lot of first unit teams this year because of the lack of consistency with the starting unit.
Right.
So you got to throw that in there.
So because what I want to do is clarify here. So Julius Randle often does not play against second units. Julius Randle plays against starters. RJ Barrett plays against other team starters.
I don't disagree with that. Julius Randle plays 36 minutes a night, so he plays against second units.
Right, and listen. So the reason why I pointed this out is because I don't agree that Julius Randle should be playing as many minutes. I think Julius Randle should be at around 28 minutes. But with that said, you can't discount the fact that teams game plan for Julius Randle and RJ Barrett. They do not game plan for Emmanuel Quickly and Obi Toppin.
Of course, I completely agree with that.
Right. So the numbers, and listen, I agree with the premise that you're making, and I'm glad that you pointed these numbers out. But what I don't want it to have it look like is the glass is half full on some and half empty on others. When if Emmanuel Quickly was the number one option, those numbers would not look the same.
But what I said, but you notice what I said was that they deserve more minutes.
Right.
I didn't say they were taking starting jobs. That's not what I said. I said they should be getting more minutes.
Well, I disagree with the minutes. I would say that I think they deserve bigger roles, right? And if
which would be more minutes.
No. Because just because you're on the basketball court don't mean you to focus. What I'm saying is okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. When Julius Randle is on the floor for those 36 or so minutes, Julius Randle is the sole focus of the other team's defense, right? If Julius Randle was playing 38 minutes and RJ Barrett was the sole focus, then the load that he carried would be different.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm getting at.
I see what you're saying, but you have to understand, like, I could draw up a person like Tyrese Halliburton, right? That doesn't have a very good team around him, right? And does have the ball in his hand, and his numbers look nothing like this.
Right.
So I'm saying that that's why I always say it's a collective. It's front office, it's coaching staff, it's players, it's the whole thing. And that's why we suggested this stuff months ago, saying that it should just blow up. Because we could already see the parts are not working. I thought even last year there were problems, but the reason why that all got overshadowed was because of our miracle season. But we saw the same things that we see this year. Right. We saw the clicks within the crew. We saw that the vets were with the vets and the youngs were with the youngs, and certain guys were getting shadowed out of the offense. We saw all that stuff already. We had questions sometimes to rotational moves and his minute distribution. We did that last season.
Right. There's a track record of this already.
But what covered all up was the miracle season, was the 16-4 run to end the season. You see, and then these issues became glaring again in the playoffs.
Right.
But we were so enchanted by what had happened that we were like, well, okay, and which was true. All they had to do was just make certain plugs in order to make the team better.
Right.
And they didn't do it. But my point is that these issues still existed. So here's another example, right? I'll give you, and this is alarming. Julius Randle, on and off team stats, he has a differential of negative 17.6, which is the third lowest in his position in the league. Okay? And his expected win is a negative 40, meaning that when he's on the court, they win 28 games. So, and I could bring up other points. I don't want to kill too much time with this. My point that I wanted to bring up was just that I think it's absolutely essential that we move in a different direction. So we can grind about the bench and the starters all day. The whole thing is that the foundation is wrong. It's not how you build a sustainable, successful organization for years to come and competing at a high level for the next 5 or 7 years. It's not how you do it. So you got to go back, you got to blow it up again, and you got to just start over back at the drawing board until you get your stuff right.
All right. Paris Duggar says, keep it a buck, quickly plays D harder than RJ. Hey, Paris Duggar, listen.
Yeah, he do. I saw RJ play defense, and I saw a dude went right by him with ease. I saw Butler cross RJ with ease. Had RJ going the other way.
Who did? Hey, CWC, is Jimmy Butler a Hall of Famer?
Yeah. I mean, let's keep that up. Let's keep that up.
Because this is the same thing that people say about John Starks' defense during the years. People say, man, every big game, Michael Jordan and Reggie Miller used to bust up John Starks, right?
What are we talking about, Jordan and Starks?
But you're talking about Michael Jordan and Reggie Miller, who are generational type players.
I watched the game with my eyes, and I saw on the court that
CWC. What else did you watch the game? You gonna watch the game? Somebody else
overrated.
Yeah, CWC. Usually, I agree with you a lot. I can't agree with you on this one. I think
he's overrated on defense.
I'm with Freezy and Cornerstone on that one. IQ plays hard defense. He gets on them, but you got to look at who's RJ. Not RJ is playing small forward, and he's been on the better lot of times the better player on the team.
Like excuses for me.
You can't compare the two.
Yeah, and he made it his business.
IQ ain't guarding Jimmy Butler, bro.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna make a comparison, you go small forward to small forward, even though RJ's a 2 guard playing small forward.
Yeah.
Right. So and 9 times out of 10, how many times would RJ on the court with Fournier that he's trying to cover 2 places along with Nick trying to cover 2 places?
Right.
That's not a really good comparison. Now IQ plays good defense.
If you can play defense, you can play defense. I play defense.
I disagree with that one, bro. I feel you on that, but I disagree with you on that.
Hold on. I'm 6'1", and I play defense on a 7-footer guy, a bigger guy.
I'm 6'1", and I play defense on the catch.
Yeah, but the CWC, you talk about the rec. You're talking about like a men's league. We talk about the NBA, my brother.
Right. And then
you go against Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler will eat you for breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert, appetizer. Who do all that?
And talk trash.
And guess what? I would eat them back too. I would eat them back too.
I'm sure your spirit is telling you, brother. I get it, bro.
Okay. So, but the thing too that you don't mention is when Quickie is on the floor. A lot of times he's on the floor with Quentin Grimes, right? and so to say that Emmanuel Quickley would take on the toughest defensive assignment with Grimes on the floor is not being honest and true to basketball. And Paris, like I said, and Starks used to bust them back. RJ cover up. Now, I don't know, man. I'm not Grace.
Here's the thing with RJ. He made it his business before the season began that he was going to try to be a better defensive player. And stick, the main person that on everybody's team. And for the most part, I think he's done an admirable job. Not against Jimmy Butler, of course, but this is Jimmy Butler we're talking about.
Yeah, he did an all right job on defense, but he's overrated now. Come on now.
But
he ain't that good with everybody.
He's not overrated though, because we just downgraded him.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is not me. This is not me being an RJ stan or fan or whatever. I'm just saying, like you see, look at it, the game, whatever. Looking at how it goes. Right. I'm seeing now. Let's look at Toronto, the New Orleans game. Wasn't IQ in front of did he have to D up little what's his name?
Alvarado.
Alvarado?
Yeah, Alvarado. Yeah.
You know, Alvarado was cooking everybody. So that's not a good comparison. Everybody gets cooked. That's the thing. But everybody gets cooked. Okay, well that's the same thing. But you can't come out and say because of the positions.
I just see what I see when I watch the TV. When I watch the basketball game, I see what I see on the court. He getting cut with back doors every game. He gets cut with back doors. I like, come on, man. Learn from your mistakes. If a guy behind you getting cut, come on, man. You gotta be smart. See, with this team, they don't have no basketball IQ. They got no basketball IQ on this team, and that's the problem. And they're not athletic either, and that's the problem too. They slow-footed. Like, nobody got speed on their foot. They slow-footed. That's why we be getting beat by Orlando Magic, because they athlete. They athletic. That's why we be getting beat by Toronto, because they athletic.
Well, we already know that the team has no. Other teams are highly more athletic.
If my starting lineup is athletic, no. That's why we be getting beat a lot of times. Come on, man. I know the game.
We're not questioning that you don't know the game, but what we're saying is
I'm saying you're not giving Jimmy Butler the business.
Exactly.
Come on, man. Come on. Everybody watched the game. A lot of times I saw RJ play defense. I'm like, are you serious, man? The dude was dribbling in slow motion. RJ went the other way.
CWC, who plays better defense? Who plays better defense? RJ or Randle? Who plays better defense?
That's not a hard question to answer, bro.
No. Randle can play defense if he wants to. That's the problem. Sometimes he takes nights off. Sometimes he takes nights off on defense.
Later, y'all.
Sometimes he takes nights off on defense.
Later, y'all. Later.
Don't go on you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, y'all have to
So
watch the
where are
game,
we
man. Y'all
now?
have to watch the game.
What's the
I don't.
topic of
I
discussion?
I don't know, bro. I kept trying to keep it at the front office having a leak, and
Yeah.
and the next thing you know is CWC dunking on Jimmy Butler. I don't.
Did you just call Cornerstone Kev Jimmy Butler? Because he just said, see, Cornerstone, I dunk on you. So did you call Cornerstone Kev Jimmy Butler?
No, here comes Jimmy Butler right now.
Did you miss me?
Hey man, I want to say real quick because I'm getting ready to get up out of here. But when y'all get to talking about numbers and statistics and all that, you know what I'm saying? I pay close attention because I'm not a number guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hard nosed motivator, a play hard type guy. But I do know this for a fact. Any day of the week, I would take hard work and little talent over a lot of talent and no heart. Any day, anytime we play. That's because if you look at, you can't tell me Golden State Warriors didn't have more talent than Cleveland when Cleveland was down 3-1. That was all heart. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell me that Milwaukee ain't have more heart than Phoenix. That was all heart. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the bench is showing amongst our players that starting. They showing more heart than what they got. And I know plenty of times before we used to talk about, I don't want to just win this year. I want to be able to win 3 and 4 and 5 years and have consecutive runs at it. The only way we're going to get those consecutive runs if we go along with our young youth. So we prep them up and get them right for like 2023 when some of these guys like Jimmy Butler and all them type guys is getting old and they can't keep up no more. And you know and understand how they play and your mental part of your game gets better. Like Mitch, like Obi Toppin, like Cam Reddish, because he's young, like RJ Barrett, and so on with our other players, like and like Quickly and like my man, what's his name? The license guy, John Starr, all them guys,
Grimes,
McBride, and all them guys later in 2 years, they're gonna be something. But you gotta stop playing for the moment right now and let them young guys go ahead and put out them ingredients, and then you can cook. You can't cook before ingredients.
Hey, let me
y'all made me want to get on the basketball court. Y'all made.
Hey, that's the flyest intro I don't see. I wanted to say that. I was getting ready to plug off, but I had to see the rest of that. Hey, Sam, well, he gave you something, boy. You gave you something.
Hey, I appreciate it. Salute, appreciate everybody in here. Thank y'all for having me today.
Yeah.
Only thing you missing is a role play in the golf hall.
Yeah. Hey guys. Huh?
So you live in ATL?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, we have to change that intro, Uncle Freezy. Yeah, say ATL.
I can claim it though. I can claim it.
Hey guys, I gotta get off. I just want you to know.
Well, go.
Y'all and
peace.
Wow. CWC. I was just about to say I love you, man, but you gonna try and roll with me like that. All right, cool.
Tell him to do them basketball moves again.
No,
look at these basketball moves. He was the white chick from Scary Movie 2 when they had the basketball seat in the middle. That's what he was like.
Hey guys, I hear you. Hey, guys, try to enjoy the game tonight, and I'll have a great weekend. Okay. Take care.
Okay. Hey, CWC, they said.
boy, y'all better be on your best behavior.
He
Y'all
came
better
in
be on
muted.
your
He
best
came in
behavior
muted too.
now.
He came in hot muted.
Hey, we can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, he came in muted. Good and muted, Gr.
Yeah, man.
He
Hey,
looked like he came with
so
some fire too. That stuff.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let me.
Hey, but you already know. 1 second, Gr. Before you go, you already know what I have to say as far as Mr. Lord of the Rings Gremlin. Get him out of here.
Hey, Sam, I feel you. You call him Lord of the Rings, Gremlin. I call him Gargamel.
Hey,
Oh,
Soulfinger,
wow.
or Mr. Penguin out of Batman, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Oswald
Give him some
Cobblepot.
penguin vibe. Yeah, you get a little of that Cobblepot action.
Can y'all hear me now?
It's frustrating because it's frustrating because you're seeing that the locker room is done. It's fractured from especially looking from last year to this year, and a lot of things could have been made. A lot of things could have gone. They could have handled things differently, especially with the front office. And the more I thought about what you brought up, Freezy, about the topic and everything. It's starting to get to be concerning because this is starting to look like regimes of old with all the leaks and stuff to the media.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Hold on, before y'all get too serious, I just came to joke.
Oh, he's in and out. Oh.
Yeah, you
You in
gone
and out
now.
though,
Just
G.I.
like that, you gone.
All right, never mind. It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be. I came up here to virtually play CWC 1-on-1. I wanted to show him I had.
Oh,
What?
was that the stanky
Oh, he was
leg?
posting them up. Is that what that was?
He
I
said
thought
he
it
posted
was like a new
up
dance.
CWC.
Oh, man.
Oh, the stanky leg to me.
Oh man. Okay. Wow. I'm gonna pull CWC off real quick.
Hey, Soulfinger, what was you getting at though?
No, just saying with the whole, how we starting to get all these rumors coming out of the
CWC, if
front
you
office.
clean it, if you doing a cleaning thing, bro, I'm gonna just pull you off while you do that. I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, well, the front office with the, like I said, loose lip sync shifts, and now we're starting to get all this stuff coming out. Because before we couldn't hear nothing from the front office. Front office was so quiet you could hear a mouse taking a leak on cotton.
Yeah.
You can hear nothing. Now all of a sudden it's just like boom, stuff just flew out. And it's kind of like low key, like what Freezy was adding on to, what we put out there. You using your man to get information out. I.e. Van Gundy, how he kind of put some stuff out there. Even though he took shot, he doesn't say what he said about him, but other things as well.
Right.
Now all of a sudden the front office things are not as we say pimp tight as you would think they are. Just a little bit of feeling, and just for me personally, just me, my feeling. It gives me feelings of front office of old. You know what I mean? The stuff that's coming out and everything. It's low key around that area. So if you consider it, just a pattern, you see things after you've been dealing with something that's been so bad for so long, you start to see little telltale signs of it coming back. That's all.
Right. Ron, how you doing, man?
I'm good, y'all. How's everybody? CWC, Rob, Danny, Landis, Soulfinger, D is balling, Sam, and Uncle Freezy for
What's up, Ron?
Salute, Ron.
It's good.
Yeah,
Hey, before you rip the front office, bro, I just wanted to tell you that I just wanted to tell everybody we had a conversation. I think it was Ron, AD, D Poetic, and myself. We had a conversation on vibes and stuff. Maybe last week or the week before last.
Right.
Yeah.
And bro, if you want to hear people get in a bag about certain topics, bro, listen, it was right at the time that I had got sick. Like when I got the joint. I could feel it coming on during the show, as a matter of fact. But that's neither here nor there. But what I want to say is if y'all legit like to talk about enlightening topics and humor and people legit getting in their bag about stuff that they know, and I'm talking about stuff they know, right? I'm not talking about just
we ain't hypothesizing up in here.
Yeah. Bro, the conversations get so deep so fast. It's like the time like with here, when we talk about the Knicks, I love the Knicks. But to hear these people get into life stuff, bro, listen. Vibes and stuff, what I would advise is this, right? Subscribe to the channel. And when we get the opportunity to go live on Vibes and stuff about whatever the conversation is, whether it's belief systems, R&B music, whatever it is, whatever old school stuff, whatever it is, bro, the conversation gets so deep and so dope that I find myself like just sitting there listening for like 40 straight minutes, just listening to cats. Like legit, if you want to hear a cat like Rob the OG get in his bag about a certain topic, right? Just whatever it is. Maybe it's just adulthood or something. Maybe it's about relationships or whatever it is. Just to get his perspective on some stuff, it is so dope just to sit back and listen to. Like I heard, so Ron from Still Knicks Fans was talking about this thing, and I was like enamored. I mean, some of the stuff we talk about, bro, it'll take your breath away to listen to somebody else's perspective about some of the same things that you went through, just to hear it from somebody else's perspective, bro. It is so dope. But I said that to say this, Ron, man, I really enjoyed them conversations we had, bro. I had no idea that you, Anthony D, D Poetic, everybody can get in a bag about certain stuff, man. And what I'm telling everybody is if you want to hear like joints like that, yo, do yourself a service and tune into them talks, man, to hear these brothers get into real life stuff. But anyway, I said that to say this. Welcome, Ron. How you doing this morning?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. First off, I just want to say that that the vibes and stuff is real chill, man. I really like it, and we had a real good time. And I think Sergeant G-Man was up in there too. Yeah, we had a real good time.
Man.
I've been chomping at the bit all week. You guys don't know, chomping at the bit. I've been so busy at work, and so busy to the point that we couldn't even do the NBA report for nothing but Knicks this week because I had to do it. It was a meeting late last night.
Right.
Bottom line is I haven't been able to talk about anything. So
Ron, we lost you, bud.
His mic got hot. He was heating up and the mic went out.
He done melted another microphone. God dog it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Hey,
I was interested to hear everything he wanted to get off his chest.
Me too.
For real.
Me too. Because the last time we talked, it was like the vibes and stuff thing. My man had got into his bag. And
hey,
so
Freezy, when are you doing the vibes and stuff? Because I so I can try to catch it.
So what I'm trying to do is do it like on. Hey, there we go. There we go.
For whatever reason, I don't know, something happened. I think I got to do a new update to my computer or whatever. For whatever reason, my headphones don't work anymore on this joint. All right, so it is what it is, guys. Bottom line is, yeah, I've been waiting all week to talk. There's been so much going on with these Knicks, and I've been listening, man. Y'all been having some great takes. I don't even know, like it's happened so quick, man, and all this news is coming out, whether it's all true or not. They definitely putting it out there to get it spicy. I'd say that from everything I've heard, I think the consensus is the Knicks got to make a change, right? We know that. There's just no way that we can continue with this because, one, even if the Knicks aren't going anywhere for the rest of the season, it's bad chemistry, and you're not allowing yourself to see what you got as a team because these young guys are going to be stifled, not getting minutes. And I like what I've been hearing because one of the biggest things that I think is starting to come to fruition, which is something I said early in the season. I know it was premature, but now it's true. It's not about playing the young guys. It's about playing the best players, and your young guys are playing better than your starters. So, I mean, it's evident. So I think that, for one, And I apologize if you guys went into all of this today early. I know I'm getting on a little late, but
No, I want to hear you. I want to hear what you're thinking.
No, go
I,
ahead.
I
On,
just I think
go
that
ahead, talk, doctor.
I think that the whole thing with Tibbs is definitely out of touch right now.
Yeah.
Do I want Tibbs here? Yes and no, because I think that Tibbs turned this culture around, and I think he gives us something that the players can respect. Which that's another thing that is really tough when you bring in a new coach, no matter who it is. That coach has to earn these players respect, or he has to be a big name that he's got that cachet. It's not always easy to grab those type of coaches. So, for example, I like Kenny Atkinson, but Kenny Atkinson just can't come in and everybody's going to be like, oh, we listening to Kenny Atkinson. He's going to have to go out there and show and prove to these guys, and give that whole that coaching foray that these guys do. So with that being said, I think I would still love to rock with Tibbs, obviously for the rest of the season, because they're not changing anything. But the players, something's definitely got to change.
Yeah.
I think Randle's got to go. I thought that my whole thing about the Knicks is I feel like they're a victim of their personnel, and a lot of guys that you're seeing poor performances from are not doing well because we don't have a true point guard here to help do things to facilitate for them. And we also don't have that true 3-and-D wing guy. Now, Cam Reddish could be that guy. I don't know, but we don't see him on the court. So we don't see him on the court. How can Julius Randle benefit from him being out there? Like, this is the type of stuff that's where Tibbs comes in, and it doesn't make sense. So I think, even though I'm sorry for the background noise, there's stuff going on. Even though there's a sentiment about not bringing in a guy like Westbrook, I would say that I don't want Westbrook, but I understand when Chuck brought it up. It made sense because you can get rid of 3 or 4 players to free up space so that other guys can get burned. Right. And you don't have to keep them after this year. Like, that was the whole point for me. I don't think the Knicks going anywhere with Westbrook, and I don't really want him on the team. But if it allows your team to get time for these young guys, and they can start developing a little faster and get that on-court experience, you got to think about stuff like that. And the whole thing, like, ever since Chuck brought that up, now we've heard all the Randle news. Like, now Randle's on the market, but I think it's been mentioned a couple times. There's only one team that we know of that's interested, and the fact that Randle is showing. See, the problem with Randle is not this; he's not playing well. He's not looking like a team player, and that hurts. That hurts his value more than anything else. I just think that the Knicks need to sit down as an organization, admin and coach, and say, look, what are we going to do here with this team? And if we do this, Tibbs, are you comfortable with playing these young guys and understanding that we're not going anywhere for the next 2 years? Because that to me, I just think that's when it becomes a real bad mix. We're not happy with what Tibbs is doing, but Tibbs is in the middle of stuff. He's like, I want to play these guys, but I want to win. And I think these guys ain't ready to win, so I'm playing my vets. Or he has his own ulterior motives. We don't know. I just think that at this point, all that stuff is out the window, man. The product looks bad. I don't care what the thought is. If we in between, we think we can make it, we can steal some wins and get back into the playoffs. It ain't happening. Not the way this team is orchestrated. So yeah, I know that's long-winded, guys, but like I said, I'll wait a minute to get that off.
No, that was good. That was good.
You know what, Ron? We talked about this on your show on Saturday, and we talked about that. It's very hard to move forward if you don't have the pieces arranged as far as your foundational piece. Like, if you don't have that, it's very hard to get a target as to where you're going to go. And if you do have a target, most likely 9 out of 10 times it's not going to go very far. So my question to you is that, because you mentioned about keeping Tibbs for the rest of the season, my question to you is that, if you have children, right, Ron?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, if Tibbs was in charge of your daycare center, would you bring your kid to that daycare center?
Probably not.
So there you go. So now if I'm moving forward and I see these type of pieces that I want, and I know and I need these guys, and I do have to start with my youth. I either have to draft them, I have to acquire them, or I have to develop them. is that the right guy? Is that the right sun in the solar system in order to move the planets the way they're supposed to go? I would say no.
Right.
Mm.
Right. And you know, the other thing is now this is when the Knicks have had a bad streak of kind of not second guessing themselves, but putting them in a situation where their first plan is not being orchestrated, where they target free agents or they think certain guys are coming in here and then they find out these guys are not coming in here, so they got to scramble to do something else, a la Evan Fournier. And so then the problem becomes, if you trade Julius Randle for most likely a younger talent, because I don't know who else it's going to be, then you put yourself in a situation where Tibbs doesn't look like the right coach. Now you've created a bigger problem. But sometimes you got to do that, because if this team is not moving in the right direction, now you're having a little bit of infighting amongst the ranks. Some of the players may be feeling a certain way, but I will say one thing about these Knicks. They're pretty professional for the most part. They keep things, close. We haven't heard the infighting. The only person who I think might be a little loose and might slip is Fournier, because Fournier don't care. So the fact that there's issues going on, and we can see it in the Ian Begley stuff coming out, says that maybe some of the guys weren't too happy with how things are going on with Julius, his favoritism, the treatment he's getting, and even though he's not producing. And he doesn't seem like I don't know what's going on with this dude. I don't know why he can't at least be there for his team. How can you not at least be in the huddle? How can you not at least be championing the rest of your teammates when they're doing stuff good? I don't understand that. So to me,
or just show it to a press conference and take the heat.
Right. That's the reason why I would get rid of him. It's because of that. It's not even about how poor he's playing. It's about being there for your team.
Right. Okay.
Good take, man.
And so in a okay,
that's a lot. That was a lot to unpack, Freezy.
I was about to say he said everything I wanted to say. I don't even know how to.
Ron came in all smooth and just put it out there, and that was a good point. Because even with the Westbrook thing, I'm like this. I was real closed-minded with the Westbrook thing until Ron explained. Because I heard other people talk about it, but when you explain it like that, gave an option because of the money, then I'm kind of like, okay, I can lean to that. But I don't want Westbrook, not at all. I'm not saying that he could help, but the way you clarified things, that was a lot that you put out on that again, like I said, Ron, and now you got me rethinking on some stuff. But overall, I'm a little antsy with the front office because there's these leaks.
Right.
Supposedly, I'm a little antsy right now. I admit it. I was like, I was all in for the front office. Still am to on a lot of things, but when it comes to free agency, that's been my burn. I've been saying it a lot. We've been missing the mark. And then the only trade we made, we made two trades: the Derrick Rose trade, which was big, and then you got Cam Reddish, which was big. We could have done that. I mean, granted, you look at it, could have done it last season. He did it this season, got a little cheaper, but who's to say he couldn't do it the last time? It's just we didn't make moves to improve. We made moves to regress. There's no chemistry, no camaraderie with the squad, man. It's not it does feel almost like we back where we began before this front office. We're in like a limbo in a real weird place.
And right. So, Finger, like when you see all that, right? What does that tell you? The state of the team, like, does that tell you that the coaching staff has the ear and the heart of the team? Does that tell you that the team believes in the vision of the front office? Does it tell you these things when you see those things?
To me, from what I'm seeing, just personally, what I'm seeing, my from what I see. It's on everybody. It looks like they're still doing their own thing. You got two different camps. They say, we're doing this, we're doing that. But then if you look at the bodies that were brought in, vice how things are coached, it don't mix, it don't match. That's like me putting 24-inch rims on a Pinto.
it don't go.
Wait a minute. Soulfinger, that don't go? Soulfinger, come on, bro. You telling me I done had 24s on this Pinto and people looking at me funny? I thought it was because I was dope. You telling me they was laughing at me, bro?
Yeah, like hey, if you still got an 8-track going in there trying to bump some Nas, it ain't happening.
Oh my! You telling me lime green ain't the color no more, bro? That's what you telling me?
that baby doo-doo green ain't the color, bro.
Oh,
the doo-doo
you
brown
call
ain't
it
the color.
doo-doo green. Oh, Lord. Okay, all right, I got you.
Soulfinger, I just
up,
wanted
man?
to ask you, like, when you said you weren't happy with what's going on with the leaks, what do you mean by that specifically? Like that they're coming out or what?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're coming out now because before, and it's just going with what Freezy had brought up. Because the more he talked about it, I started thinking about it even more. You remember before, we never heard a peep out of the front office about anybody that could possibly get moved or whatever else. We didn't know. And if that's going to be the fact of the matter, that's the way you're going to operate that way.
Right.
But now, within a matter of 24 hours, now stuff is coming out. So it's like, we getting leaks and all like that. Now you got one thing on the fan base. You got one thing on the fan base that's saying that, hey, they want to know. Then you got others is like, okay, a lot of the fan base want to know. But then you've been operating this way. Can you switch up? Yeah. But I would much rather like to see it come from a credible source than just instead of little leaks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm not falling into that.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like, if it is with all this, and I know it's the media, they're going to try to hype up a lot of stuff and all like that. Is just that right now, considering the atmosphere, what we see, what's going on with the team itself, it gets me a little antsy because it's not a good look because you're seeing things from the past. And you look back in the past, we had similar situations like this that could come up.
Go
Hey,
ahead,
look,
Rob.
I say something right quick. Yo,
Go ahead, Rob.
brother. Hey, peace to the chat, peace to the panel. Hey, look, check this out. That was meant to come out. You put a performance up like that on national TV, your own homeboy ripping you. Jeff Van Gundy was killing Tibbs. So as far as Randle is concerned, that meant to happen. Nobody had this same energy when it got out about Cam Reddish because everybody wanted him. The front office would get out what they want. And in this situation, it was just deserved. It was just deserved. And as far as like blowing up something, no need to. It's like what I said all along. This was not in Leon Rose's mind. This starting lineup. It was all about what was behind him. I said that in game 15. That's what I had a lot of arguments about down here. Now, yes, the plan is expeditious, is coming quicker than what I thought. But it was always about them 9 young guys. It was never about them. Now, is it division in the locker room? Yeah. Fournier probably, Burks, everybody, they roll with Randle. And this is what you get for rolling with Randle. The young boys stuck to their guns. They played ball. They outscored the starting unit. They scored 51 of those points on a nationally televised game. That told the whole world you couldn't hold this as a secret anymore. You couldn't hold this as a secret. Now the plan is like it's just going to happen quicker. Them vets are gone, and everybody should be happy. Because this is what y'all all wanted. Y'all wanted Reddish to get run. You wanted to see the young guys. This is how the transition was going to happen. And I called it a long time ago. It never was about them. It was always about, Rose's plan was about the young guys. Tibb was trying to force the hand to make the older vets play better. They couldn't play better. Now it's time to move on. Everybody, this should be a happy day in Knicks history right now. All of these bums. They and then you didn't have to blow up the whole thing because you already had them standing by. When have we ever seen that with a Knicks organization? The next plan is standing by because it was always the plan. That's why I always recognized the direction that they were going. It wasn't with them. It was for this team to be competitive, not contenders, just to be competitive. Now they're not even competitive no more. So now you can move on and everybody can see the favorite young player that they want to see.
So what do you understand as blowing up? Because we may have different definitions to that.
Okay, blowing up means as though, like, you get rid of everybody, start all over. But they already have that in-house. So they don't have to blow it up. They just have to move on from what they already, from them vets. All of them.
Right. So that's a form of blow up, though, because you're because they do take up a large capacity of the roster.
Right.
Okay, yeah, but really, the young guys outnumber the vets now. It's slowly.
I'm talking about as far as starting and playing minutes and being in the rotation. I'm talking about not what's there on paper.
Okay,
Right.
yeah, but see, the best thing about this blow up is this here. Everybody is already. You don't got to go looking for something. It's already there. It's already a plan that's just been put in place quicker. That's all. But the plan, that was always the plan. It was never about Burks and them. It was never about contending with a title, going to get a superstar. It was about this. And with the next plan that you can see as far as the superstar is concerned, you might see Zion on the horizon if he get himself. The Knicks are in play for that. And everybody that looks at the Knicks can say, yeah, that may be a play because they got the two people that he played with. So the future looks bright. I'm so happy. Yes, it leaked out about Randle. Do you think that it deserved to? Look what he's been giving us the last 2 months. Look Burke's been off and on. He's our best asset to trade. You know what I'm saying? Because he holds down 3 positions. You got to remove all these tools from Tibbs in order for him to coach.
But keep this in mind, Rob. Now, do you think that the leak was a good idea if your plan? Now, I'm not saying it was them. It could have been anybody. But do you think that it was a good idea for it to come out if that's your most shiny piece as your trade value piece? Because you do kind of devalue him by doing stuff like that. You got to understand that.
What? I know. I look at it like this here. People around the NBA know what these players are. Their value is their value. Yeah, you might have to throw in something or take something else back, but at the end, you're not going to get fleeced for Randle or Fournier or Burks because they've been in this league and they're valued members of this league. Now, if you want to play hardball, the Knicks can always keep them and bench them. It'll just be worse for them. But at the end of the day, once you come out like this, you know you're moving in another direction. Everybody always say you don't know the direction. I bet you today you do. And what's the guy's name who leaked it? I heard it from Windhorse. And he's a credible source. I heard it from the dude on ESPN. He's credible.
I don't think Windhorse is credible.
Okay.
I think Windhorse is hot air.
He just know people.
Okay.
Hot
air.
He's not a credible. So he just
and the reason why I say that is because he said, and think about this, OJ. I know you got to go. I just want to throw this in there. Last year, this time, he said he had a credible source that said a disgruntled star this time next year is going to want to come to the Knicks.
Exactly.
And guess what?
Mitchell.
It is this time next year.
Right.
What are you hearing leaks about Donovan Mitchell?
So
No. He said, I can't tell you the player now. And that was in 2021.
Exactly.
But he said, this time next year, I'll be able to tell you who the player is that wants to come to the Knicks. And guess what, OG?
Donovan Mitchell is saying
you are guessing that it's Mitchell.
Yeah.
But no, I heard grumblings.
Crazy. I got you.
I heard
Crazy.
too. I read that this morning too.
Even it doesn't matter because even if he would want to come here, guys, they said that after the playoffs. So you won't even be getting
after
him
the
this
playoffs.
season.
Yeah, he's a first round playoff exit.
Only thing we're saying to that is this here. What Windhorse said was right. It's Mitchell.
I'm not believing it until I.
No, he said he would have. OJ, he said he would have a name, and you are putting a name to what he said.
Okay, but look, this is what I've been hearing so far. I've been hearing Mitchell for the past 2 weeks.
They said if they get a first round exit, meaning
okay, so maybe that's what he told him. He said, "Look, I'm getting tired. I don't know. Okay, it's all conjecture.
Bro, you ain't gonna string me along for years, bro.
But look, I'm sticking to what I'm saying about that. Okay, that's neither here nor there as far as like what I'm saying. What I've been saying. Okay, but what I've been saying since game 15. I've been saying the same thing. It's going to look like the veterans are going to get moved out, just like San Antonio moved out their veterans. But this is happening like a hostile takeover. This is a hostile takeover. Them young boys made them veterans sit down at the small table on Thanksgiving. That's how much better they've been playing than them. They've been playing that much better, and we all got to face that. They not listening to them. There's nothing that they can teach them no more because they took Randle's side. That's the way it looks like. And now that role is over. Now they all out.
I
Only
have a
one who
question.
the OG that's staying is look like it's Rose.
I have a question, guys. What makes any of these guys, any of these beat writers, other than the fact that they've been writing beats for the last 25 years, what makes any of them credible if they don't tell us exactly who told them about the trade?
Why would they
They
give away
never
their
you.
source? Why
You
would they give away
expecting
their
something
source?
Why
that
would they
never
not?
Yeah, they
happened.
can't give up sources, bro.
That's literally their
They'll lose
job
the
is to
connect.
not. Yeah, that's their job is to not lose the connect. So why would they give up their source?
But why is that an issue? Truth is truth.
What?
Truth.
What?
That's
You
the
know
business
anything about
works ever
journalism?
Listen.
Like reporters, for example, when they come up with like news and stuff like
Right,
that, they have to
journalism.
be sure their sources because they have to continue getting the information. If
Yeah,
you just fill out the information, you lose the source, you lose the information.
Somebody else gets it out before you do.
Listen, no,
just
like,
put it out.
you're missing my point. You're missing my point. If Big Freezy comes to me and he says, "Yo, this is something that the whole world can hear about. I'm about to go global with this thing." Right? Whatever it is, whatever the story is, I'm about to go global with this thing. Go ahead and tell the world. Right?
Okay.
He's not in this case, Freezy is not a media guy. He's just a guy that has information about his particular organization. Hey, this organization is doing this. We're about to go global with it. I'm telling
But
you,
he's not going to give
tell
up
the
your
world.
name. He's not going to give up your name.
But why is that an issue though? I don't like. I'm not comprehending why that's an issue. Like
Because you may have
nobody's
Jeez.
gonna go up to.
This is like journalism 101, bro.
Right, like that's literally
Why are we even talking about this?
Journalists can't give up their source.
Everyone knows they have the ability to walk up to. Hear me. Everyone knows they have the ability to walk up to World Wide West and ask them questions. Right? Anybody has that ability. Right? But what makes anybody else's? Everyone has that
because they don't want to lose their job.
You can't exactly. You
But
cannot.
you're not explaining to me why they would lose their job.
But yeah,
because the person will fire them. If you go reveal army sources, to somebody that's not in the army, you don't get court-martialed.
Or get killed.
Or get killed. Or get somebody else killed. Now we get that point. But listen, what Evergreen G is saying is making sense to me in a sense. But you have to understand
to all of us.
But what I'm saying is you have to understand the position in which you're receiving the information, not the position of the person dispensing the information to others. Is what he getting at. Like for instance, the reason why I take the stance on Windhorse is because at the time Windhorse said what he said, I said this sounds like clickbait. Right? So you're gonna make me wait a year for you to name the player. And as the year went on, I forgot about it or whatever. And then when I heard OG, I was like, you know what? Windhorse said this over a year ago, and he didn't come to bat and say who the player is by name and when it's gonna happen. So now when he talks, I don't pay him any attention because I think ESPN just puts stuff out there, clickbait stuff to keep us tuning in. It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons why now people have, like myself and y'all too, have a bigger presence on YouTube and social media because we are tired of being clickbaited into certain things. You know what I'm saying? What Windhorse did was clickbait.
Yeah.
Well,
Right?
they said he was
wasn't that during the time when we were playing really hot?
Yep.
I mean, and here's the reality, bro. Like 90% of the rumor mill and these stories that come, they're just stories.
Nonsense.
They're just a topic of conversation to talk about for their main headline shows. Okay. And maybe for us to talk. Yeah, that's all it is. So I don't know why this is why we even talk.
You know what?
Right, and that's my point. Like we're given this idea at best. This vague idea that has no foundation, no matter of fact. We're giving it so much credence. It would be good to speculate on what happened after it happened, but we're speculating on an idea that nobody has any proof that happened. Nobody has any facts that happened, Everyone's just drawing up and conjuring ideas, and we're building a story. We don't know We don't know if anybody actually leaked anything. No one's you guys are focused on how the potato salad tastes. I want to know who made the potato salad.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
you
of
can make
course.
anything taste good, but I want to know who made it, because who made it is going to let me know what's in it.
What's in it?
Right. That's very good. And that's why I said earlier, like, this doesn't matter whether it's true or not, because we have been saying this anyway
Right.
for the past couple of months. So it happens, it don't. But we still know at the end of the day what needs to happen in order for us to move forward.
Facts. And I will say one thing.
It's a grave coincidence that it just so happens to be all the same thing that Blanche Tears has been talking about, all the same thing that Nothing But Knicks has been talking about, all the same thing that Knicks Band TV has been talking about. Now all of a sudden, the media, so to speak, even though we are the media, but now all of a sudden the media, the national media, is biting onto us.
Yeah. Breaking story.
The media doesn't have any connection to Florence
Breaking
Tears and all of
news.
the other networks.
Yeah.
And I don't trust anything that anybody from ESPN says about the New York Knicks. So I don't listen to any of that. The only thing that made me, think was because we've all been saying it and we could see certain things on the court, but we don't know for certain. But when Ian Begley said something, because Ian Begley don't just like to throw stuff out there. He says,
We trust Ian Begley.
What I heard.
You trust Ian Begley? I don't.
More than anybody
I don't
else.
trust none of them.
Boycott Begley and Berman. I've said that for 2 years.
No, you can't lump Begley in with Berman. Berman is a whole nother animal.
And for the record, bro, I do like Mark Berman, and I do like and I do Ian Begley, and it's not just because of their stances and all that stuff. I like them because they stay true to themselves. And D Poetic, probably on telephone calls, he knows I am a person that stays true to myself, and I like other people that stay true to themselves. Like that, like when the wind start blowing, they don't start falling down. Those are people that I like to surround myself with. You know what I'm saying? Like people that's gonna be themselves regardless of what. And I kind of now, do I agree with everything that they say? No. But do I like the fact that they stay true to themselves? Yes. That's one thing that it's one of the reasons why I like Jonathan Macri over a lot of other people. Somebody that I'll confide with. And shout out to Knicks Film School too, by the way. You know what I'm saying? I like people that stay true to themselves and march by their own beat, regardless of what the outside things. So it's the reasons why me and Evergreen G can get on the telephone and talk for a long time about nothing. Because we keeping it real. Because
consistency is key when it comes to dealing with this stuff. I'm all about it. But my issue is, don't leave us dangling when you don't need to.
Brian Windhorst. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing that I'm getting at. Don't tell me that next year this time you're gonna have a name, a place, and a date, and then 13 months later you have nothing.
Nothing.
So to go to Evergreen's thing was that he's right about you always want to authenticate your source for information, but what you have to understand is that you're dealing with a business that is not going to do that, and there's relations, right, and there's agreements and there's connections based on the secrecy of that source. Because you can't just go ahead and shout who it is. They ain't going to give you no more information. So in a utopian world, yeah, sure, we should always know the source of information, but that's not the reality we live.
Right. Fair enough.
And the bottom line is, we just always, not us specifically, but fans just want to hear information, whether it's true or false. They lap it up.
Truth.
Why do you think Stephen A. Smith is one of the highest paid sports commentators, or not, whatever you want to call him, in the business, and he gives you no credible information? Everything Stephen A. Smith says is conjecture and a lie or some narrative he creates. I heard this. It's 95% sure. I'm telling you that this guy, I don't believe anything he says because he's never credible.
All he does is talk loud, Ron. That's it.
In order to give information, you got to inform people of something. The information is legitimate.
Right.
That's not information. That's speculation. So let's clarify what it is. It's not informing me of nothing. Because usually when you give somebody information, it's something that is to come. Nothing
Right, but
that
Evergreen
people are
G,
talking
you know
about
what?
is
Do you know what
information.
ESPN's full name is?
Say again.
Do you know what ESPN's full name is? The ESPN's real name. Do you know what it is?
Was it Entertainment Sports?
Yeah, it's the Entertainment and Sports Network. That is ESPN.
Entertainment first.
Entertainment is first.
Yeah.
Right. It was
Entertainment
and Sports Players Networks or Sports Professional Networks, something like that.
No, it's the Entertainment and Sports Network.
Yep.
That's their name. The Entertainment and Sports Network.
What's the P for? ESPN. What's the P for?
Sports.
Oh, SP.
Yeah, SP.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, and so, but
So that's why you clowns like Stephen A. Smith and the other guy that's on Fox Sports now.
And they don't have to be accountable to anybody. Just like Fox. Fox is an entertainment channel. People think Fox is a news channel and a sports channel.
Yeah,
Fox is entertainment first.
Yep. Who's that guy on Fox, Freezy? What's his name again?
It's Sports Programming Network, Freezy.
Yeah.
Entertainment Sports Programming Network.
Okay.
ESPN.
Okay. All right. Thank you, man. Thank you for the, you know what I'm saying? And so the thing, I appreciate that, man. But the thing is with all these things, they don't have an obligation to give you the truth. They are not journalism channels, right? They're not journalists. They are entertainment first, and all that other stuff second. They don't have a and it's the same thing with the NBA. The NBA is not a sports league; it's an entertainment league. When you look at their thing, that's why they don't have to do their draft lottery live on the air. Did y'all know that? The NBA has in their bylaws is an entertainment entity first. That's why and it's similar to some WWE things. That's why they don't have to do their NBA lottery live in front of you because they don't have to. You ever wondered about that, Evergreen G? Like how come they don't do the draft lottery live in front of the whole world?
So I've thought about that, but I never thought about that in great detail. So that's a valid point that you put. I've always questioned, I've questioned why are the picks in this particular order all the time? Yeah. I've always questioned that, but not to the extent of why isn't it on TV? I've never.
You ever noticed why big market teams never get the number one pick?
Say what?
Have you ever noticed why big market teams rarely get the number one pick?
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that, but I never put the connection to television.
Why small market teams always get the number one pick?
Wait.
Why? Who had the number one pick in last year's draft?
Minnesota.
Minnesota had the number one pick.
Yeah.
No, Detroit had the number one pick.
Detroit, yeah.
You said this year.
Before D.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it was last year. My bad. Yeah, Detroit.
Yeah, so Detroit got the number one pick, and they were struggling with fans in the stands. Minnesota got the number one pick the year of the the tragic George Floyd stuff.
Right.
New Orleans got the number one pick the year that they got hit again by hurricanes and floods and all that stuff. Them in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But the Knicks, who had the worst record in the NBA, wound up getting the third overall pick.
Yep.
Yeah. And to bring your point to a higher status, Freezy, right? You remember Indiana versus the Cavs when they had Victor Oladipo? Indiana won that series.
Right.
And the next day, when there was gripes about it, Stephen A. Smith went in front of national television. I was shocked he did it. And he said that it's all about the ratings. He goes, the ratings are going to fall if LeBron gets bounced out in the first round. Ain't nobody going to watch.
Right. Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
right? And he,
Oh,
and
it's
you know
about the
what?
money, dollars and cents, man. If it don't
Yeah,
make money, it don't make no sense.
right. And
Yeah,
so and so,
that's
and
it,
so I
Slugfinger.
said, and I said all of that to not make it all about how a rich franchise like the Knicks will never get the number one pick again, or how the NBA is set up to keep the Knicks down. I don't want to get into that, even though I do believe it. That's my personal thing. The NBA,
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
the Knicks are set up to always be the villain to the NBA, because regardless whether we win or lose, we're still going to be the most valuable franchise.
Yep.
Right. But if, say, for instance, Memphis is down and out and they're struggling financially, they are going to wind up getting high draft picks and things of that sort to keep them afloat. New Orleans, Minnesota, your Oklahoma cities, all these teams are going to wind up getting high draft pick and stud players. And when the Knicks are in the top 3 of a top 2 draft, the Knicks are going to get the number 3 pick. But I said all of that to say this. I am with D Poetic on this thing. The Knicks are at a spot where we have to do another pivot from where we are, start all over, and rebuild by bringing in more youth and being patient for 2 or 3 more years.
Yep.
Do I like that? No. Is it a realization? Is it a fact? I would say, begrudgingly, I'm going to agree with D Poetic on that. Begrudgingly. Because as a Knicks fan, at some point, you want to win some championships. And you hate getting pushed back. You hate being told, hey, 2 more years. 2 more years. 2 more years. You hate being told that. But after hearing it with D Poetic, and I hate telling him to his face he right. Right? But he right. But I think he right. I don't think Evan Fournier is the future, and at this point, I don't think Tibbs or Randle are the future of this organization, and it might be time to make that pivot. What you think, Sam?
Well, you know how I feel about Mr. Gremlin. He deserves to be gone. As far as Randall, if you can find the right deal, like I said, it pretty much with everybody on this roster, you're selling low. You're not getting the best value for not a single player on this team at this point. So unless you can just get a specific move that works for the team in the future, that's the only way I see anybody getting traded, and that includes Randall. That's why I think they worded it the way they did when the articles came out, as far as for equal value or something close to that. But as far as Tibbs, like I've been saying, I've been preaching this for months. And D Poetic, he sent me the article, so I appreciate you for that, confirming what I've been saying as far as this trend with Tibbs. So I already saw this coming. I didn't want to see it coming, but I knew what we had in store. So, I give Tibbs until the end of the season, and then he's getting fired.
Hey,
And now my question to that is that why wait?
Yep, great question. But
I mean, you don't want to really get rid of a head coach in the middle of the season when what you. I mean, okay, all right, hold on. Let me.
You're not moving forward with the guy.
That's true. And if you think Johnny Bryant is a viable option, then this gives you your chance to have him in the interim role
To evaluate and see if you want to keep him.
That's true. That is
yes,
true.
sir.
Mind you, hey, I just want to point out, I've been calling for Tibbs' head easily since like November 8th.
So it sounds to me, Evergreen. It sounds to me like you're recanting on your championship hopes and dreams.
No, I'm not. I said we were one big move away as far as players, and I want Tom to build on. Still saying the same thing. I'm not recanting it.
Oh man.
And can I just say something real quick? Because my man Delano Steele was saying in the chat that we should get rid of Perry too. Here's the one thing here's my saving grace for Perry. I need to know about who was throwing out that trade idea where they wanted to ship Grimes out of here. If it was Perry, then Perry got to go. But if Perry was the one saying we need to keep Grimes, then he can stay in my book.
Okay.
I'm with you on that one.
I mean, Ron, he's been pretty bad though.
Well, you know, he's brought because due to him, we've had three original castaways from Orlando come through here that still hadn't stuck. 3.
Oh,
that's.
I just love
it. So, do you think that Scott Perry had his hand in on the Evan Fournier acquisition?
I'm pretty sure he would.
Because Orlando Magic.
Hey, Evergreen, do you think that ceiling tile is over your head? That's the same type of question.
But guys,
you know he did. You know he did.
The whole thing is with Evan Fournier. I'm gonna say it again. It wasn't a bad move. To my guinea pigs are going crazy over here. They with me. They're like, yeah, Ron. It wasn't a horrible move to bring Evan Fournier in when we struck out on a bunch of free agents that we thought might come here or other free agents re-signed. Evan Fournier, I thought was going to be a good piece for this team. Mind you, I didn't know everything about Evan Fournier's game and how comfortable he is and what you got to do to get him off and all this stuff. But at the time, being that he was a Knick killer, I thought it made sense. I'm not going to fault him for Fournier. Just Fournier. Everything else, I don't love.
Ron, how many Knick killers are out there who are no names though?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that
again? How many Knick killers out there that are no names?
A lot of them.
There's a lot.
There's easily at least 35.
But Fournier was not a no name, and he legitimately would light us up. So I just thought the guy could shoot. You guys know the guy got a clicker. The problem is, maybe the fact he was on Orlando. I'm not an Orlando Magic fan. I didn't realize that he's a stiff on defense. I didn't, there's certain things you don't pay attention to.
And you know why, Ron?
Shout out to Steve Clifford. He hit him very well.
Yeah. And D, what have I been saying, D? I said, you know what happened? This is why we were sold a bag of goods with Fournier. People thought his defense was average, and I keep saying this because they had an elite perimeter defender in Jonathan Isaac. So it's easy for you to shield a player when you have somebody like that. We don't have a Jonathan Isaac.
And you know what highlighted it even more was the fact that you had he and Kimba at the court at the same time.
Right. Double negative.
And that made it even worse. And I agree. I hear what you're saying on that, Ron. I supported the front office when they did it because he could shoot. I was like, he could shoot and everything else. And I didn't think much about the defense. He was like he was a decent defender.
And like I said, I admit I was wrong. Boy, I was wrong in 4 left shoes. It just seeing what he did to us, and in the summer he had with the French national team, you thought he was going to be able to come in and fit. It just didn't work. And like I said, they hit him well. They really hit him well. Man.
Let me say this real quick, that I keep on hearing this narrative. Johnny Bryant isn't ready to lead an NBA team. How in the friggin' fig Newtons do you know that, bro?
Yeah, how do you know?
Like, was Phil Jackson ready when he took over? You don't know. Was Greg Popovich ready when he took over? You didn't know.
They couldn't have said Spoelstra
when he took over. Eric Spoelstra got a lot of crap his first year, bro.
Exactly.
So it's like we don't know. That's why we're seeing. We know we're not going anywhere with Tibbs. You already see where that tunnel is going. So it's why not just give a different view, a different perspective, a different philosophy, a different principality, and see where it goes. Jesus Christ.
I was looking at, when you were talking about coaches, somebody had put it in the chat before. I wasn't big on Tibbs. I let it be known. Tibbs wasn't my first option because you're saying we're rebuilding, we're going to go with youth again. And I got slaughtered. People look, he's not a winner, whatever. I was looking at Kenny Atkinson because you seen what he did over with the Nets. And he took players that we talk about now that people like to see over here now, like Karis LeVert and someone Spencer Dinwiddie. Look at Allen. He developed that. He developed a lot of play. He helped with development. Now he's sitting on the bench of Golden State. You look at him. He's in his developmental. You were talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Was it Jonathan Kuminga and other young cats? So he's a good developmental. He helps with development.
developing players. Nets made the play in they made the play in without even having a superstar and were giving teams problems just without having a superstar. Look at Joe Harris. Joe Harris was all over the place, and then he found a home with the Nets. That was the one coach I liked, out of the ones. Tibbs really didn't register on my radar because I knew the relationship. I was concerned about his relationship to younger players because he's a vet. If you had a veteran-centric team, he's great. But a younger team, you see what we got.
And I'm just gonna say this real quick. There are people in the chat saying I don't know who it is, but they're saying somebody's typing loud. They can hear it.
It's still going on.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was trying to figure that out just now. Just watching the sound.
Yeah.
I think it's a StreamYard thing. I don't think it's a typing thing.
Okay.
It's just somebody that may need to go in and come back out. I mean, go out and come
just
back.
Just mute and then I'll mute.
Or something like that.
But regardless of what we've been talking about with in reference to the sources and where this information is coming from, bottom line is we all kind of think it's true. So, we've been talking about it. We see it. Randle's body language, all that stuff. Everybody, there's been a lot of people saying, I don't want to be the body language police. And but it's obvious, man. Something's not right. So it doesn't matter whether we know exactly what's going on. Something's not right.
Oh, you know it. Something's been rotten in Denmark for quite a while now.
That's why I said that's the one thing you can't defend with Randle is just when you see him just walking. That's the only thing that I can say you can't defend.
Yeah. And the other thing I was gonna say that with regards to Randle, I think that his trade value may be not as high, but it's not that his value is that much worse. It's the Knicks are in a situation where other teams say, hey, there's a level of desperation here, or we don't have to do anything. Let's see what they come with in order to move this guy. Because Randle's still a young player, and he's not. This is kind of might be the worst he's ever played. And people know he hasn't regressed this much. He's in a situation where something's going on. Okay, and it's not benefiting him, and obviously something's going on with him. So I know teams know they can still get a good player out of Julius Randle. Just the Knicks are in a bad spot, and no team is willing to show their hand for a guy when the other team is hurting.
Indeed, remember when I brought it to your attention? I said this like a week ago. I said he might be playing worse than year one, and what does it look like? That's exactly what it looks like now. Now everybody is seeing the light.
Yeah, he's playing like to me, because I've been saying like he's back at that first year with us when he was playing like he was. I mean, even so, I've seen him even go back to the Tasmanian double spin. Seen that a couple of times. We didn't see that all last season, but seen that a couple of times. So he's regressed something serious. But it's all mental. It's all in his head. It's all mental. He's putting all unnecessary due stress on himself. But it's a lot of stuff, man. It's to the point where we've gone over and over and over it, and it's just one common factor that is adding up to. He got to go. If he got to go.
He's got to go.
There's one thing I was going to say with regards to Julius Randle. I've been saying it for a minute because the fact that we've had poor perimeter play and the lack of having solid defenders there, I said that kind of opened things up to see Randle's deficiencies more, right? But here's the problem. Lately, we've been having Grimes in there, who's been a really good defensive player on the perimeter, and Julius is still playing the same way on defense. He's still looking lackadaisical. He's still what he does is he goes to. Why is out of all people on the team, Julius Randle going to help someone else? When Julius Randle goes to help someone else, he don't get back. And then his man is 9 times out of 10 the one who scores. Like, I don't know what's going on with Tibbs' defense, and I don't know how Tibbs is not telling someone like Julius to stay home because he's not quick enough to get back and run around the court where, some of these other guys can do that. And is that fair to him? No. but it also is making him look really bad on defense. Even
That's
though if you look
yep.
at the numbers, you know, the quote unquote power forward numbers, he's still one of the top defensive power forwards in the league at his position.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the sad thing about
Re-
it, because he had his age and his numbers. He still has good things, but I'm just looking at it from a mental standpoint, and not saying and not trying to talk about him with whatever else. But so much going on, the pressure, maybe it's too much. You know, we're talking about his body language because he's doing a lot of the things that Elfrid Payton was doing at the last season, away from the team and sitting away. But then you have it goes back to what Freeze is saying. You got to put him in position. Defensive schemes matter. You know, you got the certain defensive schemes that don't work, and he could be doing something. You know, it's all kinds of factors. But right now, he's so far gone, man. Maybe a change of scenery would be better for him.
Now,
I would hate
I'm
to see
saying,
it go.
I'm with you, Soul Finger. I'm saying, listen, and this is something I didn't want to say it right away, but I'm gonna say it right away, bro. Dudes 6'9", 250 that move like Julius Randle, if they ever lose a step, they're gonna be below average players.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because his advantage is at 6'9", 250, he is doing stuff that other people 6'9", 250 can't do.
Can't do.
And if he ever loses that step or that advantage, then it's going to be a sad sight to behold. Now, at 27, you hope he's not losing a step at age 27. But at age 30, he can't be here. You got to unload him. Have to have him gone.
So would you think it's best to do a Bill Parcells? And what I mean by that, Bill Parcells always saying, get rid of the player before they start falling off. Maybe get rid of them a little sooner.
Yeah.
Just do a Bill Parcells.
Yeah. Yeah, because he did it to DeMarcus Ware. Remember, he did that to DeMarcus Ware.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, but the thing is this. What D Poetic said is right, and I can't.
It sounds like it pains you to say that.
It does pain me to say it.
Oh, damn.
It does pain me to say it because I want to be right on what I was thinking, right?
I got you.
Now having your mind, having you somebody say something smart and they change your mind, there's no harm in that. But you got to let me transition in my own way. You can't be right and tell me how to transition to your point. You know what I'm saying? You got to let me get there by own. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is this. Where we at right now, we don't have a great player. Teams that have eyes on championships have a great player or two as a core.
Correct.
Right now, we don't have two really good players. Right? But to have your designs on a championship, you have to have two great players, right? So how do we get to a point where we get two great players? Well, we got to start all over.
You know
right?
how, you know.
Right, and so here's the thing. That means we have to start making fair assessments about R.J. Barrett. Can R.J. Barrett become a great player in enough time for him to be in this championship window? If not.
I think the jury's still out on that, by the way. I'm not saying he's the piece. I'm saying I think he could be a good piece moving forward if built correctly.
Right. But you have to have the right coach in order to help RJ Barrett get there. And the organization has to allow RJ Barrett to play through mistakes.
Yes.
Right? So here's the thing. I believe we have to just blow it up, start all over from scratch. And that might also include RJ Barrett.
This is Leon Rose here too. Calm down, please.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Rob on this one. Like, I still think we have a couple young pieces that we could develop. And they could mean something, whether we trade them later or whether they're a piece of the puzzle moving forward. I don't think we just get rid of everybody. I think we just get rid of the garbage.
Nah, bro. This is, and when you hear my here's how, when you hear what my line of thinking, you'll understand why I think this.
Yeah, no problem.
Do we have a player with a top 3 skill on this roster? Do we have a Steph Curry on this roster?
No, we know we don't.
Do we have a LeBron? No, and I'm not saying right now. I'm not saying right now Steph Curry. I'm talking about a 22-year-old Steph Curry on this roster. Do we have a 22-year or do we have a 20-year-old LeBron James on this roster? Do we have a 21-year-old Giannis Antetokounmpo on this roster? Somebody that you could point to and be like, in a few years, they might be the league MVP. Somebody that you say, hey, this player might be a generational talent.
Sometimes they could be developed, though, Freezy. Or sometimes they could be acquired. They don't always have to be drafted.
I didn't know, but that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is, do we have that on the roster right now?
No, the answer is no.
Right,
We know this.
right. So that means we are in the hunt for that person, right?
Correct.
Right. Because what happens is if, say for instance, say Quentin Grimes continues on his development path and becomes a Klay Thompson type player, but at a smaller version, right? A dead-eye spot-up shooter. Right now, he's shooting 40% from three in his rookie season. And right now, his defense can be, maybe in a few years, be elite, right? Yeah, anybody disagree with that?
Nope. He could be there.
He is on that path of being an elite 3 and D player. Now, how far he goes down on that path is yet to be determined. So I'm not going to say this dude is all of a sudden he's Klay Thompson, but what I'm saying is this dude is giving you vibes of being an elite 3-point shooter and an elite defender, right? D, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Who was the player you said again?
Quentin Grimes.
Quentin Grimes. That he has to be an elite 3-point shooter.
Yes.
And to be an elite defender, is that what you said?
That's what
the
I'm asking.
potential for those two things. The potential is there. Absolutely.
Right. Just those two things. No. Just those two things is what I'm talking about.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, I'll break it down even more. Not even elite overall defender, an elite perimeter defender, right? and an elite spot up 3-point shooter. Not a dude that can be elite shooting a bomb to 3 off the dribble. Would you say that's accurate?
Go ahead, keep going.
All right. So we identified that, right? But when you look at RJ Barrett, do you see any elite upside in any one area? Is he an elite passer? Is he an elite defender? Is he an elite ball handler? Isn't he an elite 3-point shooter? Is he elite finishing at the basket? Is he elite finishing in the mid-range? Just point out one elite thing that RJ Barrett does.
As basketball skill set wise, not much.
Can't say it.
Right. Well, okay. All right. What about Obi Toppin? Does Obi Toppin have elite handles, elite passing, elite inside scoring, elite mid-range scoring, elite rim protection, elite rebounding, elite shot blocking, elite rim protection?
I get what you're getting at, Freezy.
I see what
I get what you're getting, but what you have to understand is this: they're still puppies. So what you have to do as an organizational standpoint is knowing that maybe these guys are not going to get to where you want them to, right? But at least you got to build them solidly. So then if you do move on from them, you get something back in return.
No, I agree with you.
So just because they don't have it, you just don't blow it up and ship them off.
But I didn't say blow them. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is because at the end of the day, you still have to have 15 people on your roster. So that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you do a rebuild, in my opinion, when you do a rebuild, you have to have a crown gem in your rebuild.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay. All right. So I understand what you're saying. We're ready to go with that. But let me dispel certain things first because what we're about to do is going to take about an hour and a half for us to chop up, bro. I promise you. Because I'm not backing down on this one, and I understand that you have a stance too.
Freezy,
right?
can I just? I'll give you one. I'll let you go. Because I'm curious to see where you're taking this. I will say Grimes, I think, can be an elite defender, and I think he can be an elite level 3-point shooter. I think Grimes can be like a mini Klay Thompson with time.
Right. I don't disagree with that, right? Because I think y'all have valid points. But what I'm saying is when you blow it up and you start a rebuild, you have to start with crown gems, right? You have to start with a Penny Hardaway, Shaquille O'Neal, baby core, right? You have to start with a Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. You have to start with a Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, right? You have to start with a who would be, in my opinion, if you don't have crown gems, you're wasting your time. I think you have to consolidate your resources in order to get, say, for instance, today, if the Houston Rockets called and said, hey, we'll trade Jalen Green for RJ Barrett. Even though I love RJ Barrett, I would at least have to consider doing a deal for Jalen Green because of his upside. D, would you consider that deal today? If Houston called you and said, listen, I need RJ Barrett and we'll give you Jalen Green, would you consider it?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because Jalen Green seems at the point in time to have more upside than RJ Barrett.
Right. He seems like he's going to be, like he seems like he could be the crown gem of a championship contender, right? So Ron, I know you love Julius Randle, but if the Cleveland Cavaliers called today and said, hey, we'll give you Evan Mobley for Julius Randle, Evan Fournier, Obi Toppin, and 4 first-round picks. And I know you'd be like, man, that's a lot for Evan Mobley. Would you consider doing that deal?
As soon as they say for done.
Right. Because Evan Mobley is a crown gem to a championship style. Now, can they get another crown gem to go with him to turn them into a championship contender? And can they keep him long enough? But in order for him to develop into that guy in their city, that's their problem, right? That's their problem. But if you told me today that the Celtics would give us Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown for our entire roster and our next draft picks for like the next 3-4 years, I would have to say I'd have to consider that. Because they have 2 crown gems that they can build around in order to build a championship contender. Do the Knicks have any of those guys on the roster right now? I would say no.
Okay.
Right. And so would you consolidate your young talent right now to get a guy like that? Say would you trade all of your young guys, all the young guys on your roster right now, for LaMelo Ball straight up?
Freezy, just listen. Here's the problem with your argument is that crown jewels are not something that you pick up off the tree. There are many organizations that has spent years trying to get that crown jewel. And up until they get that, they develop their players, they acquire players. There's some seasons where it kind of looks like a Knicks thing where they're just trying to get in. There's some seasons where they blow it up and stuff at the beginning. Although we don't have a crown jewel, that does not mean that we just give up all young assets that we've yet to develop to go ahead and find it. We could throw the Charlotte Hornets, the whole team, a mountain, an acre of land, and 40 mules. They're not doing it because they already have them.
Right. I'll add to that.
Let me finish. Evergreen, and then I got you. So there's a problem. There's a hole in it because what you're asking for is a little bit unrealistic. You just don't stop what you're doing. Just look for a crown jewel around. Like you just don't do that. You have to either draft it, develop it, or acquire it. So you just have to go through that long grinding process. The problem with the Knicks is that they've done a really bad job of those three things that I just named. They haven't drafted well, they haven't developed well, and they haven't acquired well. So therefore, it runs you out of the sweepstakes of finding your crown jewel.
Facts.
Go ahead,
But,
Evan.
so we agree. We agree then.
Shoot.
No, we don't agree because you feel like you have to start it with the crown jewel. I'm saying you don't start it with the crown jewel. The crown jewel comes, then you start it with the crown jewel.
Okay.
But you don't just start with. You just don't throw out everything and hope for a crown jewel.
So we agree, just not at the starting process.
Okay, that's fine.
Because you do feel like you need a crown gem in order to get there, right?
Of course.
Okay, so we agree. We just don't agree at how you start the process.
Correct.
And I'll also add that a crown jewel is not something that somebody else gave to you. A crown jewel is something that you come across, you find it, and you love it because you found value in it when you initially found it. Somebody else isn't giving you a crown jewel.
Yeah, the Oklahoma City Thunder gave a crown jewel to the Houston Rockets and James Harden.
And
it
they
happens.
didn't win a damn thing. They didn't win nothing. So
No, but I mean, but they were more relevant than they have been in the past 20 years. They made it to a couple of Western Conference Finals. They had an MVP player. They had great players around them. So I mean, what have we done?
What I'm saying is, when we talk about that crown jewel of a player, I would say the only player that you consider to be close to a crown jewel may be Shaquille O'Neal. And even then, I would say no, because Shaquille O'Neal still left and won a championship elsewhere. The crown jewel was Kobe Bryant, but Shaq was a part of that aura of the Lakers. Really, the essence of that team was Kobe Bryant. The crown jewel is something
when they were together, Shaquille O'Neal was the Finals MVP 3 times.
Yes, he was the Finals MVP.
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal averaged 37 points and 15 rebounds in the Finals, bro.
Yeah.
No, okay.
But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
My point is the crown jewel is something that you find, and it's something that you keep, and it's something that you cultivate. It's not something else somebody else.
The Lakers traded for both of those players, bro.
Yeah, I just we just dismantled that argument.
No. The Lakers, but did Kobe even have a game yet?
Yeah.
But he's just saying though, like they traded.
The Lakers traded Vlade Divac for the right to draft Kobe Bryant.
Because they wanted Kobe Bryant, right?
Because they wanted Kobe Bryant. But yeah,
they saw his value immediately, right? They did everything they needed to do, acquired him. They saw him as that,
right?
And they kept him on the team. If Shaq was indeed and I'm using this as an example, if Shaq was indeed the crown jewel, then he wouldn't have left. Regardless of what happened.
But Evergreen, Shaquille O'Neal had went to the NBA Finals with his original franchise before he even left to go to the Lakers, bro.
And what did Orlando do? Did they do everything in their power to keep Shaq?
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't want to stay.
Yes,
they did.
They did want him to stay. They just couldn't keep him.
Yeah, Shaq did not want to be there. They tried.
So my take on it is a crown jewel is something that you find, something that you keep, something that you cultivate, something that you bring up, something that you dig out of the dirt.
Doesn't always go like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's why I said you draft, you either develop or you acquire. It happens in those three ways, bro. And we just gave you examples to that, and you're denying it.
No.
Right. LeBron James is a crown gem, bro. I don't care what city he is in. LeBron James is a crown jewel to any team's championship run.
Fair
right?
enough.
And then Evergreen, you got to remember this too on the Shaq topic. He won a chip after he left LA too.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't deny that point.
So where me and D Poetic just had a slight separation is how you start the process of finding the crown gem, not the fact that you don't necessarily have to have one. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I agree.
Look, for instance, sometimes the crown gem falls in your lap. You get the number 1 pick in the NBA draft, and the dude coming out is a generational talent, i.e. Allen Iverson in the 96 NBA draft. Philly needed him. He needed Philly. He was a generational player, and they all came together. It is the perfect storm. It's LeBron James in Cleveland. You know, LeBron, the Cleveland was coming off the DeJuan Wagner, Trajan Langdon years, right? They
Derrick
were
Rose to
terrible.
Chicago.
Yeah, they were. Derrick Rose to Chicago, right? Exactly. It's Zion to the Pelicans, right? It's sometimes a team is so desperate and the player is so great that it's the perfect fit at the time. Now we know Zion now is not what was, you know, but my point is the Knicks traditionally don't have the greatest. For instance, since you've been watching the Knicks, when have the Knicks ever had the best player in the NBA?
Never.
Agree.
That's a good point.
People be acting like RJ is the next John Morant. That's the thing. We
Right.
have to stop that.
Right. Give you an example. Prior to LeBron, there was a Vince Carter is going to be traded rumor out, right? And the New Jersey Nets gave Toronto some players and 2 second-round picks for Vince Carter. And the Knicks couldn't pull off the deal because they had traded away first-round picks in prior deals to get guys like Mutombo and players like that, right? What I'm saying is Vince Carter, in my opinion, was a crown gem, and they added him to a team that had other crown gems, like the #1 pick in the draft, Kenyon Martin, Jason Kidd. I wouldn't say Richard Jefferson is a crown gem, but he was definitely a great support piece.
Right.
Right. And so what I'm saying is the Knicks have to put themselves in a position to understand that if you want to win championships, you can't turn your nose up at players like Steph Curry. Like, I'm not trading up one spot just to get Steph Curry. If he fall to us, he fall to us. You can't take that position.
Yeah, but
right?
the problem with that is that the like trading is a reciprocal thing. Like, even if whether you put your nose up on it or not, like, even if you like, all right, I will give up potentially another pick to trade up. The other team still has to be a part of it. They're not just going to say, "Oh yeah, you're going to give me an extra pick, I'll take it." There's more things that go into reciprocal agreements. Like, these are contracts, these are rights. This is ownership and placement. Like, it's not just it's a lot more to it.
But Evergreen, but you're dismissing what D Poetic said. D Poetic said part of the getting a crown jewel is acquisition.
Yeah, I'm not
drafting, developing, and acquiring.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I think I'm in direct line with that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think I'm in direct line with that.
So what are the Knicks going to do going forward? Because if we've established that, and listen, I'm only Uncle Freezy. I'm not saying that I'm the smartest front office guy, right? I like to think every front office in the NBA is full of smart people, right? I want to believe that, right? I want to believe that all 30 front offices are full of smart people that know statistics, analytics, money, talent, all these different things, right? With that said, how come some front offices do it better than others?
Great question.
I don't get like right now where we are. To me, the Evan Fournier acquisition, I was hyped that the Knicks did a move. I wasn't excited about Fournier. I was just excited that my front office actually did something. And so that was an emotion. My thing was an emotional take, not an analytical one. You know what I'm saying? Because forever our front office did the opposite. Nothing. Right?
And
so,
to add on
Eddie,
to that,
Eddie C, what's good?
What's good, people? That move was more analytical than it was, and I think the problem is that it became an emotional thing. The Evan Fournier analytically looks good, even on paper, But where it doesn't look good is in the locker room. Is how he clicks with, Julius Randle predominantly. How he clicks with everybody else on the roster. That's what they didn't take into account when you crunching all the numbers. That's why the numbers ain't always everything. You have to account to, is this person gonna get along? Is this person part of the group? And you can see from the get-go that an Evan Fournier is not part of the group. There's nobody in the organization, in the lineup, that he can, there's no pee in the pod for him. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody in that lineup that he really gets along with, I think, besides Kemba Walker and Alec Burks. So when you add that into the equation, that's where the blue up came. And that's why Evan Fournier on this team is probably not the best piece, even though analytically he works. But on another team, let's say a Denver Nuggets team, where there's a lot of European players, where there's probably people that he can get along with a little better, he might work there. You know what I'm saying? And we have to be accountable for that too. You know what I'm saying? As a New York Knicks, as the players, they have to be accountable for that too, being hard headed and not opening their arms up to somebody like a Evan Fournier. I think that's a big problem that we had when it came to that signing. And then Kemba Walker's also a person that has a personality that's very standoffish, very like, okay. Everybody clowns Kemba Walker now because he smiles too much. I never heard in all of his 20 years in the NBA, people saying that about Kemba Walker until he got to the Knicks this year. And that's a
So
bad thing. And that's a bad thing to us.
so two things. One, the question was posed as to what make front offices better than others. That was one. Number two, there's nowhere analytically through advanced stats or team on and off or individual on and off where Evan Fournier's ever looked good. So I'm not sure what analytics you mean.
There's certain points in the season that I can say that Evan Fournier, and you can brush it off and say he only does it against Boston. But there's like 2 or 3 or 4 games that I can say that the reason why we probably won this game was because of Evan Fournier. And that's a positive thing. That's something that you can lay your hat on and say,
Yeah, but that's
okay,
not what I was talking about. What I said was that you had mentioned that a reason why the front office made a move was because analytically they liked the way it looked, and that how analytics can't be viewed as just the whole story, which is true, that part. But there's nothing analytically that I have seen from Evan Fournier that has made me jump out of my seat and caused me to pay him $18 million a year.
his 3-point percentages are still good.
Oh,
even though
you
he's
talking
playing-
about flat stat? You talking about flat? I'm talking about advanced analytics, my brother. I'm not talking about the flat stats.
I'm pretty sure there's advanced
because
analytics.
Julius Randle averages 20, 10, and 5, and they're empty stats if you really look at the advanced analytics.
Do that.
Yeah, but didn't Freezy just make a point? I think it was last night, where how many players 250 pounds can do what Julius Randle does?
Right, and but he's still a negative analytically,
Because
he's still a negative on the court, as you see.
Could it be because
So what does that matter?
Could it be because he's not used right?
It's definitely
It's a woulda, coulda, shoulda situation, but we're only judging him from right now, and we're saying
So
that
if he's put in another situation and he plays up to par like he did last year, then he's an analytical darling.
So why did he play well last year?
Because goes back to my first point, the camaraderie in the team was way different. He respected Elfrid Payton way more than he respects Kemba Walker.
Boy.
Yo, bro, if I don't respect you, I'm not gonna give you the respect.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna accept the respect from you either. You know what I'm saying? And this is in all formats. This could be even on this podcast. If I don't respect you as a person, I ain't gonna pass you the mic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it
that's
has to that has a big part in how you build a team. There's the Donovan Mitchell situation now. I don't know if Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert really get along like that, but together on the court they play well.
100%.
But you can
Said
say
that was the only reason why he played well last year.
who?
Randle, that's what you're
Randle.
saying is because of that?
That was the reason.
Because of the defensive intensity, intensity that Reggie Bullock and Elfrid Payton have compared to what Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier has, lends himself probably to not Randle exert himself more defensively, so then he can do more offensively. Now he has to run all over the place because nobody can stand in front of their man.
I agree. Agree.
I mean, that's a part of it defensively, but it's also because as you put in the factor that power forwards were guarding Julius Randle last year, and that this year the NBA adapted to
Right,
pretty
they
small wings
adjusted to
on him.
him. Exactly.
That
Did
could
you?
happen. Yeah,
No,
that could
no, that's
happen,
a
of course.
factor. That's
Yeah,
a
it did
gigantic
happen.
factor.
Yeah, it did
That's a
happen.
good point. That's actually a very good point. So, okay, so then what did the Knicks do? So the
Nothing.
Knicks,
Mm.
no,
Yeah, nothing.
The Knicks did make a trade. The Knicks did actually do something that they haven't been doing for a long time, is giving up first round picks for players.
Yeah.
And we have to see, because the Reddish thing is still like, I'm not 100% there with Reddish.
Well,
He
you'll
has to
never.
show me. He has to
I,
show me. And right now, if I have to choose who's winning this trade at this point in time, 3-4 days in, 5 days in, I'm thinking the Atlanta Hawks
you
win
have
this
to
trade
stop.
right now.
No, okay, you have to stop it with that.
Yeah, so let's keep this in mind
He's
also
already.
too.
I think Kevin
That
Knox has played more minutes
Look,
already
I
than
don't.
Cam
I'm gonna
Reddish.
be honest with you. He can play. He can play more minutes, but I know for a fact that Knox will not be back there next year.
So
so
if the first round pick turns into a player that you really like,
Bro, that's the probability that you take with trading any draft, like any
okay,
type of pick.
so then when what happens is we ask for these things as an organization. We ask for them to be proactive, and when something happens that it doesn't turn out to our best interest, we're gonna be like, oh, we couldn't believe that we gave up. We're gonna come back here 2-3 years later. Is it, yo, you know who we gave up on the Kevin Knox trade? We gave up blase blase blah.
But guess what? You wouldn't be as mad if Cam popped, right?
I hope he pops. I
so
hope
here's
he
another
does.
thing. Here's
I
another
hope he
thing with the
does.
Julius Randle thing, just to put this to bed. So every other season besides last season is exactly how it's looked this season. As
Right.
far as the shooting percentages, as
There
far as
was a
the shooting at the
season.
rim,
There was a
as far
season
as defensive percent,
in New Orleans that he played very
it,
well.
it was almost just about the same as well. It's just
As
that he
last
had
year.
more. No,
Oh,
as the other
that was
years,
an
it's just that he
anomaly.
had more playing time. So my point being is that this is pretty much the same Julius Randle. There was a lot of anomalies last season, and it's hard to judge it by it because you got to understand, like it happened to us earlier in the season, right? We played against a lot of teams that were not at full strength this year, which we took advantage of, and is one of the reasons is what kept us relevant to this point. But you notice as soon as they're a full team squad, we get the brakes being off of us.
But at the same time, you can't even say that because you have over 200 players in the NBA, and he got the most improved player, bro. That's
Oh
that
boy.
like I understand what you're saying, D, but at the same time, it's like taking credit away from him when credit is due. Like I
No,
understand
what
that
I'm
he's not.
saying is that we're seeing the real guy this year because if it was really about that, it would be duplicated this year.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think
I
that's. I don't
understand.
think that's accurate. I don't think we're seeing the real guy this year because there's a lot
Yeah,
of things going around the organization that is not helping him out. Like you
and
can
we
be the
know.
best player available, but if you're not put in the best positions to do
How
what you
many
got to do,
excuses are we
you're not
gonna
gonna. You're
have?
not
Yeah,
gonna.
the Randall apology
And that.
stuff is
And
just
I'm not. And
ridiculous.
no, you're not. You're not trying to make me to a Randall apologist because I know what his faults are.
Yeah, it
And
could fool.
But look,
I don't
guys,
even like
I'm not saying.
basketball.
I'm not saying that he's the best power forward in the NBA, but he's not the worst either.
No,
No,
I
no.
understand what you're saying, Eddie, and I understand what D is saying too. What I'm trying to say to this point is last year wasn't to me an anomaly. That was Julius Randle. But that's a Julius
No problem.
Randle that if you're a Knick fan, you never want to see again. Julius Randle got the most improved player because he was everything for the Knicks.
Right.
And we can't win if Julius Randle is everything. We have to add more players on this team that can do more things, that can shoot threes, that can break down people. When you add better talent, more offensive talent, this is where Julius has not shown that same level of good basketball play. Last year, you had Elfrid Payton, you had Reggie Bullock who couldn't shoot, who could shoot but couldn't do anything else off the dribble. Like you had a limited offense. You had no Obi Toppin. It was him and RJ Barrett. Everything went through Julius. So Julius was the focal point. When we couldn't get a bucket from Julius, then we wasn't getting a bucket. You know what I mean? Like everything went through him. This year, now that you got more offensive talent, the ball has to be spread around, and this is where Julius is struggling. So
Well, I mean, his usage is still the same from last year.
it's
right?
still the same usage, but he was the focal point of the offense.
So
there's a
Ron,
difference to me.
real quick. One thing that we don't see with Julius Randle from last year is that we had him surrounded with people that defended. This year we have Kemba and we have Fournier. Like I truly believe that. All right, it's not going to hurt him that much, but bro, he needs people that could actually defend. And it's because,
I
just
agree
like I
with you, bro.
said, bro,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
turning
I
on.
agree with you. But my point earlier was, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna let you
No,
wrap.
no, you good.
My point earlier was that, you know, that narrative is starting to change because Grimes is playing more minutes, and
Yeah.
Grimes
There we
has
go.
been great on defense, and he's covering up for some of the ineptitude that we have on the perimeter. And I'm not saying it's everything, because when Fournier is out there, you're still going to deal with that. When Kimba's out there, you're still going to deal with that. But he's got you know, there's some points where Julius is out there with Grimes and maybe Burks or Quickly, and that's a much better defensive backcourt
Oh,
than
yeah.
what we had in the past. So like something's going on with him, and I think you know, maybe
it's the situation in the start. It's the start of the games that we're getting bum rushed, and it's the start of the third quarters already.
not just
And
the
those
start,
are points
but
and
the
times
third
where
quarter,
Grimes and
third
Quickly
quarter
are
too.
not in the game.
And that was a great point, Ron, that you brought up. That even when he has a better defensive unit
Still
out
the
there,
same.
it still looks like crap.
Right.
Yeah. Like I at least agree on that part, but at the same time, it's like the Julius Randle that we saw last year, and just comparing from last year, we all thought that maybe that if he had offensive players around him, it will make him even much better or make the team better. And unfortunately, it's one of those that we was all completely wrong, you know. And it's not wrong to admit that that we was wrong, you know, but it's like one of those, we damn if we do and we damn if we don't, you know.
Yeah, it was a miscalculation by the front office. They thought that the team had excelled to a certain point, that we were one of the top defensive teams in the league, if not number one in a lot of categories. And they thought, I mean, if you're this good on defense, a couple changes is not going to affect the overall chemistry and the way you play defense. But they were wrong, because not only do certain pieces play really good defense, they covered up for other deficiencies that we had that we didn't. It wasn't spotlighted, but now it is. So yeah, it was a problem.
I think one of the major faults was also thinking that RJ Barrett could step into that number one perimeter defensive role. And that didn't work out.
Hey, D Poetic, you want me to? Hey, you look like you ready to be challenged.
Yeah, who's going to challenge
you
me?
want some beef? You want some beef? You ready to be challenged?
Bring some vegetables.
All right. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Bring that broccoli.
Okay. So here is a challenge for you.
Oh, good.
Who was really the MVP of the Knicks down the stretch of last season? I'm challenging you. Who
What do you mean? Like, who was the
Knicks
best player down the stretch?
Who was the Knicks' best player in the second half of the season?
Derrick Rose.
Oh, we all know that. Yeah.
do we all know who the best player was?
Okay.
It gotta be D Rose.
So why was that a challenge towards me?
Because you look like you need to be challenged.
Oh, well, you need to come with something better than that.
You did, but okay. So you don't even know what the challenge is then.
So what's the challenge then? Freezy, looks like you're coming in from up your butt.
Who was the best player for the Knicks down the stretch of the season last season? I'm asking you to name a player.
It's been answered already.
I missed it. Who was it?
He wants to hear from you.
Oh, it was Derrick Rose, Freezy.
You wrong.
Oh, who was it then?
Reggie Bullock.
Stop it.
Crazy call, man.
Yeah.
Reggie Bullock.
And
look,
I'm glad I had the camera off, so I couldn't stop my reaction.
And so this is the reason why I challenged him here is because he likes to use advanced analytics to make certain points. And his chance to prove me wrong using advanced analytics. Here's your chance. Because I am, not only do I feel like I'm right, I feel like I just...
Well, you got to know you're right. You can't feel like you're right. You got to know you're right.
No. It's up to you to dispel What I just
This
said.
is your argument. I don't got to do jack do.
No,
You got to prove to me that Reggie Bullock was the best player on the
I
court.
asked you if you were up for a challenge.
Come
I
on,
asked you if you
Squeezy.
were up for a challenge. Or are you up for a challenge or no?
That's not a challenge. Because you have to prove to me that Reggie Bullock was the best player on the Knicks in the second half of the season. I didn't make the statement. You did.
Do I? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel that he's a key.
What is
Like he's
going
one of
on
those
here?
key. But
I'm interested in seeing
Yeah, I
because
wanna
I'm pretty
hear
sure
this.
we're going to see a lot of 3-point percentage. We're going to see a lot of
I wanna hear
defensive
this.
numbers, and I think Uncle Freezy might be right.
I'm gonna
It's
point
just
out
because it doesn't look like that on the court. You know what I'm saying? That's
nah,
why. That's
yeah.
why people.
Plus
That's why
plus and
people be like,
minus.
"Yo, you bugging, Freezy." But
Yeah.
last year we had how many games? 72 games. So how much is half a season? Is it 30 something? 36?
Yeah.
Yeah, something
So
like
in
that.
36 games, could possibly Reggie Bullock been one of the better players on the team?
He had to have some
Possibly.
crazy field goal
Well,
percentage.
you're already off to a bad start because his usage rate was 16th bottom. And so he didn't even have the ball a lot.
Right. Okay. And here is where
He's gonna hit you with the catch and shoot.
Here is where you are already making a misstep.
Oh boy.
Because you immediately associated usage rate with efficiency.
No, I just said you're off to a bad start.
So you are off to a bad start because despite having a lower usage rate, his field goal percentage after the All-Star break increased by 7 percentage points.
I knew he was going field goal percent. I knew it.
Freezy. How many shots did he take, Freezy?
Okay, all right. Let me do some research here. Let me.
I mean, you brought it, so
I'm
that
going
was.
off my gut. I'm going off my
And
gut.
I just wanted to say to Freezy's point, I mean, this is really he's diabolical. What I will say is I already thought down the stretch last year the best two players on the Knicks was Reggie Bullock and Nerlens Noel.
Them.
Nerlens Noel played very well.
Right. And so to just to challenge D Poetic because he looked like he needed to challenge. Reggie Bullock's pre-All-Star break shooting percentage was he shot 40% from the floor. Right after the All-Star break, he shot 47%. Right, and what does that mean? People are saying, "Well, what does that mean? He took less shots." No, he did not take less shots. He took more shots in the second half of the season.
How many per game?
2.
No, that's okay. That's not bad.
But okay. So
that's not bad, bro.
So he took 2 more shots, and his field goal percentage increased by 7 points.
Wow.
Now think about this. If a guy is shooting 40% from the floor, we're like, yeah, he's ineffective, right? But he increases it from 40 to 47. That is a major increase.
Okay, so how many shots did he shoot before when he was at 40, and how many shots did he shoot after?
Let's say he was at 8, and then afterwards he was at 10.
No, I want to know what it is. I don't want you creating these stats. I want to know the stats.
No, I'm
Let's say it's 8. Let's say it's 10.
No, I'm rounding the number up. Instead of saying 7.6 and 9.5, I'm saying 8 and 10.
Okay, but is that fact, or is that you just in the ether thinking of something?
No, that is fact.
Okay.
He shot 7.6 before, and he shot 9.6 after. So instead of saying 9.6 over and over and over again.
No, that's fine. That's no problem. So it's 10. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And so during that same stretch, his 3-point attempts went from 4.6 prior to 7.6 after. Right? And what also increased is his 3-point percentage increased from 37.2%, which is respectable, to 43.2% after. So not only did he take more attempts, he was more present, he hit at a higher clip. See, when you shoot 37%
with 2 more shots a game.
No.
I'm not saying he wasn't integral to their run, but for you to say that he was the best. No, because I'm making your statement. But when you say that he was the best player on the New York Knicks during that second half of the season, the 16-4-1, with only 2 more shots per game, with a ball usage at the bottom 16, with a turnover usage of the top 12 in his position. So he turned over the ball a lot.
Yeah, we know that.
He was the best player.
Yeah, that
We
will
know
that
that.
actually hurt us.
But you know what though? Here's the thing. Before Reggie Bullock stepped his game up, the Knicks were not in a position. Well, I tell you, I'll just say it this way: if Reggie Bullock didn't step his game up, the Knicks wouldn't have went 16-4 down the stretch.
I mean, that's the same for everybody because RJ stepped up his game. Derrick Rose picked up his game. Noel was playing off the hook at that time. So, but you're saying that he was the best player. Not off that production, son.
How can you give Bullock credit for
not
that?
off that
Bullock was
production?
guarding the best player on the other team every single night, and you can never compare his relationship with Julius Randle's relationship when it comes to camaraderie. Man, why you roll your eyes at that? It plays a big part, bro. If I don't get along with Freezy, he ain't gonna let me in the chat.
Yo.
And not only that, right after they acquired,
but here's the thing.
Everything ain't numbers. Everything is not numbers.
We know that. We know that. It's just a story, and your eye test is the other story.
But
and your experience is the other story.
Right. But the thing I'm
so what's your point of bringing that up?
But the thing is
because it's the truth.
Okay. But
we all know that analytics is not the whole story. So what's your point?
That is the truth that they don't get along. Evan Fournier and Julius Randle don't get along.
And
Reggie Bullock did get along, and with Elfrid Payton they get along. No, man, you can see it on the court. You can see it on.
We're
the
making
court.
assumptions.
What the thing is, what we're missing here clearly is not a Evan Fournier's offense versus Reggie Bullock's defense. What we're missing from Reggie Bullock is Reggie Bullock was the captain of the defense and communicated defenses and adjustments throughout the game.
Very essential on that, and we missed him dearly for it. Absolutely,
I agree on that. So when Reggie Bullock saw a defensive coverage, Julius Randle, being a backline player, did not have the basketball IQ to know when to go and when not. Reggie Bullock legit during games grabbed Julius Randle's jersey and said, "No, don't go," and Reggie Bullock would go. And then there would be times when Reggie Bullock shoved Randle in the direction that he should be going, and Julius Randle.
And he's the only one that could do that. He's the only one that could do that.
But Eddie, see, I'm not saying he's the only one that could do that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
he was the only one that could do that.
Elfrid Payton was very serviceable as an on-ball defender.
You know what I'm saying? Evan Fournier doesn't even have the defensive IQ, first of all, and Evan Fournier would never be able to do that to Julius Randle. He was trying to hold back Julius Randle. Sam, he was trying to hold back Julius Randle, and Julius Randle basically shoved him out the way and say, "Get the F out my way."
So
you ain't got the cachet. You ain't got the cachet to come and stop me.
Yeah. Okay, great. So now, right, like when Elfrid Payton too.
It ain't okay, great.
Yeah, dude, because you can't stick to the topic. We're actually talking about something completely different. You're going on an Evan Fournier tangent. So anyway,
I'm going on a camaraderie tangent, which is my point, which ain't your point, so it don't matter to me either.
How do we know
good,
that?
Bro. Is he good now? Did he feel better now?
How do we know
so
that
anyway,
Fournier and Randle don't get along though? That's what I want.
But that's not. But listen, y'all watch. My point got caught up in the watch. Just now.
So Freezy, I'm actually trying to stay with you. So let's keep in mind too with Reggie Bullock, right? Because that was the claim, right? That Reggie Bullock was our best player in the second half of the season last season, right?
That's my claim. That was my personal challenge to you.
No, I got you. No problem.
Okay, all right.
And I'm saying that if only two now, it depends where you're going at, because if you say defensively, I would say he was our best on-ball defender, him and Elfrid Payton the whole season.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That wasn't something that just turned up in the second half of the season.
Right.
So defensively, I'll say that. What I say offensively is that I wouldn't make that claim because he only took 2 more shots. His ball usage was still low, and his turnover percentage was still high. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense offensively to say that he was our number one guy during the second half of the season. because I could bring up Derrick Rose, right? Derrick Rose played
Definitely.
35 games with us last year, right? And when the majority of that was in the second half of the season, because remember, he got acquired around the same time that Cam got acquired this year, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been like a little bit longer because
You read my mind.
Right, he heard that. Yeah.
Yep.
right. So he played 35 games with us. He averaged 15 of 12 and a half shots almost, shot 48% of the field, took about 3 threes a game, shot 41% for the field. Grabbed
From
me
three,
2 points.
41%
Yeah, from three. Correct. He shot 88% from the free throw line. He got 2.5 rebounds. I'm sorry, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. Right, and that's just going off the flat stats, like the ones you
And
can
that's
see.
not even talking about how he impacted Obi or any of that stuff.
Well, that's what I was just gonna get off into. I was gonna get into like extra
Oh, because you
analytics
can't
of
do that,
that.
Freezy, because you're going into my realm of the world. Don't
Why
say
can't
that.
I?
Freezy.
Why can't I come in your
Because that's
realm?
what I'm trying. My points I'm trying to make, and when I try to make those points, I get debunked by these ballers. So you can't make those.
So
Just stay on the
Are we gonna
analytics.
cry?
Just
If
stay
you,
on the analytics. Just
come
stay on
on,
the
guys,
analytics.
come on, guys.
Hold on, Eddie C. Eddie C. First of all, how come I can't come into your realm because you and somebody else disagree?
Because these ballers said that we have to stay on the topic.
But wait, Eddie C. How does that impact me? Why can't I come into your realm
Can I
because
say
you
something?
disagree with somebody else? I thought I was welcome into your realm if you had a point. So how you holding me
But
out
it
of
looks
your
like
realm? Because
it looks like my realm isn't part of the conversation here.
what? Eddie C. So wait. So you're saying I'm not welcome to your point because you
Nah,
disagree
bro,
with
you
somebody else?
always welcome into whatever you want to say.
Okay, all right.
But the
I
thing
just
is
wanted
that
to.
if you guys are talking about analytics and I'm talking about something else, which is not analytical, because you know I'm not a numbers dude, I'm not gonna be up here opening Google tabs and checking out these numbers. I'm just gonna look at how people
oh,
play on the
how dare
court,
us?
right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if I'm saying certain points, I get off the topic,
Yeah, because
which
you're
was some
bringing
of
up
the same.
calamity that has nothing to do with Reggie Bullock being the best player on the court for us during the second half of the season. They're two different
I didn't say
conversations.
that. I didn't say that. I said that the only thing that Reggie Bullock could do that Evan Fournier could not do is push him, shove him, say certain things to him, which is very important to the team.
Yeah, he was more vocal.
Yeah.
But you know what, Eddie? I'm sorry. I didn't. This is real quick. The only thing I would say to you is, don't use what Fournier did when Randle was mad as Randle's judgment on respecting Fournier. Because
Thank you,
Right.
Ron.
the thing is,
Thank
the
you,
difference
Ron.
is Fournier is new to the Knicks. RJ Barrett's been with the Knicks. Did RJ run over to Randle? No, because he knows who Randle is. I'm not putting my arms around Randle. He don't push me. No. That's what I'm just saying, like, that was a hot moment for Randle. Like, you got to stay away from Randle at that moment. That's all I was saying.
Nah, but
But
it wasn't.
Ron,
Ron,
but
it wasn't. I mean, that situation is one that you could point at and say, look what happened here, right? But that wasn't the whole situation from the get go. We can see that Evan Fournier and Randle didn't click.
Oh no,
Like,
no,
you know what
I
I'm
agree.
saying?
I'm just saying that particular situation. Now, I got
Yeah. That's not the key point, but you could use that as part of your point to prove your argument. You know that maybe somebody else could be in a better position
bro,
I
to
think
help
the issue
Randle
at
out.
large,
let me
the issue at large is that this is a question that requires an analytical answer. And when you're bringing up all of these other issues regarding camaraderie and people being angry with each other, those are non sequitur answers that have nothing to do with analytics. When we're talking about the best player on the team, we're not talking about who can manage
Whose
Julius Randle
personality or
emotionally.
ego better?
Right. We're talking about what do the numbers say? What do the numbers say about defensive possessions? What do the numbers say about,
Oh, but
average amount of
the
shots
thing was
taken?
Evergreen. Freezy put up the point that in certain situations where Randle didn't know where to go and what to do, Reggie Bullock was the one to tell him or even grab his jersey and
Yeah.
push him to these positions. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, if he does that physically, push a player to a certain spot on the floor, and that player's offensive guy misses the shot, that goes into the numbers, doesn't it? But if there's nobody there to
It goes
do
into the
that,
numbers.
Can I say
the
something real
power
quick?
forward that Julius Randle was supposed to guard or small forward gets an open bucket, and that puts your numbers down.
Yeah,
Can I
but
say something real quick?
Julius Randle's numbers, whether
Freezy, I'm willing to
offensively
engage
or
in this whenever you're ready.
Julius Randle's numbers, whether offensively or defensively, has absolutely nothing to do with Reggie Bullock's numbers offensively or defensively. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a non sequitur
No,
points.
it's but Evergreen, it's like somebody that holds the team together. It's like somebody, because the thing is that I understand what Eddie C is saying. Like literally, I've seen even Bullock actually holding Randall, like wrapping his arm, like nah,
Like
bro,
no, don't
like
go. Right, but
yeah,
but
like
again, you guys are
yeah.
getting into this trap because this is not a team question. This is an individual player question. What are we talking about here? This is not a who's better for the team. This is a who's better on the team. Whose stats are better on the team, not who's better for the team, which
No,
is
I see.
who
I
can
see.
Julius Randle.
And Evergreen, we could even take it a step further. Freezy challenged that to me. For me and him to have a dialogue about it.
So I'll stay shut now.
Yeah, I won't
It's
say. I
okay if
won't
you
say
guys
a
want to
word.
chip
I
in,
won't
which
say
is
a word.
fine.
I won't say
No,
a
you
word.
guys could chip in if you want. No, hold on. You guys could chip in. Hold on. See, but you see, here we go. Here we go. Listen,
Bro, how you gonna do
the
that
point
to
is
me,
this.
bro? Like for real.
Here's the point. Here's the point. Here's the point. The point is this. You guys can chime in whenever you want, but if we are going to chime in, we got to make sure that we stick to the topic at hand, which you guys didn't. What you did was that we were on the highway and y'all just skirted off to the rest stop. You know what I'm saying? And went to go buy some, potato chips and stuff like that in the gasoline station. We still on the highway. That's the problem.
This is
because the point that I was trying to make, and he got caught up in the wash again, was that Reggie Bullock stepped up his game last year when the team was struggling, right? Now we're at that point where this team is struggling, and the dude that is Reggie Bullock's replacement is not stepping up and doing these things. This was the premise for the challenge. Like last year, Julius Randle went through this. It got to a point where he was struggling last year also, right? Reggie Bullock stepped up his game, right? And did certain things. This year, do we have a guy on this roster that can go to Julius Randle? No. This was my This was where I wanted to go. It's the reason why I asked you this thing, because you don't always start at the end game, right? Because that ain't no fun. Because I could have easily asked you what veteran on the team is going to go to Randle to get Randle right, and what would you have told me?
Taj Gibson.
You'd have been like, we don't have a veteran that can go to Randle and get Randle right.
I'd have said Taj.
That's exactly what you would have told me.
I'd have said Taj
Gibson. I don't think I would have even answered it, but
right. But instead of doing that, we got to, man, listen, the conversation's got to be fun, bro. Because we be here for like 4 or 5 hours.
Thanks.
You know what I'm saying? We can't just I just can't just ask you one question and then have you answer it and then we just sit here. You know what I'm saying? We got the reason why I brought this up is because Reggie Bullock stepped his game up when Randle was struggling and helped Randle navigate through struggles. We wind up self-correcting and getting hot. This year, around the same point, we are struggling. Right before the trade deadline, right before the All-Star break, we are struggling. Is there a guy on this roster that can do the same thing?
Freezy, you have changed the goalposts of the initial challenge. So if that's where you want to go, then have an open panel discussion, no problem. But that was not what you presented to me. You told me that Reggie Bullock was the best player for the New York Knicks during the second half of the season. And we were going into,
was he not?
And I'm telling you, no.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But was it even?
You still, to me, in my mind, I'm right.
Freezy, whatever helps you sleep at night, Freezy. I don't care.
I'm just saying, in my mind, your answer was not suitable enough to change my mind.
Freezy, we didn't even get through it.
Yeah, now you brought up Derrick Rose and you said Derrick Rose stats.
No, I was getting into the fact that look, I mean, you even let me get into it, bro, because everybody else came into stuff like that, which is fine. But don't trail off the where we were going though.
See, could you force me to tip my hand?
Freezy, you don't play fair, bro. You can't now you came with brass knuckles to the fist fight, bro. That's what you're doing, bro.
Come on, man. So okay. So you forced me to tip my hand about do the Knicks have a veteran that can help Randle navigate through this thing?
You morphed into that after the conversations. That was not your starting point.
Because you have to start somewhere and end somewhere. You don't start at the end.
Not crazy. It's not how you do it, bro. No problem.
Okay, all right, okay.
So if you want to go into the fact was now, because now you're changing it and you're saying that with Reggie Bullock's value for the second half of the season was so important because he was able to be the captain of our defense, guard the best ball handlers, right, or the most dynamic players. And in your eyes, he was able to navigate Julius Randle a bit better than what it has been this season. And since we're at that turning point and we don't have that, we miss Reggie Bullock. This is where you're getting at now.
So okay, all right. So in the story, there's a start, a middle, and an end. And I want to start so that we can get to the end, but we had to do a journey through the middle.
So you're saying this is the middle part, Freezy?
So now your argument is that he was the most valuable player, not the best player.
Okay. All right, touche.
That's
okay.
a better.
Okay, all right.
That's a better point. Yeah.
Okay, that's a better.
Now that's a different conversation. Now I throw these stats away now.
Okay, so that's a better way to put it. But my point is last year about this time, remember, we were also struggling. We were like, what is this team doing? You know what I'm saying? Why is Reggie Bullock still starting? Why is Elfrid Payton still starting? Right? But then Reggie Bullock stepped up as a veteran presence and helped Julius Randle navigate this team through certain struggles. Like, no, don't catch it. If you want to shoot right here, don't catch the ball right here. Right? It's little thing on defense.
If that's where you're going, I have no choice but to agree with you. And I think Elfrid Payton was a big part of that as well.
Yeah.
Right. And so now we're at the middle stage of this thing that I wanted to get to. Do we have a veteran on this roster with a big enough presence or persona to help Julius Randle navigate through this like he did last year?
No.
Now, what I'm going to tell you immediately is no. Right? Because Kemba Walker does not have the mental makeup to go to Julius Randle and say, hey, big guy, we need you if we are going to be successful.
Yeah.
Right? If you're going to get us these buckets, let us help you get in a position to best get these buckets for this team.
Right.
I don't think Kemba Walker is that guy, right? Just like Elfrid Payton, just like when Elfrid Payton, when guards switched onto Randle, Elfrid Payton came screaming across the floor and got in front of that guard and pushed Julius Randle away so he could find another defender, right? You saw Elfrid Payton do that last year. When teams ran pick and roll, Elfrid Payton would come screaming across the floor, leave his man to go guard the best point guard or the best guard on the other team and force Julius Randle to go pick up another defender because they know that was a mismatch in the favor of the opposing team.
Okay.
You don't have that now, right? You don't have Reggie Bullock telling Randle when to go and when not to. If Lauri Markkanen is in the corner for three, instead of Reggie going, he sent Julius. Right? You know what I'm saying? It's these small things that Reggie Bullock and Elfrid Payton did last year that helped the team stay balanced. Right? And it's one of the reasons why Julius Randle pouted when they left and is pouting now that they're not here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because even if you don't have guys on defensively to do that, you still don't even have the counterbalance, which is veterans that are bucket getters to help him figure things out on offense.
Okay.
You don't have the guy to be like, no, Julius, listen, you're not hitting right here. Let us run a play so that we could get you in your sweet spot so you could shoot that fadeaway lefty off the baseline. We know that's your shot. Right? Instead, these new guys let Julius get in a high post of ISO, jab step, pump fake, short dribble, spin move. We don't have a guy to be like, no, Julius, no, go to your spot on the baseline. I'm gonna send all the other three guys over here to the other side of the floor so that you can ISO because you versus any power forward in the league is advantage you. Right? We don't have that. That's what I was trying to get to. See, and Evan Fournier is not that guy. Like Juju, you done missed 4 in a row from right here, bro. Let's get you to your spot where you normally like to cook. Right? We don't have that guy. Right? And the sad part to this is Julius Randle is going to continue to struggle and continue to get the blame because we don't have a guy to help. And in life, we all feel like as men and as individuals that we've been through enough that we can kind of self-correct in the moment. Right? Mm-hmm. But the reality is, if we could self-correct all the time, we'd be perfect. Mm-hmm. Well, surprise, human beings are not perfect. Right?
Gotcha.
So what I'm saying is this. To that point, the reason why I even brought up Bullock in the first place, mm-hmm. I don't feel like we know we don't have a defender to offset Bullock. But we also, on the flip side of that, we do not have an offensive player to offset Julius Randle's struggles on offense. Would anybody in here disagree with that?
I disagree with the second part.
Okay.
I totally agree. I don't think there's another player on the team. Probably Derrick Rose, but we haven't seen him for a month since we started losing like this.
And they rarely play together.
And man, at the end of the games, mostly.
Okay.
Within the last 2.5 weeks, I would definitely say that offset is RJ. I mean, particularly within the last 2 weeks, he's really proved himself to be. If someone wants to give him the mantra as taken on as the focal point of the offense, then it's certainly RJ, and he's becoming that. But as far as the first one, as far as the defensive end, I could agree with that. That aspect. But when it comes to the offensive end, like RJ is the guy right now. Like if anything,
yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a good. That doesn't mean it's a good. Is a good for what Freezy's looking for is that type of player because he's not really somebody. I think Freezy's like asking for like a Levine type of player, somebody who can just literally, dribble, step back and hit a 3 in your face, and RJ can't really do that. No. So if he's talking about somebody that can take over the offensive load, I think he's talking about players along those lines that we don't have to, look for Randle at any point in the offensive
let me
scheme.
give you an example. Europe in the NBA Finals, the Phoenix Suns were up against the Milwaukee Bucks 2-0. Remember?
Right. And I told everybody Phoenix was gonna blow it, but
and so what happened was Phoenix got into a 3-2 zone against Giannis to stop him from building momentum towards the rim, and Chris Middleton went to him and grabbed the ball. Right, Giannis was clapping for the ball. Give me the ball! Give me the ball! And Chris Middleton was like, "Yo, calm down, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Calm down."
Took over.
Calm down. They're in a 3-2 zone. They're not gonna let you get a full head of steam towards the basket. And Giannis was like, "But I'm the MVP." And Chris Middleton was like, "Man, listen. They're taking this thing away from you. So what we're gonna do is
adjust."
Run this screen and roll on this side and have you in a one-on-one versus DeAndre Ayton. And John's like, but he's a center. So what? Mm-hmm. What we're gonna do is have you post up they center and dare them to double team. And when they double team, we're gonna kick it out and knock down these threes. Mm-hmm. Right? And so what happened was Giannis started posting up their center and was effective down low on their center. And now, was it the conventional way of scoring for Giannis? No. But was it an effective way of Giannis being, it was an effective way of Giannis scoring? Yes. Because when Phoenix looked us in the double team, everybody around the perimeter could knock down open shots, right? Mm-hmm. But against that 2-3 zone, the other players on their own could not be effective knocking down those shots because the 3-2 zone is designed to not give up dribble penetration and 3-point shots from the top of the key. But it was smart for somebody who had years and tenure and had been through the struggle with Giannis to say, hey, we're going to try something different, Freak. We know you're a great athlete. We know you're the MVP. But instead of you knocking your head on the wall, doing the same thing over and over and not getting your desired result, we're going to try something different. Right? And all it took is for one time for Giannis to try it. Right? The one time they tried it once, they double teamed, they kicked it out to Chris Middleton. Chris Middleton knocked down a mid-range jumper. Right? And Giannis got an assist. He was like, hey, this ain't bad. So all it took was a little taste of trying something different. But it took not the coach, but a veteran that had been through some struggles to go to the team's best player and say, listen, Freak, don't knock your head up against the wall trying to do this thing. We know you great, right? Try this thing different in this other spot, and you'll still get the shots that you want.
So
right?
Two things. First of all, I still haven't gotten the question of what you was trying to ask. And second thing is exactly the point that I was trying to make from the get-go. It doesn't have to be numbers. It's not the numbers. It's not the analytics. It's just somebody on the court that can read things and say to another player, let's try this differently. Let's do something else. Can that player tell the other player to do that? Does DiVincenzo has the cachet to do that to Giannis? Probably not.
Right.
Middleton has the cachet to do that.
Right.
So I'm not trying to take away anything from the numbers, because the numbers are the numbers, and that's great, and I'm cool with that. But there's also a different aspect of the NBA and on the court, or even when you're playing basketball with your friends. There's a different aspect to it. It's just not percentages and where you shoot from here and there. You know, it's who can galvanize the group, who can do certain things. And that's the point that I'm hearing that you're trying to make for the last 5 minutes. So I don't know where you kind of like veered off from where the analytics came, and it kind of like veered into, does this person have the smarts to do certain things? Does this person have the ability to tell another player, hey, move to this spot, even though the coach has a scheme and the scheme is to do this, but the player on the court is watching what's going on and saying, no, we want you to do this for a second, because they're not letting you do that.
The reason why it veered off that way is because the goalpost was changed. You see, like you did, Breezy. You did. Like you start off with the best player, right? So then we went, okay, well, let's see what Freezy's talking about. Let's go, even when I disagreed with him, let's go over the numbers. Let's see, because don't forget, I'm not just an analytic nerd that just sits on a computer all day. I coach, I develop, and no, it's for everybody. I coach and develop. I played this game for many years, so I watch the game. So I bring all these worlds together to my analysis. Can I be wrong? Of course, I'm not fucking perfect. But my point.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Bolden. Let me ask you a question. So when you have on your team, okay, I guess you're trying to privy, your knowledge of basketball in this. So you run a team, right? Do you have a basketball team?
I coached for 15 years.
Okay. Do you mind me asking, high school, college?
All that, you name it. Assistant coaches, head coaches for varsity, freshmen, AAU, grammar school, you name it, I've done it.
And I think my point is not going to be well, because when it comes to high school, when it comes to college, the coaches have a better grasp of what the players do. They don't have but when it comes to the NBA and you're getting paid millions of dollars, sometimes you have an ego. And sometimes the coaches can't.
You'll be crazy the egos you see in AAU.
My question was, okay, maybe AAU then. My question was this: when you saw things like this happen in your team, where you had somebody that was probably the best player, but somebody that was probably a hothead, for lack of a better term, or somebody that is not easily approachable, what would you do in that sense? And even approachable to you. Somebody that even you yourself, as the basketball coach, can't get through, because I'm pretty sure you've came face to face with players that even you can't touch.
Of course.
So then, what would be your strategy in that sense?
But before we answer the question, and I will answer your question, the point I was just trying to say with Freezy is that it switched it to that conversation because he said who was the best player. He didn't say who was the most valuable for the team. So now all these worlds were crashing together, right? So that's what was happening with that, and that's where the conversations veered off.
I'll admit I was wrong. I was wrong.
It's fine. It's no problem.
And I should have phrased it better. I should have phrased that better. Right.
That's no problem.
But
it's not really that big of a deal because best, valuable, they're synonyms.
No, it is a big deal because
they're
They're
synonyms.
not. No,
They're not synonyms.
It is because if you for example say, is Jesus your Lord or is Jesus God, it's two different questions.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah.
So the point that I was getting is in the art of storytelling, there's a beginning, middle, and end. And a lot of when you want to do the art of storytelling, you just don't skip from beginning to end. It's just not entertaining. Because we could just stat all day long and nobody wants to sit through a stat snooze fest. Right? That's why you pose it as a challenge, you talk your way through it. You have second and third questions ready to go to ask just in case they answer something differently than the way you anticipate. So it's a lot to go into it. I listen, I does this. I rock a mic, bro. I'm good at that.
No, I'm okay with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with talking about anything. But what happened was at the end of the conversation, kind of veered off from numbers. It kind of veered off to like, yo, who can do this? Chris Middleton did this, which had nothing to do with analytics.
Oh yeah, I had nothing to do with that.
But I'm interested. I'm interested in knowing because this is exactly the problem that we're facing right now in the New York Knicks. This ties into exactly what the team is missing. Even because Fournier isn't shooting a bad percentage from 3-point line, is he?
Yeah,
he's shooting over 40%.
No, he's not.
I believe. I think he shoots the free throw shot at defensively, he's not doing well, and when it comes to camaraderie of the team. So when I pose that question, I would like for you to answer because I would like to know what do you do.
Yeah, no problem. So first of all, super chat. Booker Buddha, thank you for the generous contribution. So is this a challenge for RJ's ascension? Yeah, I mean that's a good point. That's something we could talk about. There's another one too, but I'll answer Eddie's question real quick. So Eddie, like I dealt with a lot of kids that came from single parent households. Some of them had no parents, right? So you when you're dealing with personalities and sometimes how they click with others and like what's their level of temperament and their patience and how they work well with the team and understanding the principle coming to the team, that's a whole challenge within itself. Now it's very important that you have these guys since young too. See, in the NBA is very difficult because I guarantee Julius Randle didn't know Tom Thibodeau before he became a coach.
That's why when I asked you the question, I prefaced it a little bit more towards college and high school because you can do that, and the NBA is a whole different ballgame.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up a point that the relationship in which built and which yeah, definitely, right.
It's a huge part. You can't go to Julius Randle's mom as a high school coach and talk to her and say, hey, listen, your son is being aggressive towards the other kids in on the team, blah blah blah. You can't do that in the NBA. So this is what I want to know.
Well, I was are you going to ask it again? Because I was going to ask what you.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. So how, and we've had hotheads. We've had kids that that got into the system, so to speak, and didn't do well with their lives, but they were highly talented, right? So the only thing is that you could only do so much of what you could do. You could implement them around a good environment. You can implement them around a system that could work, right? You could go ahead and teach them, hey, look, listen, acting like that on the court to the teammates is not right. And you could do all that because, you're not going to spank the kid. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to slap them in the middle of everybody. So there's ways and contingencies as to where you try different things in order for kids to go ahead and decide whether they're going to get, because it's their decision at the end of the day. So whether they get on board or not. But you try your best, and some kids, they just don't do it, and some kids that do. But we talk to families, or we talk to guardians, and we talk to people around them. Sometimes we've had like interventions and try to get kids together and stuff like that. So your question, I get what you're getting at, but you're comparing apples or oranges because those type of things don't happen in the NBA. So to answer your question, now if you ask for my coaching experience, right, how would I handle a Julius Randle situation, right? Go ahead, Evergreen. What happened?
No. I'm just go ahead, finish what you was gonna do because I want to add to what you're saying.
I'm gonna be wrong. That's why I saw your finger up.
Okay, so real quick. All right, so in the military, and Freezy can attest to this. We have, or specifically when I was serving in the Marine Corps, we used to have this thing. We say there's only a few types of Marines, right? And when I'm saying this specifically, this is talking about dealing with young people that are hotheads, right? We used to say there's Marines that you can yell at and they fix themselves. There's Marines that you can write a verbal counseling and fix themselves. There's a Marine that you can give them the mommy and daddy, big brother talk and they fix themselves. There's the Marines that you can beat the crap out of and then they fix themselves.
Yeah.
And then there's the ones you can't fix. And what do? You get them out of the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
So in this case, right, you can't yell at Julius Randle because that doesn't help when he's emotional. There's nobody on the team that's big brother in him. Maybe Taj at the most, but Taj isn't playing that role. He's more looking at the young guys. There's nobody on the team that's going to beat the crap out of Julius Randle. Maybe Mitchell Robinson at best.
Right.
And you're not gonna talk to him softly to gotta get through him because there's nobody else that can do that. So what do you gotta do? That leaves you with one option left: get rid of him.
Yeah, and that's a good point because, like, with Julius Randle situation and how it's detriment to the team and to himself, it's like you have to run like a plan of contingencies as to how you're going to deal with the situation because, as you just noted, not everybody responds the same way to certain treatments.
Right.
So it's a whole thing like, okay, Randle, this is our principles. This is what we go by. And say that's why the coaching staff and the coaching staff and the front office being together is so important because now if it's divided, right, for example, and it splits off, now the team's divided because some agree to this direction and some agree to that direction. So that's why I always say that the the ownership is your universe, right? The front office is your galaxy. The coaching staff is your sun, and your players are the planets. That's how it works. So that has to be straight first, because then you have principles and guidelines in which you go by. And then, for example, if Julius Randle is saying, "Hey, is acting the way he is," and you're like, "Hey, look, listen, son, this is not how we do things here. Okay, we're not going to treat you this way, and we're not going to treat the 15th guy this way. This is how we do it. Either you're down with it or you're not down with it." You see, but organizations are not always together. So there's a lot of organizations out to stick up for a player because of what they can bring them as value wise, as far as putting buttons to the seats, merchandise, how many times you're going to be on ESPN or anything, that they let them get away with a lot of stuff too. So it depends, and every situation is different. But my thing is that we have certain standards and principles to do things, just like the military, right? And at the end of the day, if we try to work with you and it doesn't work out, then your services could be used elsewhere.
Right.
And it's that simple.
People get dishonorable discharges.
I don't
all the
think Julius
time.
Randle's going to get traded this year, next year. I don't think he's going to be here for at least 2-3 years. But didn't we see a blueprint of how we can make this player the best player he can be last year? So what is that blueprint? Bringing in these types of players that will help him, who are not disobedient, but are not going to get punked by Julius Randle or the organization or anybody else. There's players out there that can help you with this. You just have to find them and you have to get them into your program. If I saw a bogus trade, because I'm not advocating a trade for Russell Westbrook, but I think Russell Westbrook is a personality that can probably take over the team. Randle will know his place behind a Russell Westbrook, and maybe it doesn't equate to wins. Maybe it doesn't equate to better numbers, but maybe it'll equate to a better product on the floor.
So let's say, for example, right? Because I was thinking of Melo.
I was gonna say one more player before you jumped in.
Okay. Go ahead.
Patrick Beverley is another player who statistically is not a statistical, giant, but he's a player that you put on the floor with a Julius Randle. And he's not going to overstep his bounds or be disrespectful, but he's going to put Randle in his place.
Yeah.
And then that defensively, he is a giant, though. So that part is going to help a lot.
Right. So it kind of reminds me of the Melo situation a little bit, because in this sense that they didn't put the right pieces around Melo, because I think his offensive BPM was like 6 and up with us. Like, that's very high. Like, that man was a bucket, bro. And all you had to do was just put good defensive players around him, good strong-minded players, and we probably would have had a more, successful stint with him, right? But it's the same thing with Julius Randle, and that's front office, that's your coach's head, because these guys make the decisions. as far as like who comes on your roster and who doesn't, right? And who plays and who doesn't, right? So if they knew that that was a good environment for Julius Randle, maybe you could have get the guys back, right? But at least what you could have done was that bring the same type of players in there in order for him to, if he had the chance to pick it up where he left off from last season. But they didn't even do that. So that just goes to show you how much they care.
I think they
No,
did.
I think they had a lot of pressure on them. They had a lot of pressure on them to make these type of offensive moves because all we were talking about was how bad the offense was. But what we didn't know was that our team wasn't a team of brawn. Our team was a team of brute. And that's where we veered off from the brute to the brawn is where we messed up. If we would, I'm not a GM. I'm nowhere near smart as anybody, even on this panel. But I had a list of players that I would have loved to have on my team, which was PJ Tucker. There was Nicholas Batum. These are the types of players that I know would fit better around Randle. We didn't do that. Of course, and those players probably won a championship, so they want to be on better teams. But what we did was we went for the offensive, and we got away from what we did was our identity was the brute, was the defensive intensity. Yeah, we didn't score. Yeah, we couldn't shoot, but we was gonna hold you down. And everybody loved that type of basketball. We were all cheering behind that type of basketball.
Can I say something after the super chat?
Yeah, let me read that real quick. Kaiser Sauce, thank you for the generous contribution, bro. He said Randle leads the league in isolations and post-ups. That isolation style is never going to change. That's not winning basketball. That's not modern basketball. Unless Randle can become a different player, he's cooked.
100%. And I have a question, a response for you, Eddie. At the same time, you got to maintain your composure. Like even in the military, we always call it maintain your military bearings. And it's mainly because sometimes you can't get it your way. And we all understand that. It's unfortunately for Julius Randle that we couldn't even surround them with the right player. But at the same time, you can't make it even more toxic than what it already is. And that's another factor that's making him even actually look even bad. Like
yeah,
that's
it does,
but
different people have different temperaments, bro. Like everybody ain't the same, man. Like
but you could be frustrated. That's one thing.
But
to make it more toxic.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, but to make it toxic, that people is trying to grab you, trying to control you, just so that you won't get not one technical, but get a double technical. That's something. He almost backslapped Fournier. And another thing is that I know that, bro, that all right, you play a certain way even better with certain players, but you just don't have it your way. You just gotta wait for the trade deadline. Just you gotta play the hands that is dealt to you, the cards that is dealt to you. That's it. You can't do more than that.
And you made me think of something when you said what you were saying is that even if Bullock and Payton came back, the NBA still would have adjusted to putting smaller wings on Julius Randle.
Oh yeah.
So of course, defensively, of course, we would have been a lot better. But I still think we still had a lot of woes offensively, and I think we still might have still had the same type of issues that we have now.
Right.
Oh yeah, our team is flawed, 100%. Like this team, we don't have the crown jewel. No. Our team is flawed. Like there's teams that are younger than us that have better players right now. Like you could probably say Houston has better players than Julius Randle right now. Mm-hmm. Like I would rather have the rookie than him right now. Right. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely are flawed. There's no way around that. But
yeah, so can I throw some? I want to throw some off gasoline on the fire. Mm-hmm. Right.
Of course.
So I want to blame the front office.
Of course it does.
Partially. I'll blame him partially.
I blame him partially too.
I want to blame them because as a front office, you don't and so we spoke to this already. As a front office, you have to understand that in your search for a crown gem, you still have to have your 1 through 15. You still have to have your big 15, right? And so with that said, with small moves, my preference would have been to keep Theo Pinson as opposed to not bringing him back and bringing in Wayne Selden.
Pinson.
It's a culture thing.
Right,
It matters.
right. Because the little things mean a lot. It's
Yeah.
like the example that we draw, like the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other shoulder. The thing with Julius Randle last year is Reggie Bullock went to fight for Julius Randle so he wouldn't have to do all the minutia stuff.
Yeah.
Now nobody's here to do the minutia stuff for Randle. He got to do it on his own.
No, and it wasn't just him.
And then on that same flip side, when things got heavy, Theo Pinson is what lightened up the locker room last year when things got tough.
Yep.
Like when there was a game that we legit got the brakes beat off us, and RJ Barrett and Theo Pinson were laughing, and people were like, "Yo, we just got destroyed by Milwaukee, and y'all over here laughing." And RJ was like, "No, man, I was so down and depressed that Theo Pinson picked up the mood." He was like, "Yo, they kicked our butt. So what, man? Ain't nothing we can do about it. That game is over. We have to remember there's a game tomorrow."
Yep.
And you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes, no matter how well you game plan, no matter how much work you put in, some nights are just not gonna be your night.
Yeah.
Some night, no matter what happens, the other team. When we played Cleveland earlier in the year, man, we did everything perfect, and Ricky Rubio hit 8 contested threes.
Mm.
What can a coach game plan for that? What can he say? Because he had a hand in his face.
Mm-hmm.
The defense was called perfect. You know what I'm saying? The dude just hit 8 contested threes on our best defenders. What can you do in a game like that? There's nothing. Some nights there's nothing you can do. Some nights the other team is just gonna be better. No matter what your scheme is, no matter what your tactical adjustments are, no matter how much work you put in, no matter how prepared you were, sometimes the other team is just gonna be better.
Okay.
Right? And then on those nights, you have to have a veteran to come say, "Hey, RJ, listen, you're not a bad player, bro. It just wasn't your night." And Theo Pinson to just tell a joke and have RJ laughing and going into the press conference, and everybody like, "Why he laughing? Y'all just got blown out." And the thing about it is everybody takes this thing serious, man. But what you don't want to do is get crumbled into a funk. Take everything so serious, because no matter how much you prepare, sometimes it's just not gonna be it, bro. And we don't have the guy now to say that to everybody. Now we have dudes in funks. Now we have dudes inside of their own heads, right? Now we have dudes questioning their NBA abilities, right? When all you had to do was keep Theo Pinson and not bring in Wayne Selden.
Salute, Rob.
I agree with you, Freezy. It was definitely important to keep a culture intact as it was last year, and who knows, maybe they might have been played better, but I still think that there were certain adjustments the league made, especially to Julius Randle, that we still would have been in the same position offensively, and we still would have been last at assists, and we still would have been finding it hard to score over 105 points, and I think those things still would have been going on. I think Randle still would have been at 3 to 4 turnovers a game. I think those things still would happen.
Right.
But I get you though.
But my point is, it would have been easier for you to get over that stuff than it is right now.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm getting at. OG, what's good?
Freezy, let me get out of here. Have a great day, y'all. Take care.
Hey, Paul, nice meeting you, player.
Later, D.
Later, D.
Hi, boss.
Freezy, what is it with Randall, Freezy? He just doesn't like his teammates or doesn't like the coach, or both?
No, I think he's in a funk.
He's frustrated.
I think he's in a funk. It's not like this kid don't try hard, right? And it's not like the kid's a bad person. I just think he is in a mental funk. And we all of us get there occasionally if you live long enough. If you live long enough, you get into a mental funk where you just can't figure out what it is that's going on wrong. It happens. It happens.
I tell you one thing: you get rid of
some of these vet players, the Burkses, the Kimbas, the Fourniers, and Randle will benefit from that too.
Yeah, but at the same time, we don't even know what like I still feel like the Knicks is about to do something big, bro. Like who knows? It might be that everything was planned out. They surround them purposely with people that wasn't about to make them productive, and that's only speculation on my end. But I'm just saying because I just feel like they're about to come in hard, bro, with something big.
Well, I still keep saying I still think that this team. I would love for them to wind up with Ben Simmons, but I feel like in the end of the day, De'Aaron Fox is going to be a New York Knick. I still feel that way, and I'm expecting
Fox,
it to
yeah.
happen.
Dejounte Murray, bro. I want that
I
guy
think that the
badly.
organization is not giving up any more first round picks or any more young players. It's gonna be bargain bin shopping like it's been for the past two,
Murray
3 years, and they're gonna try to get this thing turned around. Maybe some of the biggest thing that they can do is get a Russell Westbrook. That's probably one of the biggest things that they can do, where they can trade some of the veterans, Fournier, Burks, Kemba,
For
still keep
Westbrook.
the young players and not give away picks to get a player in a position who need. Because if you're gonna get Darren Fox, you're gonna give up first round picks and you're gonna give up some of your young players. If you're gonna get Ben Simmons, you're gonna give up first round picks and you're gonna give away some of your young players or most of your young players. And the third one, if you're gonna give up even a DeJounte Murray, they're gonna ask for maybe a first round pick, maybe 2 first round picks, and a young player. So do they have the I mean, I wouldn't want to do that. Like,
Yeah, I
even though
wouldn't.
those 3 players I know would better my team, I do not want to give up any more first round picks, and I don't want to give up Obi Toppin. I don't want to give up Emmanuel Quickly. I don't want to give up Mitchell Robinson. I don't want to give up these players.
Well, the thing, Eddie C, is like at some point, this is, and Freezy likes to say this sometimes too. At some point, you're gonna have to say to yourself, I don't want to continue to rely on what my draft capital is. There's established players in the league, and I know what I'm gonna get from those guys. So at some point, you got to say, I got some guys on the team that are young that could turn into something, but I got to get me somebody who can play now that I know is going to turn into something. This draft that's coming up, most likely the Knicks are going to have, a good level of a pick, but it's not going to be high enough where we can grab one of these star type players. So I'm like, and this draft is not a deep draft like last year's draft. Last year was incredibly deep, and I think maybe people got a little spoiled by that, thinking like these drafts are going to look like this. This draft coming up is not like that. So
draft position doesn't make you a star.
That too, but we also know that you could be a horrible team and still get a bad pick, a la our New York Knicks.
Exactly.
Horrible and keep getting bad picks.
Yeah, but I don't want to rely on picks no
bad
more.
picks in the last 3-4 years.
No. That's Rob. That's us drafting certain players, but our pick positioning.
Yeah, but positioning doesn't grant you to pick a star. That's my point.
Yeah, but to Freezy's point, it gives you the better chance to pick a star. If we had been in a top 5 situation in some of those previous drafts, all those players are good players right now.
I can ask you what was the number 1 pick. I mean, the number 5th pick 5 years ago, and you wouldn't be able to tell me.
You're right, but at that point, I don't think the Knicks even had.
But see, that's my point.
Pick in the game, you know what I mean?
No, but see, that's my point. It doesn't matter what you draft; is what you draft. The Knicks been drafting well without getting the high picks. They even drafted better with a
lower pick,
with a lower pick than a higher pick. So therefore, we shouldn't put too much into where you draft at. Not right now at this point. We only year 2.
That's the thing.
We
Rob,
only year 2.
At this point, we have to, because remember, we're not at the same point we were before. Before, it didn't matter. Getting a guy like Mitchell Robinson in the second round, a steal, great. Picking up Emmanuel Quickly later in the rounds, great. Picking up a Grimes, great. But now we're at the point where we're trying to get better, so we need.
I know, but this how you get better. This how you get better. You're in a position now that you wasn't back then, because you can move all over the board now. You can move in free agency. You can move in a draft. You can move in just picking up players. You're in a better position now than you ever were, because you're not just limited to the draft. You know, is you can picking up players. You picked up Reddick. You still got RJ. If somebody was to tell you that Zion is in New York in New York future, you can't shoot it down just because of what they got. So you're in a
So,
better
all right,
position now.
but to
Yeah.
Eddie C's point, so what you're saying, if somebody tells you that Zion is in the Knicks' future, do you not give up your picks to get a guy like Zion in here when you know what he could be
I'm
for your
sure.
team?
I'm sure Eddie C will give up that for Zion. He
I
ain't
don't, I,
crazy.
I don't know. What do you mean? Like it
A
depends,
healthy,
bro.
no,
A healthy, okay.
a
A
healthy Zion.
one year removed Zion from injury, and then I could see what he's doing.
But
I could probably right. I'll probably give up the farm for that.
but
But
why?
at this point in time, like it's very difficult for me to give up everybody on my team for Zion Williamson
Mm-hmm.
and not
Oh
know
yeah,
his medical chart, not know.
yeah, but
eh,
see, but I'm just saying. My point is this here: you can move in all directions now. It doesn't have to just be Zion. You can move in all directions. The Knicks can cover every direction right now, and this is the first time they was ever able to do that. So now we're in a good place. We're in a
Rob,
good place.
but something like that because up to the point that we if we can't fix our identity as of right now, we can't be thinking about getting a player like Zion because
The only
it's
thing I'm saying,
What?
only thing I'm
bro.
saying about this is that
Ever,
you're in year two of a rebuild. You done been to the playoffs the first year of a rebuild under a
mhm.
new regime. The second year you're struggling a little bit, but you're battling with 500. You're not in a bad place.
I agree
I
with
don't see
that.
where the bad place is at.
We're really in reality, guys. Let's not be like coy about this.
Mhm.
We're only 4 games behind.
Behind 500. Yeah.
And
Exactly.
when I say 4 games behind, I'm not talking about like 4 games just behind 500. We're 4 games behind like the number 6 and 7 seeds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Everybody's
six.
you're right,
close.
Evergreen. But guess
Wow.
what? After these next 10 games, we are not going
Yeah.
to be 4 games
Yeah.
behind.
We got.
Hey, you know what? You know what? And guess what? The same exact thing that y'all talked about right now is the same thing that everybody said
The
last year
games
when
got
we
to
went
be
on
Last
that
year at
played.
10 game
the end of
winning
the year
streak.
when we won all those games, that's true. That's true.
We went on a 10 game winning streak. We went on a 10 game winning streak on that road trip. And
Yeah. But
everybody's like, oh man, this is about to be a problem. We're about to play like crap. We won 3 at home, and then we went on the rest of the games on the road, and then we came back, and I want to say we lost to like our official loss was Milwaukee when we came back. But we had
yeah.
swept Atlanta, we had swept Indiana, right? Like we did really well. Really
But
well.
without
Right
Evergreen.
right around this time.
But without no trades, with this same team that we have right now, do you think that we're gonna be looking like last year?
I think there needs to be some tweaks.
I
There
think I
needs
Yeah.
think
to
There's no way.
definitely
There's no
there's
way.
definitely need for
There's no
tweaks in
way.
his
There's
his
There's
no
too many
way
roster.
players
that's
that can't even get burned on the floor. Now, if
I think
everybody
we're
could
one
play, then
I
I would
think
say yeah.
yeah.
I think we're
Something
one
has
move
to be
away.
traded.
I think we're one big move away.
That's what I'm
The issue is
saying.
glaring. I think we're
Uh-huh.
one big move away from being
But the big move for you is draft picks and young players, or the big move for you
No.
is
It's somebody big.
coupling of these veterans, because Alec Burks' contract is not bad.
the big move
He
is
gets
all
9 million. Hold on a second, agree. He gets 9 million per. This season is halfway done. He gets another year, and then next year he's even a more tradable asset because he's an expiring contract. So that's a huge piece.
What about
Nerlens
Noel?
Noel. Nerlens Noel is in the same is has the same contract, but at least Burks has been on the floor and he's produced. So you can slide him into a different team a little bit more easily. You know what I'm saying? These pieces are, they're valuable, man. Like they're not contracts that were made stupidly. These contracts were thought out in this scenario where this is a player that can help somebody now, that can be a piece to a bigger trade package that can, you can go all over the place with this contract, with the Alex Burks contract. You know what I
and
mean?
that's why
Kemba Walker is another one. He can get traded and he can be even waived. And that's 8 million right there, right? That's
and yeah,
in the case that you have to attach one of your young players who's not getting that much money, aka a Mitchell Robinson who's getting 1.8 million.
and that's why I clamored so much for fiscal responsibility. even though
Yeah.
everyone, many people strayed away from it. Many people argued me up and down about it, but it's like
Agree.
right now we are the most fiscally responsible team in the league right now,
We are.
with options to do whatever we want. And this is
Yeah.
why I keep saying we are one big move away to try to
Mhm.
box that one big move away up into trading draft picks or, trading a player or waiving a player. Like all of that can happen simultaneously.
Even
All of that.
even Evan Fournier, there's been rumors of Evan Fournier to the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are on the threshold
For
of
who?
of becoming one of the best teams in the East
For who?
for Ricky Rubio.
Man, fuck.
Oh, I'll
So it's
do that.
subtraction. No, but nice. It's subtraction. It's addition
Yeah.
by subtraction, because you
Yeah.
take Evan Fournier out of the picture. Now what? Quentin Grimes could come in and get more minutes for you.
And you got a point guard.
Cam Reddish could come in and get more minutes from you, and that's what
Yeah.
we want. We want them to get more experience. You can see the play is so much better when Quentin Grimes and Freezy. You
Mhm.
never gave me my files for Quentin Grimes, bro.
You
Straight
what?
up, straight up, bro.
You
Since
what?
summer league, I told you Quentin Grimes, that was my boy. And everybody was touting McBride. Everybody was McBride, and McBride is nice too. I like them both. I even like Joko. But I was telling you guys, I was like, yo, Quentin Grimes is the truth.
Man, I'm still sticking to my guns, bro. I still say Sims. There's something with Sims, bro. Like I don't
Sims,
know,
I mean,
bro.
no, the New York Knicks have done such a remarkable job drafting.
And
And then we don't give them accolades for that. You know what I'm
Eddie,
saying? Yeah.
Eddie, but even power to you guys. It might be that that's the main reason, bro, that we not playing all young players. We trying to make sure that we give Evan Fournier some sunshine, same as Kemba. Give him some time to at least build on something that teams could find it like, yeah, it makes sense to make a trade for them, because if we
Yeah.
start playing our young core right now and they see something that they like there's a lot of team right now that they like, yeah, we'll take Randall, but I want Emmanuel quickly. Yeah, I want Randall, but I have to have Obi. And that might be something scary. Like I just feel like, something, we have something with our young core, but they just don't want to play him right now. Just hold him off until this trade deadline
The
is
team,
over.
the
I see what you're
organization when it
saying.
comes to that, is not dumb. They're not giving away assets. What
No.
was the talk when they traded for Cam Reddish? That Atlanta wanted Quentin Grimes, right? And we stood fast and said no to Quentin Grimes because we know what we
Hmm.
have in him. So they're not
Hmm.
giving away these players unless you're getting a star player in return. You're not giving away young players. If you're getting a middle of the pack, above average player like DeJounte Murray is, to me, is a great player for our team, but he's not a superstar. I'm not giving up my young players for DeJounte Murray.
Bro, I'll give him
I'm
all
not
my
giving
fucking
San Antonio.
nuts.
I'm not giving San Antonio Obi Toppin and my first round draft pick next year, and probably another piece for DeJounte Murray.
For
Too
DeJounte
much,
Murray,
right?
bro,
Too
I'll give
much.
him all my bets. I'll give him all my bets for DeJounte Murray, bro.
I would love to
Really?
have him on my
Really?
team, nice,
Bro,
but you
I'll
have to be
love to have him.
fiscally responsible, like Evergreen says.
How
You
how
have
old
to
is
be.
DeJounte Murray? 25. Like he
Oh,
will
he's
fit
beautiful. He's
perfectly, and
25. He plays defense. He has a
and he,
2-year contract worth 12 million. He's
hmm
perfect. He's
yeah,
perfect.
and he doesn't even run slow, so it makes sense to put him with the core because he's not going to be holding back the core. Like,
But wouldn't you?
and
Let's say
mhm.
San Antonio asks you for Obi Toppin and Emmanuel quickly.
Oh, nah, I won't do
For
it.
Murray? Ah.
But you're
I
saying he's
want Murray,
perfect.
bro. Bro, I
If you don't
want
want
him.
to give up a first round, so then what would your package be?
I will give him a first round. Give him Kemba or
Quickly.
Fournier or Randall.
You see, that's not
Just take your
why
pick,
would
bro.
San Antonio would do that?
Because they lose, and that's the thing that people, they don't understand. Like with teams that is losing, they, I don't know, it has something to do with picks. They want something, but it has to, like, picks has to be included.
But there has to be picks and young players. It can't just be picks and old veterans who are already signed to 3-year deals.
So
Yeah,
the
I
issue
understand your
the
point.
issue with teams that are losing is the same situation that they're in. They're looking for the same situation that we are in. When you have teams that are losing, their issue is, okay, they have to get up off of these quote unquote bad contracts. these contracts that are paying more than double-digit millions a year for multiple years, to get rid of them in order to make room for the new. The old people that are playing under these bad contracts are locking them up. So what they do is they'll say, okay, we'll get rid of this contract, right? We'll get rid of this contract, and in hopes that in return we can get picks, right? They're willing to
Yeah.
trade you multiple players and picks for one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Assuming
I
that this
see.
one player on your team is the better player on the team statistically, they're willing to get rid of those guys in order to bring in players that have, in order to bring in picks. So that's why they do that. Its purpose is to get out of contracts, because they know those contracts are binding them up, not just on the books but also on the court.
I don't even necessarily think that the Spurs is doing that. The thing is that I kind of feel like the Spurs think that he's the best player and nobody is. I I don't know. It's just crazy way whenever I be thinking about the Spurs.
When you look for a trade, you always don't put yourself in the New York Knicks shoes. You always put
Hmm.
yourself in the other team's shoes. So if I'm San Antonio and I'm DeJounte Murray,
Hmm.
I'm looking for picks and I'm looking for young players. I'm not looking for Evan Fournier.
Hmm.
He's not going to be part of the deal. I'm not looking for Kemba Walker unless the money has to be matched, because I'm getting Obi Toppin and Mitchell Robinson and Kemba Walker, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
that equates to like 12 million.
Hmm.
But you also have to give me more to appease, because I don't have to trade him.
Yeah.
Like, he's under contract for 2 more years for $12 million is a beautiful contract.
Hmm.
And he's going to give you the same amount of production, God willing, no injuries, the end of this year, next year, and if you have him for the other year, DeJounte Murray is going to be okay. So right then and there is where I come to realization that you need to give up a lot to get these players on our team. Devin
You do.
Fox is the same thing. Ben Simmons is the same thing. But when you get these players that you're giving up, you want to put DeJounte Murray with Emmanuel Quickly and Obi Toppin on the same team. You don't want to give up those two players to get DeJounte Murray on your team. You want to put those three players together,
Hmm.
and you
Eddie,
can't
see,
really do that.
I would say that your proposed trade when you was talking about Ricky Rubio. Yeah, nobody loves the whole thing of getting an aging Ricky Rubio. It's not the sexy acquisition, but Ricky Rubio can still play ball, and he can teach your young point guard how to play. Because don't think Garland is so good now because Rubio has been around, man. He's learned from Rubio. Because
No, but
Garland,
it's not even I don't even want Rubio on the court.
oh well,
The
that's
reason
different.
why I would trade Evan Fournier for Ricky Rubio is because they make the same amount of money. Ricky Rubio is an expiring contract. So we could get rid of that contract right now instead of having to pay 17 million for Evan Fournier for the next 2 years after this season.
Hmm.
So then you open up the roster spot, you open up the cap flexibility, and you insert Quentin Grimes, because we have the players on our team. We just have to find time for them.
So I have a proposal. A lot of people don't like this because this guy is injured.
Hmm.
But would you be willing to give up Fournier and Burks for both Ricky Rubio and not Garland, but the other point
Colin
guard,
Sexton.
Sexton?
Colin
Oh,
Sexton?
Oh my God!
Sexton,
I knew you was gonna
You
go
just
there.
opened up a
bro,
can of worms, bro.
bro.
This is a
I'm in
last
it.
year. I'm like
I'm in
back in
it.
the.
I'm in it for
I feel like
Sexton,
a deja vu.
I'm just
bro.
saying
But
he's
Sexton,
been out the whole season. He's not playing at all. They're not going to touch him. Right? It's an
yeah.
expiring contract. Both of them are expiring contracts. You can wait until the deadline comes back open to figure out what you want to do with the both of them. It's still maintaining fiscal responsibility. He's not going
Hmm.
to rate the same amount of money that he would have rated if he would have played healthily all season.
Hmm.
What would you do
Definitely.
in that in order to make now think about it from this point to make space immediately for the youth by moving off of Fournier and Burks, right? You make
Hmm.
space immediately right now. Fournier and Burks are gone. You bring in Cam Reddish can damn near start. right? Grimes can clearly continue to come off the bench and get lucrative amounts of minutes, right? And then you just deal with Quickly and McBride, and you let those guys develop. What do you
Somebody
think about
said Kaiser Sosa says Sexton is the point guard version of Julius Randle.
Sexton is the point guard
Nah.
version of Julius? I mean,
Not.
I'm bringing it up, not necessarily
Yeah.
not even for just the idea of keeping Colin Sexton. I'm talking about, again, maintaining fiscal responsibility, because clearly we blundered the Evan Fournier signing.
I would think that the Cavaliers hold Sexton to a higher value than just Evan Fournier and Alec Burks. Like, even with the Fournier proposal that I did, Fournier for Rubio, like they're going for something. I don't know if they're going for a championship, but they're going to make some noise in the playoffs. And it would be nice to have a 3-point shooter next to Garland on one side, him on the other side. They have the defensive guys to lock down. So even if somebody gets past Evan Fournier, they have to deal with Lauri Markkinen, they have to deal with Evan Mobley, and then they have to deal with Josh Allen, which is something that we can't boast.
But you know something?
So
It's even like this dude is saying in the chat, Karen Fung. Like Kemba, he has been injured for Celtics and us. Like I like Sexton a lot, but at the same time, I just don't want to run the risk that he continues on wherever he left off this season. So,
But what I'm saying is, it's not a risk if you get him, right? Because if anything, Cleveland has the same exact risk that you have. They're going to get rid of. They're either going to get rid of him for nothing, as in they're not going to re-sign him because of their success, because of his injury. So what you do is you take on a contract that is expiring this year, right? And you wait throughout the rest of the season between now and even over the summer to see where his health and his development goes. And then for this season, you actually get a healthy Ricky Rubio to assist with the starting point guard position and quickly coming off the bench as he's been with the point guard position.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
see
but
what I'm saying?
The only thing I push back on that is, and mind you, earlier in the season, before even in the off season, I thought maybe Sexton is somebody we should have brought in. But to Freezy's point, what is Sexton elite at? So then we're gonna, because he's supposed to get the bag. For us to keep him, we're gonna have to give him a good amount of money, even if you want to kind of see if he gives you that discount because he's been hurt. It's still gonna be a lot of money.
Do you really want to give the bag to a 6'1" shooting guard?
No. That's not what I'm saying. No. What I'm saying is obviously not. You don't want to give the bag to a 6'1" shooting guard, but you just got rid of the bag by moving Evan Fournier. This is what I'm talking about. This is fiscal responsibility. You got rid of the bag, and you've got your bag back by getting rid of Evan Fournier, right? So when you move Evan Fournier and Alec Burks, say you might even add a pick to it, right? You clear up, what's that? 17 mil plus 9 mil. What's that? $25 million, right? You just cleared out $25 million that you really had locked in for the next 3 years, right? You had that $25 million locked in for 3 years, and on Alec Burks' contract on his final year, it was it was a trade clause. You could have got rid of him. You know what I mean? You could have waived him. You could do whatever with it, right? So you just freed up $25 million because Ricky Rubio is coming off the books, and Colin Sexton, you have the option of re-signing him. So you're not. And at that point in time, if he demands to say, hey, I want this bag, and you're not willing to give it to him, guess what? You don't have to
move on.
And really all you've done is gotten rid of Evan Fournier's contract.
Which I like.
Should have never gotten.
I mean, I just don't think that Cleveland would do that trade. Like,
and that's the thing.
I don't think Cleveland
trade. Guess what? If they don't do that trade, they run the risk of losing him for nothing.
Yeah,
that's true. Because right now,
you can do a lot of things, though, man. You can. I think he has a qualifier. Does he have to sign his contract next year, or is he a restricted free agent?
No, he can do
He's an.
next
I
year's
don't
his.
think he's an unrestricted free agent next year.
No. He can do his qualifying offer.
So then, in
But
essence, you
why would they
still have.
qualify him?
In essence, you still have him next year because you still have a full year to try to get the maximum value for the player. You don't have to you don't have to sell him for dimes on the dollar right now if you have another year to do so.
Yeah, but he's not going to want to sit around. He just got hurt for the whole season. Now he's probably thinking about his financial stability. So he's like,
If
I
he's
need
smart,
I want to get paid.
he would take a little bit less money and stay in Cleveland because Cleveland is on their way up.
You're right about that.
Yeah, but look who they're on their way up with. They did it.
Yeah,
they
he's
did
not
it
going to
more-
play in front of Garland.
But you can play them together. You can play him off the bench. You can do a bunch of things
Nah,
with
but
that squad.
that's what I'm saying. They've
That's
been
what everybody
playing.
said when they got Laurie Markkinen and they got Evan. They drafted Evan Mobley and they already had Josh Allen at center. Like
That was
you
the
can
main
do
reason that
things.
Grant left.
Jared
You know?
Allen, bro.
Jared
Jared
Allen.
Allen.
Yeah, Jared Allen.
What did I say?
This dude is terrible.
What did
with
I say?
names,
What I
bro.
say?
You said Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen. I don't even know who Josh Allen is.
I don't know who that guy
This
is.
dude is terrible with names, bro.
But look, here's the issue, and this is going right back to fiscal responsibility, right? There was already scuttlebutt about Colin Sexton wanting to leave. There was already scuttle about Colin Sexton not being able to play with Darius Garland, right? Because they had no legitimate vision with those two. So they even went on and moved and brought in Ricky Rubio, right? Then they got Evan Mobley, and you know the tide started to turn because they already at that point in time had Jared Allen, right? So the following year, after Colin Sexton's contract is up, which he would rate a big bag in, Darius Garland rates a bag. That same year, Jared Allen rates a bag, right? So what do you do here? What's easier? You already have an Evan Mobley. You already have somebody who's probably the most talented guy in the draft in Evan Mobley, right? And you already have Darius Garland, who's still playing very, very well, and Ricky Rubio, who's the leader of that pack, right? Or not the leader of that pack, but the guy who's keeping everybody together. So you're gonna let Ricky Rubio go because his contract is going up. You either got to sign him or you got to sign Colin Sexton. What do you do as Cleveland? What do you do? Colin Sexton, who is hurt right now, who's been hurt all season, he's going to rate a bag because you still have him on his rookie deal. So what do? Do you re-sign a rookie player to a max contract off of an injury, Kristaps Porzingis, or do you get rid of that guy before you get close to locking him up?
And we're the team that they should get rid of him too.
Yeah, but it's not getting rid of him. It's getting rid of him to us, but it's clearing us up for the following 3 years of $25 million if you move him and Burks.
I think if
Even
you make a play for Colin Sexton, you're making a play because you think he's going to be our future point guard.
No, but again, the play is.
So then, why would you hold? But Evergreen, why would you want to take on that decision if that's another
to clear our
team's
cap space.
problem?
Because it clears the cap space, is what
But
I'm
you
saying.
can do that just with Evan Fournier and Ricky Rubio. You don't need to add players onto
How much
that
money
trade.
is Ricky Rubio making?
17.
Okay, so then sure. But again, do they want Evan Fournier? It's a reciprocal thing. When you tell
If they
them,
don't,
hey,
but yeah, like, can they use a shooting guard?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So is Evan Fournier probably somebody that they can use? Probably that'll probably help them in the playoffs.
Yes.
This contract is not an albatross, and you probably get along a little bit better with the players on that team. Garland, Mobley, Markkinen, Seti Osman, Kevin Love. Okay, then. So then that's why you would probably do that, because you're trying to win. You're trying to go for a chip. They think probably that they're a couple of pieces away from challenging the Miami Heat, challenging the Milwaukee Bucks, and challenging the Brooklyn Nets. I think the Cleveland Cavaliers think that.
Okay.
So then that's where you would go into your bag a little bit and say, I'm going to spend a little bit of money and I'm going to try to upgrade my team if there's not a better option out there, obviously.
But where are you saying spend a little bit of money? What do you mean by that?
Because you're giving away an expiring contract for a contract that you have to pay for 2 more years after the season.
Are you talking about in the eyes of Cleveland?
Yes.
Yeah. So certainly, if Cleveland was to say, all right, we'll give you Colin Sexton, and you give us Evan Fournier and a pick for the purpose.
Nah, I don't think that's enough for Colin
Listen,
Sexton.
hear me. For the purpose of clearing out cap space alone, based off of what's coming up within the next 3 years in free agency, I'm doing that right away.
They have to attach other things to it because this
But
Evan Fournier contract is more expensive than Colin
the
Sexton.
thing though, Eddie C, is I agree. I think normally you need more for a Colin Sexton, but Colin Sexton is coming off of a season-ending injury. Like that's and you don't know how that's going to affect him going forward.
That's pause
And,
alone.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
well,
you
I
got
mean that's the thing. Like I don't know.
But you still got two-way out. Like if thing doesn't work out, we could get rid of him, but at the same time, we clear out our cap space. Just like
How about
Green said.
waiting? How about waiting until whatever fire is going to happen between Cleveland and Colin Sexton, and probably be in a position to swoop him off the free agency.
Yeah, but if his
But the issue is you still if you try to swoop him off of free agency, you're still bottled up with Evan Fournier's contract. You still have $17 million, which we clearly made a mistake.
But no, that just does that one thing doesn't have to do with the other. Like I propose a trade for Evan Fournier straight up for Ricky Rubio. Like that can be done.
Right. And I think the other thing I was going to say real quick is I think with these guys that are eligible for qualifying offers, I can't remember the conversation I had, but we were talking about this previously, and I think most of these teams like to wait until the off season because these qualifying guys, it's better to come up with a trade where there's a sign and trade with the other team. And I think especially when it comes to Colin Sexton, it makes more sense for Cleveland to wait longer so that this guy can get to the point where he's closer to being healthy before they have to move him.
And also, you don't know if he's even asking for this. Like, the reason we got Cam Reddish was because at the beginning of the season, he asked the organization for this.
Oh, I don't think
you don't know if Colin Sexton. You don't think I'm sorry?
I don't think Sexton wants to leave Cleveland, but I think
that's what I'm saying.
I think Cleveland's starting to see though, ever since Sexton left, and now the team has taken off. Like Garland has been.
Who is their starting shooting guard right now? Is it Okoro?
It's Okoro. I mean, at least that's how they're playing him.
Yeah.
Is that 100? Does anybody really know?
Well, it's Okoro and Wade are starting.
Okay, I think it might be the latter because it just probably Okoro, fits better. Garland and Wade.
Like a 6'9", 6'10" player.
Yeah, these guys are versatile. They're playing really big. This Cleveland.
Yeah.
Team. They're playing really big, and we've gone away from that. When Fizdale was here, it was all about length and wingspan and athleticism. And we've digressed from that, and we've put like the smallest players.
We just focus.
RJ is 6'6".
Yeah,
we had the right philosophy with the wrong coach.
Right.
And I was going to say to Evergreen's point, I understand the cap flexibility. I just feel like it's a season too early because there's no one impactful that's really going to be on the open market next year. It's the following year that some people start to show up. I mean, it's never bad to have cap flexibility, but when you're a team that can't attract big name free agents or even low name free agents don't decide to leave, they decide to re-up with their own teams. Like guys stay with Portland, guys stay with Toronto rather than trying to come to the open market and come to the Knicks.
And that's another realization that us as New York Knicks fans have to come to. Like, we're not the prime destination. Like, doesn't matter what free agent is available. They're always going to try to go to where the weather is better, where there's less taxes. So we really have to appreciate when a player does say that he wants to stay in New York, like RJ Barrett and Julius Randle. We have to appreciate that a little bit more because somebody with the same amount of talent as RJ Randle could put their nose up at us and say, I ain't going to New York. Look what happened the other day when Quentin Grimes just tweeted that he just wanted to have a little bit of hot weather in Miami. Everybody went up in arms. And he had to like retweet saying, "No, I love New York, but I just want to be somewhere where it's hot right now, where it's not freezing temperatures or it's snowing at the time." So that has a big part to play in, and we better get in where we fit in. Like we better not act like how high and mighty because we in Madison Square Garden and we in New York. That's actually at this point in time is a detriment to us.
Yeah.
Listen, money changes everything. Period. When Giannis was complaining that he was ready to go, what did they do? They gave him a super duper bag.
No,
And
but he said he wanted to stay in Milwaukee. What's up, my man? Man, Ron Cleveland, baby.
What's going on,
Oh,
basketball
Cleveland.
zombie? What's
What's
going on
happening,
with
man?
you?
Ron.
Man, hey, I can't complain, man. Keep going, man. I'm just listening.
Yeah,
So-
me too. Let me do this real quick. Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says no more guys who can't play D. Sexton is 28. All right.
So yeah, man, we gotta appreciate whoever wants to be a New York Knick. We can't think that everybody that's a free agent, we have them first on our list because Miami is a huge threat to us in the East Coast. The Texas is a huge threat to us. Playing in LA is a huge threat to us. Playing anywhere else, I mean, even Atlanta, even the culture in Atlanta. So it's very difficult for us to get free agents. That's why we ended up with Evan Fournier. You know, we have to put that into perspective, and we have to see that, you know, that's a real thing. It's not hogwash.
But
That's
you know
why
what,
I'm
though,
kind
Eddie,
of
it come back to one thing. I hear what you're saying about difficulty. What makes it difficult is when you're dysfunctional.
yeah.
And that's why the New York Knicks, because let me tell you something. Anybody who's been a Knicks fan for as long as I've been a Knicks fan, I don't care if the internet was around. Back in the 90s, everybody wanted to come to New York. And if the internet was around, then people would have still been coming because people want to play with winners. People don't want to be on a losing team, man. And that's the biggest realization. Since the Patrick Ewing era, we've been a losing organization. Period. It ain't about so much about money and locale. It all come back to winning, man. It all come back to that. Because I mean, look at players going to Milwaukee. No knock to people who live in Milwaukee, but Milwaukee's cold too, and it ain't nothing going on in Milwaukee. You know what I mean? It's all
They
about
can
winning.
win the chip.
It all comes back to winning, man.
And what was the biggest slap in the face more than when we had the money to get Kevin Durant and to get Kyrie Irving, and they slept with the next door neighbor?
Yeah, we was dysfunctional.
What was the biggest slap in the face in that? How can that not bring us to our realization that we wasn't it?
Yeah, we was dysfunctional, and the only reason why we didn't get them guys, everybody knew the deal, what was going on then. Had the Nets not made all those moves, because we was the only team with cap space when all the talk was coming up with them guys coming to New York. It wasn't Brooklyn. Them guys had to make trades to open up space with Atlanta.
Yep.
It was us. That's why the talk was on. It was New York Knicks, man. It was us. But once Brooklyn got in there, hey, if I'm looking at a situation and I'm taking my bias out of the side of being a Knicks fan and just looking at it as purely business and what makes sense. And I'm going to go to an organization that's been struggling for years, or I'm going to go someplace, and it's in dysfunctional people getting thrown out the building. You know what I mean? Or I'm going to go somewhere where they're upstart franchise basically in this area, because truth be told, we know the Nets that always will be New Jersey to me. I'm sorry. But they're the new locale. It's something new. And that's what it was, man. That's what it was. And Kyrie's influence, when Durant got hurt, it changed the whole pendulum. Everything swung to the Nets.
And I think it's also important to note that the New York Knicks as an organization has been around for I don't know how many years, compared to Brooklyn, where if Kevin Durant wants a piece of that action, which he came to Brooklyn because of business reasons, There's
Mm-hmm.
also business reasons why he came to Brooklyn, and it's easier for probably Brooklyn to give him a piece of that action than it would be for Dolan to give him a piece of MSG to come to the Knicks. You understand what I'm saying? So
I
even
hear
in
what
the
you're saying, but
business
for what
with
I
the
was told, they
business
said he could have
ventures,
had anything he wanted.
yeah, we would have get, but you have to
For
be
Yeah.
in the seat. You have to
with
be
the
in the seat. You have to.
Knicks.
I would have get. You know what I'm saying? We don't
But
care.
I'm gonna
You know
tell
what I
you,
mean?
I
Because
don't blame
this.
Dolan for that, man. I mean, I wouldn't have taken
Yeah.
a chance, especially if hey, Freezy, if you've been
You
burned
breaking
so
up
many
bad,
times,
You
Ron.
breaking up,
We
bro. You
can't.
breaking
We
up.
can't
what's your
understand.
natural inclination gonna be? You're gonna avoid the heat. And when I
Hey,
say
I didn't
burned
hear
so
you.
many
You were
times,
breaking
I'm
up.
looking at the fact of how many contracts we've given to guys that came up.
Hey, Ron, you breaking up, man.
He'll get it back. He'll get it back. Um, I don't. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I'm starting to feel
Can
where
you
Freezy was going earlier.
can you
Are
hear
you
me
back,
now?
Ron?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, go ahead, man.
No,
Can
I can't hear you. No, you're breaking up.
All right, oh, he'll come back in. Well, I was gonna say real quick because I'm starting to feel like what Freezy was saying. It might make sense for the Knicks at this point to say who are the top young uh basketball players that might be on the market right now and just start chopping down the list, man. Go to these teams. Look, I'll give you what you want for this player and just start from there. It
Right.
might be best to just go get one of these studs, like studs, undeniable talent, and go from there.
Bro, for John Moran, I'll give him the whole 15 squad.
Yeah, but we Ja
Yeah,
ain't
me
going
too.
nowhere. Ja
But
about to
Jack,
get a statue out there.
Yeah, he about yeah.
But like whoever is available, like whoever's the best, if you feel like DeJounte Murray is the best, which I wouldn't say that, but like
Right.
whoever it is, if right now we saying Donovan Mitchell is that guy, go see
Right.
what you can throw at Utah. They may not want
Right.
to do it because they're gonna wait and see how the season plays out, but put it out there. Look, this is what we'll give you, and then come back to us with what you think you'd want.
Right.
Because maybe that's the move you got to do. Start from
Right.
somewhere.
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It today, and the reason why I mentioned it to D Poetic and in a certain sense is today we would feel better about being 23 and 26 if we knew we had a young Kobe Bryant, a 20-year-old Kobe Bryant on our bench.
Oh yeah.
You can the feeling would be so different if we felt like we had a 19-year-old Tracy McGrady and a 20-year-old Kobe Bryant on our bench.
Mhm.
Right?
Right.
Because we could see the future. But we don't know what Quentin Grimes is going to be. We don't know what Emmanuel Quickly is going to be. We don't know what Obi Toppin is going to turn into.
we don't know what Cam
But
Reddish would be.
right, yeah, but right. But teams that have won championships in the past, they knew Steph Curry was going to be the best shooter in the league. Did they know he's going to be the best shooter of all time? No. But when Steph Curry stepped in their gym, they was like, yo, we got the best shooter in the league if we can keep him healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then they get a Klay Thompson like, yo, wait a minute. This dude might be just as good a shooter as Steph. If we can keep both of them healthy, we might have something. You know what I'm saying? But with the Knicks, we're like, well, we don't know what we got. We got to give them minutes so that we can see.
But weren't there
And then
what is the
and then
rumors?
the pieces don't. The pieces aren't. Emmanuel Quickly until now is getting good chemistry with Obi Toppin, but they just don't fit right. They're
Yeah,
getting there. The young kids fit better than the veterans.
Right.
And this has always been one of our flaws. Like we got two teams on our squad. You know what I mean?
Right.
But like I don't think the front office is doing anything like when it comes to malpractice or anything like that, because we drafted Emmanuel Quickly, we drafted Quentin Grimes, we traded for Cam Reddish, we have RJ Barrett, we have Sims. We have McBride. Jokovitis is balling in the Euro League. Um, that's 7 players right there where it's like, yo, if those 7 players were like 5 years removed from today, that squad right there is balling, I think, yo.
Yeah, and you know what? But the other thing, the other reason why I said I'm starting to agree with Freezy is the fact that we don't know what's going to happen. We can't get free agents here. So sometimes you can get guys through trade. Go get that star stud you want. He got no choice. He got no, if you don't have a no trade clause, we can go get whoever we want as long as the other team's with it. Go get that guy, bring him here, and hopefully we can start building from there. Because the other thing about the Knicks is as opposed to back in the day. Remember when you had a Pat Riley coaching or Jeff Van Gundy? Guys was like, "Yo, let me come to the Knicks because these guys are winning coaches. I can do something here." And
Right.
you would say, "Okay, we got Tibbs," but people know about the book is kind of still open on Tibbs. They know he's a great regular season coach, but he hasn't won anything yet. So he hasn't put the Knicks over. You know what I mean?
I think they
Can
have to
y'all hear me
focus
now?
on. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I hear what you're saying, and very good points. You know, and the thing with Tibbs is everybody know that Tibbs is gonna run you in the ground. You know, let's just be real about it. Every stop, that's what he does. His shelf life is very short. It's like bananas. When you get them things from the grocery store, you better start eating them things immediately.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Give it about 3 or 4 days, you start seeing them brown spots.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But I tell you this, what I was saying earlier.
I'm throwing them things in some banana pudding.
Oh yeah, I made some banana bread out them things. You know
Yes,
what I mean?
sir.
But I tell you this, when it came back to that situation we were talking about earlier, with the whole Kyrie and Kevin Durant situation, it was smart business by James Dolan, man. I mean, you think about it, like I was saying, illustration. If you've been burned so many times by that stove, or whatever you in business, you keep going and getting these players that's been injured, and you seeing where we got to the point we had to amnesty a player.
Right.
You know what I mean? And players not panning out, or you paying all this money. Eventually, you gonna grow callous to it, man, and you gonna build up some resistance to that. You know what I mean? Eventually, you're gonna say, "Hey, man, I gotta try something differently." I don't blame him for that move. In hindsight, 50-50, 20-20, looking at it, it was a smart move because Brooklyn ain't gonna win no championship.
Right.
They can sell some tickets because Durant and Kyrie over there and Harden, but they ain't gonna win no championship. And that's what it was about for them. It was championship or bust. It ain't about selling tickets. So and they fail with that. You know what I mean? It's a failure.
Oh, you know what? I almost forgot one thing. First off, let me say big salute to my man Ron Cleveland. Man in the building.
Good
But
to be back, man. Good to be back, man. Everybody
Yeah,
knows
man,
it's been
we
some turmoil for me, man.
we love having you.
January 6th was the roughest thing I ever had to deal with. Going to Somalia in the military, being on the front line, don't even compare to January 6th. And for people who don't know, that's the day I lost my mom. You know what I mean?
Oh Lord.
So that
Condolences,
was
bro. Condolences.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. But yeah, hey, if she was here, I know she'd tell me, "Boy, you ain't tired of them sorry Knicks."
Yeah.
She know what's up. That's what my wife be
Ron.
telling me.
Ron, I have a question for you. What do you think about DeJounte Murray?
Love him. The question now is, would San Antonio be willing to move him? But love him. I love his game, length, athleticism, can play within the structure of a game, coachable, locker room guy. I mean, everything about that guy screams, I'm about my business. You know what I mean? If it ain't about business, I ain't with it. He's somebody who, when I look at his game and his demeanor and everything, he reminds me of R.J. Barrett.
Nah, I feel like
Is
he's
he
better.
from? Is he from Texas?
What I mean by that is his demeanor.
Oh, no, I think he's from
You know what I mean?
Washington.
He ain't somebody that's gonna rock the boat. He's
Right.
somebody who's gonna do what he got to do. He's gonna do his job.
There's another way that we could do it, but I don't know how you guys feel about that. If we actually take somebody like the Spurs, any player that has a big contract in the Spurs beside him, that they just don't want him. And I don't know if we want to do that, but I just feel, and this is only in my personal opinion, I will actually do it. just because we have a bunch of young players, and if we rather keep them and let's say absorb that cap, that if Spurs for some odd reason they just don't want it, I'll take those 2 players and hopefully just trade them out later on.
I don't think San Antonio has that problem though. San
I'm gonna
Antonio
tell y'all what I got my eyes
is
on. Go
smart
ahead,
when it
Zombie.
comes to that.
I got
Yeah,
my eyes.
I don't think they have bad contracts on their squad that they would like to get rid of. And
Okay.
trading for DeJounte Murray right now, you're trading for him on the high, and that's not the way the Knicks do business either. Like maybe a Darren Fox right now, like this is probably his lowest point in value right now, like right now, especially since they drafted 2 point guards back to back.
How's Derek White doing over there in Spurs?
I like Derek White.
I like Derek White too.
Yeah, but is he producing the way that Spurs
Yeah, no,
wants?
he's producing. He's producing.
Derek White is, he plays like himself. Derek White, probably around 12, 13 points a game. Shoots good percentages, smart IQ player. Probably could be better on defense.
Dependable, mostly efficient.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I would like him better than Brunson, to be honest with you.
I don't want no parts of Brunson.
Well, guys, let me tell you something. I don't know if
Not a
you've seen
Brunson
it.
guy
I don't
either.
know if Brunson's people put this out, but Brunson's highlight reel is making its way around around the internet. And that highlight reel, Brunson's getting busy, man. He's got a lot of offensive moves outside of his passing. But I don't like the height either. I'm with you. But if we couldn't get anybody else and they said, Knicks, we'll give you Brunson, this is all you're gonna get, would you guys not take Brunson?
No.
It depends for who. Like I would take Brunson if they're taking back Nerlens Noel. Shoot, I don't wanna like lowball Dallas, but
I'm tired of digging in Dallas
it'd be
trash
tough.
can. I'm tired of dealing with Dallas, man.
I hear you.
I don't know
though.
about y'all.
I hear you.
I'm tired of us always going to Dallas. I'm gonna tell you a team that we need to pay close attention to. I'm telling you this, Mick. Look at that Oklahoma situation. I can see it happen. Julius Randle getting traded there, and we getting SGA. I can see it happening for this very reason. We know Oklahoma City has a problem getting people to sign there. It's all well do noted. But one thing they will do, as Sam Presti's whole time, he's been known for taking chances and bringing a guy that's a star or a superstar to that team. He's willing to do it. And you think about it, don't they have a few point guards other than SGA? And I remember there was a report came out last year saying how the timeline for SGA with that team and what they're trying to do, it doesn't fit. And they would be willing to move him. So that's something to watch going further too.
I mean,
I will take him in a heartbeat.
If they would be willing to move SGA, and I definitely could see how maybe Randle might work because they've got young talent and they've got a bunch of picks, so they could probably try to build around Randle. Maybe they can make it work with Randle because they could build the right players around him. I don't know, how far that could go, but it's an avenue. It could work.
Yeah, because remember, didn't they drafted last year? There was another point guard they drafted that was very good.
Trey Mann.
They took him right before we did. I think the Knicks would have probably taken Trey Mann.
And there was somebody else on that roster. It was like 2 point guards that they've had. They did something similar. They did something similar to what Sacramento done.
Yeah.
Gave the bag to a point guard and then went and got more point guards. So that's something to watch. That tells me right there, if you're doing that, getting more point guards when you got one that's on a major contract, there's only one reason why you're doing that is because you're going to use that guy that you gave that big bag to as an asset to flip and move somewhere so you can bring in somebody that's a star, an all-star type player that's disgruntled, something to that magnitude. Plus, we know they loaded with picks on top of that. So they're not going to be able to use all those picks. They're using them for assets to make a trade.
Yeah, the only thing we could give them is something like a Randle to really entice them.
Randle and Fournier. Send both of them.
Nah,
I don't know if they want Fournier, but maybe Randle.
I don't think SGA's value is that low to where SGA is a key piece for somebody like.
Yeah,
that boy is up
there.
like us. Think about what you just said. Key piece for somebody like us.
Yeah, but we ain't got the like I don't know who said this. I don't know if it was in a podcast or I don't know if it's ESPN, and they were asking if the Knicks had enough young pieces to get a superstar, and the
Yeah,
answer
Van
was
Gundy's.
no.
Yeah.
And
Dude asked Van
okay, so it
Gundy
was
that,
a
and
event, and and he flat out
he
said
said
no.
no. He said no.
And
Yeah,
I
that
agree
was
with that. Like I agree with that. Like, do we have somebody to get Donovan Mitchell? Probably not. Everybody thinks we have so many picks. We have like 100 second round picks, but first picks, all we have is ours pick this year and 2 picks next year, and
right.
then the rest of our picks for
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
gonna
like
tell
we
you,
have five for. It's not. We don't have Oklahoma City war chest.
and we just gave away that Charlotte pick too to get
yeah.
Cam. So
Everybody was down and everybody was talking crap about that pick,
that
and
Well,
pick
that pick is
turned out to be
kind of
very good
fugazi though.
it
because
turned
we
out to
got
be good at
Cam.
the end of
We
the day
got
for
Cam.
us. I
Yeah.
still want to see him play.
I mean,
Cam.
I would love to do like
Oh,
a
do that, Ron.
if we could do like a
Cam.
Yo,
3-team
I remember
trade.
being on your show, Ron. I remember being on your show sometimes, and everybody would bust out singing, bro. Soulfinger was here not too long ago. He bounced. Soulfinger. Oh man, we would just be doing the Clive.
Yeah, man. But
It's
hey,
Clive.
I'm gonna tell y'all, fellas, the happiest moment was when I heard those reports yesterday, because that signals to me that we gonna finally do something that we ain't never done since Patrick Ewing. Go ahead and let them young boys ball, and
Yeah.
let them boys develop, man. Because we don't need to have players here that we don't know what they are, and then year 4 of their contract, about to get up
100%.
out of here. That's the main reason why you got to make this move when the team is struggling the way they are. You have
Right.
to go ahead and find out what you got with these guys. Obi Toppin is flashing like crazy. Sims, every time he gets on the floor, it seems like something good always happens. But
Oh
the
my
guy's
God, you
on the
saw that
bench.
dunk last night?
Yeah, where his
Oh
head was
my
at.
God.
In a different area code. You know what I
Area.
mean?
Yeah.
When you just look at the possibilities of McBride coming in there and picking up somebody 94 feet and harassing, and it ain't just that game. He constantly does it. Quentin Grimes, you know what you got in him. I mean, the possibilities is endless with this team. And when I hear people say, well, the Knicks ain't got this, the Knicks ain't got that, the Knicks got players, the coach just ain't playing them, man. And for that reason,
Mhm.
this is your captain speaking. That's why I want him gone.
McBride is like the perfect backup point guard ever, all time, bro. He's like so perfect at a backup. Like you don't, there's no down turn to when he comes in the game in the second unit. Like
I
he's
don't.
gonna play defense hard, and he has great chemistry with Sims.
Right.
These kids are gonna be really good in the future.
It's going to take some time because he still has to
Yes.
work on certain
Yeah.
aspects of his game. He got to work on his first step and his penetration to the
Mm-hmm.
basket.
Yeah.
We've seen him do some things. I love McBride. He's my second favorite player on the team, but I watched a lot of G League stuff and I've been kind of looking at how he's playing. I looked at the defense and how they're playing him, and they're giving him way too much room, so he's able to kind of do whatever he wants. In the NBA, he's not getting that room, and therefore
Right.
he's having a harder time penetrating into the lane. And that's
Yeah, he's got a hard time setting up his defender
right,
in the
right,
NBA. And
right.
also they don't give him a runway to initiate a play. And so he's struggling with the initiating the offense at the NBA level.
Right, he does.
Mhm.
Right.
He's not. He's like he doesn't play like a true floor general.
Not yet. Not
But
yet.
right. But I think he can get there. I think he has a better understanding of it than Emmanuel quickly does.
I was just gonna say, I think he can get there faster than quickly if you allow him to play and learn. But quickly's
Van
got the keys a
Gundy,
little bit.
Van Gundy killed it for us the other day. That he was like he said exactly what the problem was. He even said the problem with Emmanuel quickly is that he's undersized too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we're trying to
Right.
make him into a point guard because we're so deprived at the position where we're trying to make this guy into a point guard, and he's honestly a undersized too.
Yeah, which is why I worry
Right.
a little bit, because I think if the Knicks was somehow able to go get a bona fide point guard, then obviously quickly is down on the
Expendable.
pecking order, right? But guess what? Then if you start giving McBride more time to play and more time to learn, I think he's gonna pass quickly in that pecking order. And then what do you do with quickly?
I said
Then
that
you
at the
become
beginning of the
something different.
season. I said that when we first drafted McBride, that I thought that McBride was going to take Emmanuel Quickly minutes, but just Emmanuel Quickly is just he's more seasoned at this
Right
point in
now he
time
is, yeah.
than
He is.
than and his attitude is great, so he doesn't give you leeway for you to dog him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Everything is perfect about Emmanuel Quickly. I
I
love
I
Emmanuel Quickly.
I
Oh
will.
shoot. Let me do
What
this
I
real quick. I just forgot. I just remembered right now. My bad, yo. Damn it.
yeah,
Big
you can.
salute and happy birthday to my man Simeon Russell, the pod father, nothing but Knicks. Happy
Right.
birthday, brother.
Man, Sim got
Yeah.
another birthday?
There you go, man.
How old is Sim? That Sim must be at least 37, 38 years
Mhm.
old.
He's
Man,
not.
the
He's
the
he's
only
not even touching. He's
he a baby, bro.
right.
the
You
the,
older than
the
him.
only
You older than him, I think, Freezy.
bro
Ha
the
ha
only
ha.
No,
Ha 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 ha.
I thought it was. I
the
thought he
Ha
was like
ha.
45 years old or something like that.
the only thing I'm gonna say about Emmanuel quickly, bro. There's a reason. There's a lot of teams that wants him. Like
Right.
I just don't want to miss out. Like I just feel like, bro, like if you set him around
You know
the
why, D
right
Nice?
players, huh?
You know why? Because
Why?
every other team except for the Knicks have a point guard in their team.
Yep. Yep.
I
So
don't
he doesn't
know.
have to. He doesn't have to play that role. Like
Yeah,
in
but
Oklahoma City, next to Josh Giddey and next to SGA, he would be a monster.
I will say like if there's one or two teams, yeah, but there's multiple teams. And last time I know, bro, is like last time I heard is that whenever there's multiple team, bro, that they want a specific player, is the same reason that I'd be looking at Dejounte Murray, or
Yeah,
the
but they
same
trying to
reason be
poach him. It's probably Sacramento asking for Emmanuel quickly for like Harrison Barnes or something like
no,
that.
no, no. They actually even mentioned that thing like 9 hours ago that it's multiple teams that wants Emmanuel quickly.
But that's
Multiple.
but you understand that's like along the lines of what they trying to do. Like, oh, the Knicks are in dire need, like Harrison Barnes to put him at the three next to Julius Randle, who'll be a great locker room presence, a veteran, this
Yeah,
and that. Let's
but
try to
still,
let's
but
let's
but
try to
still,
poach Emmanuel quickly and Evan Fournier
no,
for Harrison
no, I don't,
Barnes.
I don't, I don't, I don't feel that way because even Van Gundy, I'm just saying, bro. Like you be hearing people the way they be speaking, and it's not even. This is the funny thing. It's not even Knicks fans. You be hearing it from other team. You be hearing from other fans saying like, man, Emmanuel quickly, this, bro. It's one of those that sometimes we just don't see the let's say certain players that we have in our own court just because we want to see other players, and it's like just give the youth a try. Hopefully, this season or let's say once we start training certain veterans, we gonna start seeing that. But we just can't tell because we still haven't given them the sufficient time that they need to actually show it.
Right.
But yo, I want to thank you, Freezy man. I gotta split, bro. Thanks to
We
everybody
about
in
to
the
split
panel,
too. I was
Ron,
about to.
Nice, Danny Landis, everybody else who was on the
Yeah,
panel,
salute.
everybody in the
Have a good
chat.
one, guys.
Yo, we
Peace
ran a
out.
little bit long because it's Friday. You know what I'm saying? Usually we don't, you know what I'm saying, run as long as this. But I want to thank everybody for coming through, hanging out. We're gonna do a vibes and stuff. Joint. I don't know. I want to do it this afternoon, but it's a bunch of people that's wanting to jump on the panel, and it's a scheduling thing going on. So if I hit you up, already, the time may change because a lot of people have a lot of stuff going on, but they want to do it right now. But I'm trying to pin down a time whether we can have everybody come through. Definitely want to get everybody to participate with that. Thanks everybody again for tuning in. We're gonna get out of here. Y'all have a good afternoon and peace.